Tony, three more, 9:27 है ना?
Yes, ma'am.
So 2 more minutes, we'll start then.
All right, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Saloni,
Yes, ma'am.
don't speak in camera off.
No,
Don't.
no, no, ma'am. No, no, I won't
हाँ
do that. Yeah.
हाँ,
Yes, ma'am.
जो लोग भी बोल रहे हैं वो अपना कैमरा ऑन करके फिर
Sure.
ऑफ
Yes,
कर
ma'am.
दो.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Fine. Okay.
Nisha, ma'am, shall we start? Nisha, ma'am, shall we start?
Saloni, we can start now.
Yes, yes, ma'am. All right. Good morning and namaskar to one and all present here. I,
Saloni, we can
Saloni
start
Jones,
now.
yes, PhD research scholar at VESIM, and would like one and all welcome you all to the inaugural
Saloni, we can
Saloni
start
Jones
now.
of Business Analytics research scholar and social innovation and namaskar. Would like one and all on social innovation, social business, and sustainable development with special focus on new age technologies, organized in association with Vivekanand Education Society's Business School, Mumbai, and financially assisted by Technology Innovation Hub, iHub, Divya Sampark, and NABARD. We are grateful to everyone for accepting our invitation to join this elite conference virtually. Social innovation, to simply state, is a novel solution to a social problem that is more effective, efficient, sustainable, or fair than the current solutions. The rising
You went on mute, Saloni.
This rising interest and need in this area of social innovation and social business encouraged us to bring in the experts who lead by examples by solving social problems through social innovations. However, before we begin, let us follow our tradition of worshipping Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, wisdom, and learning. I would like to request the faculties and students of VESIM who have joined us from VESIM campus offline to play the Saraswati Vandana and light the lamp. Also requesting you to unmute as you play the Saraswati Vandana.
शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा
Thank you. Pranjal sir, can I present my screen right away?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
very much. Or what do you want? You want us, I mean, my IT team to start the presentation because we already have a presentation which we are running.
no, I think it's okay. I will, since I'm speaking, I will run the presentation, sir.
Okay, fine.
All right. This morning reminds me of a quote I read few days ago. As quoted by Linda Paye, this let us raise the discourse towards systemic change. Let's not ask how profitable you are, but also what systemic change you can contribute to. On this note, I would like to invite Dr. Sandeep Bhardwaj, Dean Academics, Vivekanand Business School, Mumbai, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Sandeep Bhardwaj possesses the right mix of industry and academic experience, ranging over a span of more than 27 years. He has been associated with corporates of great repute like Nelco, Tata Infotech, Camlin, to name a few. I request you, sir, to address all of us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Saloni. Thank you very much. So, a nice morning to be or to be here and talking to each one of you on a very special subject which is close to our heart. So when we started this the domain of social innovation and Nisha Madam was working on it, I was wondering that what exactly are we doing in social innovation and why us, why Vivekananda Education Society? And surprisingly, some very good responses came. The fact is that Vivekananda Education Society, though it started in 1962, and at that time the word social innovation was not even as popular as today. But the fact is that we are, in a way, we ourselves are a social innovation organization. We ourselves started with the main objective of social upliftment, and then we grew into what we are today. So we ourselves are a creation of social innovation, and the good part is that we have never left that focus, or we never left that goal of being useful to the society, or doing something more for the society. And of course, education is a prime domain where social innovation is really doing great work. So that is where we come from. We are still, all these 60 years of our existence, we are as focused about society as we were when we started off. And every student of ours, in fact, I always say this, in a bunch of our alumni, or in a bunch of corporate people where our alumni are working, you can always spot a Vivekananda student because of the values that we have inculcated in him or her, or the social values that we have inculcated in him or her. And this is something that we can say with a lot of pride. Having said that, let's talk about the conference that we are in. So basic is a very unique blend of business analytics and social innovation conference. So both of them are emerging areas emerging areas for the next generation. uh, what we can do with the innovations, what we can do for the society, and for that we need analytics, which is the oil of the next generation. And that is why this unique blend we thought is a great theme for a conference where we get people from both the sides to talk, to share their insights with us. And it has been great 2 days so far, and I'm sure next 2 days will also be as good. So having said that, I extend a very warm welcome to the galaxy of star speakers lined up today to share their experiences with us. I welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Kalpana Shankar, founder and director, Bintix Waste Research. Our chief guest, Dr. Urvashi Sahani, founder, President, Study Hall Education Foundation. Innovation expert, Dr. Manish Anand, CEO and board member, iHub Divya Sampark. We also have a panel discussion that will see participation from Dr. Satyendra Pandey from IRMA, Dr. Nisha Pandey from VES Business School, Dr. Shiji Linden from KJ Somaya Institute of Management, Dr. Lakshmi Morshed, ex-director Unicenter from Dhaka, Bangladesh, and Dr. Manish Arora, BHU Varanasi. Greetings to all of you and welcome. I'm sure the next 2 days with all these galaxy of stars is going to be a great learning experience for all of us. A very warm welcome to our director of VESIM, Dr. Satish Mode, and director of VBS, Dr. Sachin Deshmukh. Welcome to all the faculties who are attending the program, and to the students uh, for whom this is going to be something that some kind of a revelation, because they would have never have experienced this kind of discussion and this kind of on this kind of subject. So, with these words, I hand over back to Saloni. Uh, Thanks, and let us have 2 days of great experience sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. I would now like to invite Dr. Nisha Pandey, the conference convener, to share a brief introduction about the conference. Dr. Nisha Pandey is the Associate Dean, Research and Publication at VESIM Business School, Mumbai. She is also the chairperson of UNUS Social Business Center. She has received the DST NIMAT Project 2014, 2015, 16, 2017, 18 for conducting entrepreneurship programs for 3 consecutive years. She has also received funding from South Asian Network of Development and Environment Economics Summer School in Environment and Resource Economics in Sri Lanka during 2015. Currently, she is working on a new project, Role of Women in Rural Transformation. She has published several research papers in both national and international journals and has worked on varied interdisciplinary projects in several institutes of great repute, like IIT Bombay, to name a few. I now request Dr. Nisha Pandey to introduce us to the theme of the conference. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Saloni, for introducing me. Uh, Good morning to all the dignitaries, faculty members, and dear student. I take opportunity to thank you all for accepting the invitation to become a part of this global initiative of social innovation. Um, as we are Indian and we believe a lot of in our scriptures and we follow our scriptures, and in our Bhagavad Gita it is written that Sarve Bhuta Hiterata means in the welfare of all being. So social innovation, social business and sustainability is the concept which is mainly derived from our Bhagavad Gita Sarva Bhuta Hiterata in the welfare of all being. What is dharma? Dharma is to welfare the society. Dharma means abhyuday. Abhyuday means to work and to serve for all. Sabka uday means welfare of everyone. So social innovation is the application of innovative, practical, sustainable, market-based approach to benefit society in general and low income or underserved population in particular. If we talk about social innovation, it is being more strategic, more ambitious, and more collaborative. The social innovation it creates prosperous society where we think about the fundamental transformation of social, economic, and cultural arrangement. This was the old paradigm when we used to talk about the government aid and simply we means our government or our institution used to give aids which was simply inadequate for meeting these challenges. What we need is instead a creative and innovative solution for fostering sustainable growth, securing job, and increasing competitive abilities. As we all know, we are aware that many social problems which are so deeply rooted in society that they cannot be solved with the existing social institution, cultural practices, regulatory system. Examples are so many. Urvashi madam is here and she knows and how she is working for the society. The child labor, caste-based discrimination, gender violence, malnutrition, and many problems. If we go through the rural area, we see even in the urban area, we found so many problems, which is not at all possible if only government is working in the present institutional structure. Reason could be many reasons, and the problems and solutions are different. The only way in which these such social issues can be addressed is by changing the very nature of institution and system. It seems that institutions and regulations to manage these issues are inadequate, or maybe they do not have a proper instruments or resources to solve this problem. Or if I would say, if they have instrument or resource, they don't know how to address and how to use this instrument. But these instrument which we are talking about nowadays, AI, ML, new age technologies, these are there. But if we recall our system before our independence and after independence, Gandhiji, he has discussed about Sarvodaya and he has inspired and guided, in fact, all the profession in India and the world. And he has talked about Swaraj and he initiated the concept of Sarvodaya. Uh, Sarvodaya, which means well-being for all. So what Bhagavad Gita is saying and written in Bhagavad Gita, what Gandhiji said, what Dalai Lama said, they all are talking about universal upliftment, well-being for all. Gandhiji believed in the harmony with the nature and simple life. So, and again, he talked about applied trustship, which we are talking about collaborative research, collaborative working, collaborative innovation. It means to create social value. It means to create social innovative strategy which require new resource configuration, unique governance structure, strategic innovativeness, which is basically attribute to the managing demand of multiple stakeholder and which combine resources in a new way, which meet social needs, building social capital, and finding new ways to advance the social change. So, if we talk about the concept of social entrepreneurship, social business, and the social innovation, it has all the concept where, and it is really what we have talked about, and in our scriptures talk about dharma again, meaning to take everyone together. What Professor Yunus has said many times, he used to write that charity is no solution to reduce poverty and social rigidity. If we talk about charity, then it is not the solution for solving the problem. It is a one time solution. But what we are looking for the solution for the longer time, which can sustain for the longer time. If we The very good writer which I have read from His Holiness Dalai Lama, he said if you think in a deeper way that you are going to be selfish, then from that viewpoint, the key thing is the sense of self is the real source of happiness. If we have a genuine sense of universal responsibility as a central motivation and principle, then from that direction, our relation with the environment will be very well balanced. And similarly, if we talk about the aspect of relationship, our relations, we should think about relation with the neighbor, relation with the family, relation with the country neighbors. That will create a balancing the system, balancing the production, balancing the business, and that is business beyond profit. So that is good to great. If we talk about good to great, that will come through social innovation, social business, sustainable development. And if we in again if we think if you have read about something related to in our Hindi literature, it has written that parhit bas jinke man mahi tin kahu jag durlabh kachu nahi. Means, if you think about the narrative of the above context, is that while a person serves the society with a bigger purpose, that change is thinkable, because in such scenario the impact of action is bigger than the individual self. What Kailash Satyarthi has done, Binoba Bhave, Bhudan Andolan, and he has just connected a small farmer to the bigger land, and Varghese Puri and Amul. So that is white revolution. White So that are the example of selfless service. So if we talk about recent development in academia and corporate, they recognized all these challenges and solution. And now these companies, they are thinking about that this is not only to work for the profit, they are working beyond the profit, and they are working to achieve something to fulfill the social and environmental responsibility. Kailash Satyarthi, the Nobel Prize winner of 2014, he says you don't have to choose between doing business and doing good. You can club both the things together, and that's what we are going to talk today and tomorrow, both the days. And we have many good examples of India and all over the world where AI, ML, and sometimes beyond technology. So sometimes it's not always technology which work for the social upliftment and social transformation. Sometimes your will, awareness, and dedication is required to change the world, to change the system, to come beyond that rigidity. That's what we are going to talk about today and tomorrow. I welcome again to all of you in this very well designed, well thought of conference. I welcome you from the UNO Center of Social Business, Vivekanand College, iHub, NABARD, and IIT BHU. Thank you one again to join us. Now over to you, Saloni. You can take it forward.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing us to the theme of the conference stemming from the Bhagavad Gita to the modern world. Proceeding further, I would now like to call upon Dr. Sachin Deshmukh, the director of Vivekanand Business School, to share the vision of social innovation and social business conference. Dr. Sachin Deshmukh is a doctorate in management and possesses Dr. Sachin Deshmukh is a doctorate in management and possesses a high degree of affinity towards the use of quantitative techniques in the area of marketing. He possesses a rich experience in both industry and academics. I would now invite Dr. Sachin Deshmukh to share the vision of the conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Saloni, for that introduction. Good morning to all attending this conference. Let me start with the words of Peter Brabeck, the chairman of the board, Nestle. He said, "It is society that gives us the right to be active, our license to operate. A business leader has to think about how to solve the societal challenges of today, because if we don't solve them, we will not have a business." I mean, these are the words which are encouraging, all social innovators, to club their ideas with the ideas of the business people, and both should go hand in hand if at all you want to, you think of the upliftment of the society of this country and other countries as well. Now, social innovation means more strategic, more ambitious, and more collaborative in how access and opportunity can be provided for billions of low income people to participate in the global economy. Of course, people in India and across the world have done a lot of innovations. They have come out with brilliant ideas, and these ideas have really benefited the societies of the world. For instance, I came across a few articles from research paper in the recent times. To quote, Norwegian company Desert Control has developed a concoction that can be sprayed on the sand in deserts to enable it to hold water and grow crops. They spray a mixture of water and clay called a liquid nano clay just half a meter deep into the sand to achieve this result. This technology could facilitate food production in poorer climates and combat desertifications. A brilliant idea by this particular company. Another good idea I would like to quote at this juncture is, yeah, yeah, hello. Another good idea, which I would like to quote is the example of T-shirt to make you eat your words. I think most of the social innovators might have come across this particular example. The next time you say something offensive in public, beware. Amanda Brigman may put it on a T-shirt. A German-born brickman moved with her family to Los Angeles as a child and has always looked for attention. In 2016, um, after listening to the presidential debate, she found that Donald Trump called Hillary Clinton a nasty woman. She bristled and on a whim mocked up a T-shirt with the phrase "emblazoned" on the front and put it up on her new website. The next morning, she woke, and to her surprise, there were about 10,000 orders in the waiting. So she got confused and called the online payments company to report an error. It wasn't. And Brinkman found herself thrown into the midst of a new business venture that started to appropriating someone else's word. Now, can attitude alone make you money? Well, yes, it seems so. A VS Business School is already into some kind of a social innovation. For instance, our students are working on the drones project, wherein the students and the faculty members are trying to research on flying cars. These flying cars would be operated on batteries, and through this, we are trying to reduce the carbon footprints. Another example, I can quote is maybe in the next 20 or 30 years or so, a country like India would be facing hardship because of the environmental destruction. The day temperatures in our country will be going soaring high, and it won't be possible for us, the businesses, the schools, and the colleges to work during the daytime. Okay, everything would be shifted uh, to night working. Putting in other words, we are heading towards something called as a night economy. It is not just one country which should, work on this problem, the environmental destruction problem. In fact, all the countries of the world should come together and address this problem at common platform. VES Business School is providing a facility called the Ideation Lab to its faculties and students. The faculty and the students can walk in anytime with a cup of coffee and their friends into the ideation labs to discuss novel ideas and possibly convert them into the startups. Today, we have experts to share their experiences on social innovation and hope that our students and faculty shall get motivated to work on ideas that will benefit our society. That's all from my side. Thank you very much and all the best to all the speakers. And I hope the students and the faculties of VES Business School will gain something at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the vision of the conference emerging from the need of the art of the modern business world. I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Urvashi Sani, who is the founder, president at Study Hall Educational Foundation, Innovation and Social Business. Dr. Urvashi Sani is a social entrepreneur, women's rights activist, and an educationist for over 3 decades. She is the founder of Suraksha, a women's rights organization, DDs, a social enterprise for sustainable livelihoods for women, and the Study Hall Educational Foundation. She is also the president and CEO of Chef. Her work has impacted over 1 lakh teachers and 50 lakh children, most of whom are girls from the disadvantaged communities. Dr. Sani is also an Ashoka Fellow, eagerly waiting to be addressed by you, ma'am. Over to you.
Uh, Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Professor Pandey and the VES University for inviting me to be here today. First of all, let me express my total appreciation for your work, what I have heard of it, the society's work, and also for having chosen these this very well worded topic for discussion over the next 2 days. Why is it important? I think everybody has said so much about it, but I must add my own two bits to it. That, what we have faced yesterday and today, while we're talking about sustainable development and sustaining the planet and, thinking of climate uh, change and its devastation and how we need to stop that. In the last 2 days, the planet is almost on the brink of another scourge where Russia has invaded Ukraine and we are all teetering on the brink of some kind of worldwide devastation, which we hope won't happen. So we need to sustain the planet in several ways. You talked about social innovation, social business. And here I want to point out that the key word is social. Because when we talk about social, we are talking about social good, we're talking about social justice. I will just share some ways in which I have approached this in my experience and in my life. Interestingly, when I started my work way back in 1983, I didn't call myself a social innovator. I did call myself a social entrepreneur. And sometimes I joke. In 2017, when I got the award for the Social Entrepreneur of the Year, I was very surprised. And I said, we do the work and other people call us names. I didn't even know I was a social entrepreneur. I was just doing my work. And why did I do this? And why I want to start with the why, and since I think many students are on this call, is that I think is the most important question to ask yourselves. When you're looking, I speak a lot at universities, etc., and students all want to know about social entrepreneurship. They all want to be social entrepreneurs. And my question to them is always why? Why do you want to be? And I will just explain why I did it and then move on to why the why is so important and how it is important. In 1982, by the way, I live in Lucknow and I was born in Pune and then shipped off to involuntary migration, quote unquote marriage, to Lucknow. And I was there happily living my life, my two children, I had two daughters, and I was immersed in my family life. And without knowing it, following all the patriarchal norms and trying to be a good bahu, good mother, good daughter, in law, everything. And I got a call from my mother in Pune, and she said, I want you to go to Delhi immediately. So I asked her why, and she told me that my cousin Nalini was very sick. She was burnt, and so I need to go there. I said, burnt? How was she burnt? So she said, oh, accident ho gaya, stove phat gaya. I said, stove phat gaya. Anyway, I went there immediately, and before I reached there, she had passed away. It was passed off as a suicide. And what shocked me to my core was the reaction of my family. My aunt, who was also a victim of a very bad marriage, abusive marriage, she said कि देखो आजकल की लड़कियों को बर्दाश्त ही नहीं. Her daughter-in-law, also victim of a very abusive marriage, said, freed at last. My father said, देखो family पे कितना बदनाम कर दिया है. And when I asked her mother, I said, मामी जी आपको पता था इतनी दुखी थी. So she said, अरे शादी में कौन सुखी रहता है, लेकिन ऐसा थोड़ी करते हैं. And my response to myself inside was, God, that can never be me. I went home and, of course, held my daughters very close to my heart. And it shook me out of my complacency and set me on my path. I said, no, this can't happen. Why? Because there's nowhere she could go. Why couldn't she talk to someone? What happened? And so I started my first organization and was on my path to social innovation without knowing it, only because I felt I needed to do something. And so I started my organization Suraksha, which was a women's rights organization. My idea was very simple. I thought I would just start a helpline. But wiser head said, no, you must start an organization. It was the first organization in UP back in 1983. And when I set on to that, I started talking to girls. I had meetings, I went to schools, and there I started to talk to them about their lives, and that set me thinking about my own life. That I'd been to a very good school, I was married off very early, without a BA really, and I studied at home. But I said, my school taught me everything, but it didn't teach me that I was an equal person. I had the right to speak up and that I had the right to my own flourishing. And so education was so deficient. And that's when I started thinking about education. But before I go on to that, I want to go back to what I mentioned about the why and why that is so important. I've heard a lot about that some people say, oh, I want to do good for society. Oh, I want to. And normally that's the biggest answer that you get. That's the most common answer. So I said, no, child. First, tell me how it is personally connected to you. I want you to think harder about why you personally want to do it. And one of the things I have learned is that unless something is personally very important to you, it is never an authentic action. It could be guided by so many things. And you spoke, Professor Pandey, about charity. It should not be a charitable motive. It should be something that is so important that you want the world to change because of how you feel about this. That is what leads you to systemic change. And you spoke about dharma, Dr. Pandey. In my organization, my educational organization, I was guided by this question, which I tell all my students, my teachers, everyone. It's a very, very important question to ask yourself, and you spend your life finding answers to. The question is, who am I? And how am I related to the universe and others in it? I think that's the key question, which should guide all your quest for knowledge, your action, everything. And when you find the answer to it, and our own scriptures have it, our Vedas have it. I will quote the Mahavakya, Aham Brahmasmi. What does it mean? It means that I am in everything that exists and everything that exists is in me. So even that's what I meant, that's why you should know that who you are is very important to the universe. And so You must be the best you can be. And when you think of everything related to you personally, then how can you ever harm anyone? And everything that you do will be guided by a motive of social justice. That it must be good for everyone. It cannot only be good for you. It must be good for everything that you do, must be good for everyone, otherwise, it is not a good action. And that's what I meant by saying that it must be personally motivated. You must care so deeply about it that you can't live without doing it. That is when you are led to social innovations. And I wouldn't get caught up in all these terms. I know they're very new and they're very much have caught up everybody's imagination. Everyone wants to be a social entrepreneur, and there's all this about conscious business, etc., etc. I think that's all very good. I'm glad that it has come to the fore and has caught the imagination and is at the heart of many things that people want to do. But most importantly, I think you must go to the bottom of it. Not get taken up by the jargon, not get taken up by the glamour of it. And also, this wanting to do good for society still is causing a hiatus between who you are and society is. No, it should be you. Society should be in you and out of you. That's why Aham Brahmasmi. Very, very important. I would recommend everybody recite it 100 times every day. Very important to remind yourself of that. About education. So, what was my question? Education, and why did I do it? I did it because I realized how deficient my own education was. That it gave me all the academic skills, but didn't teach me how to live. And I want to quote Boleslavsky. He's a drama theorist, and he said this, that the goal of education is not just to know, but to learn how to live. And by the way, in ancient India, that was the goal of education. We lost it somewhere. With the Industrial Revolution, etc., it all became tied to getting good jobs. Became so depersonalized. And it was so alienating from who you really are that it has led to much more. And what I think it did was that it made education very poor, very, very poor, and very, very narrow. Sorry about that. But I think somebody's video is on and there's some music at the back. But it made education very poor, very narrow. And my quest for the last now 36 years has been to redefine education. And our vision is to educate everyone for gender equality, for social justice, for personal flourishing, and to be an active democratic citizen. And how do we do that? I believe that in education, within it, I think our curriculum is totally out of date. And I think it is not allowing education to achieve its complete potential. You have many educated people, more educated people now, more educated women, more educated men all over the world, even in India. Enrollment rates have gone up in every place, in primary school, in higher education, everything. At the same time, how has it changed society? The statistics about women and gender based violence against women are horrific. 4 rapes an hour. Almost 1 million girls killed in the womb because they are girls. High rates of domestic violence, 50% and above. Okay, and the highest number of child brides in the world, and I want to call them girl slaves, not child brides. Let's not dignify them with marriage. These are the horrific, say, statistics about women today in 2022. What about poverty? 77% of the world country's wealth is owned by 10% of the people. What about caste? And these top 10% of the people that I'm talking about are also upper caste households, which hold all this wealth. So look at the inequality. Has our increase in education, the way we have conceived it, led to a change in society? Has it done that? It has not. In fact, things have deteriorated. So clearly there's something wrong with our education. I think our curriculum must be centered around the problems of our time. We have one of the finest constitutions in the world. And yet, our founding parents, what they didn't do, the next step, they gave us this beautiful constitution. What they didn't do was make sure that every school, every college makes it their business, puts it at the heart of their curriculum, and teaches children how to live the Constitution, to have a lived understanding, to understand the core values of equality, fraternity, liberty, and justice for all. Remember, the Constitution says, we the people give to ourselves, adopt, and enact. Are we teaching our children to think as they are we the people? And we have made it our goal. We have developed special curriculum for gender, for caste. I'm trying to educate everyone, young children, older children, rural, women, men, everyone, to think like we the people, to learn, to live, and breathe the values of the Constitution, which is really very important. I think that is our social innovation. Though, when someone comes and tells us that, oh, how innovative this is, I kind of look at them because I don't think of it as an innovation. I just think ऐसे ही तो होना चाहिए और कैसे होना चाहिए. Right? And the other thing you mentioned about social business, that part of yours, or social enterprise. I will agree with Kailash Satyarthi. It should not be a separate category. All business should be socially motivated. And once again, I want to go back to Aham Brahmasmi. If you think of yourself as existing in everyone else and everyone else existing in you, then how can you run a business that is only good for you, that is only profit oriented? It must be something that looks at society as a whole, that looks at the world, the planet as a whole, and thinks about how, whatever, and then measure. That is your measure of success. Am I making it better? Am I making it poorer? Who is it serving? And another very important thing that I learned when I was attending another conference somewhere actually in Italy, and there was this 88-year-old woman, black woman, who said that I wish people would just ask themselves and answer this question, that when is enough enough? And another very wise person asked me this question, that, what is your relationship with money? I think that's a very important question that we must all ask ourselves. And it's related. How do I think of money? When is it enough? And is that the main goal? I think all enterprises should, whether they are social or they're commercial, there should be no distinction. I think all organizations should be social enterprises. And they should not only be driven by money, that should be the side product. They should be driven by the goal of what you want to do and most importantly, why you want to do. And that's what I would recommend all our students, all our budding social entrepreneurs and innovators to think about. Then again, innovation, right? What does innovation mean? And I'm thinking about it in our own context. That what do we mean by innovation? I think Study Hall Education Foundation is a continuously innovating organization. And why is it continuously innovating? We look at what is needed and then we in society. For example, when I set up Suraksha, I went into many schools, colleges, and then I saw that the education was all wrong. And that education is very important because that is what shapes your mindsets. And how you shape your mindset influences how social structures are maintained or challenged. ऐसे नहीं education में कुछ करना education को बदलने की जरूरत है. So that's what led me into education. In fact, when I started, I didn't even have a BEd. I started in my own garage. And I know Ahalya Chari, she was the director of Krishnamurti Foundation. She and I became very good friends. And she told me that you should start a school because you think so much about education. So I said, but Ahalya, I don't have a BEd. She said, hey, but you have all the right questions. I said, अरे questions के साथ कर सकते हैं. She said, हम बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं और नियत अच्छी होनी चाहिए. And that's how I started. And why is it innovative? Though I'm telling you, I never thought of it like that. Because I stayed with the questions and I kept asking, and that led to further questions. And then I kept trying to work through them. Initially, because I come from a very private school and privileged background, I was thinking only about private school children, and I was thinking the school should be a happy place and we should teach them how to think about themselves and think about, fit the right values, etc. Then I realized कि ये तो private school के साथ नहीं चलेगा. You must go into, because at that time 87% of India's population was going to government school. So when I did my PhD, I did it in a rural school under a tree. I used to teach and learn because I wanted to learn about the India that we never think about, and that taught me so much. Right? I understood their problems. Then being a woman, and that was my original motivation, I said, लड़कियों के साथ भी, you can't just have an education that teaches them all the, gives them a certificate and all that. Oh, that is very important. They must learn history, geography, science, तो सब सीखना चाहिए. Very good. But more importantly, they must learn who they are. So I created the critical feminist pedagogy, where they learn that they are equal persons worthy of respect with the full right to their own flourishing. And I put that in place. And I saw them flower, gave them a self, and I called this self. Then down the road, I understood. I said, but what about the boys? I said, जब तक लड़के नहीं बदलेंगे, till they don't understand that who are they and how are they contributing to the gender inequality, till they don't start thinking about patriarchy and how cruel it is to their sisters, their mothers, all the women they love, and how they need to change in order to change that structure, nothing will change. So then I started working with boys and I developed a curriculum for boys along with the students. Right? When I say I mean our organization. Right? Then I realized that many of the girls, their mothers, are being beaten up at home, they are being treated so poorly, and that's because they don't have a sense of self, most importantly. And secondly, they don't think that they can fight it because that society has said that they must sit and take it. And secondly, they have no money. So then I started these where I said, अच्छा चलो स्कूल का कैंटीन है ना, आप चलाओ. नौकरी मिलेगी, रोजी रोटी मिलेगी, and then we get a chance to work with them also. Then they got corporate more than now it's become a good thriving business. And not just that, our girls also learning how to work with them and be trained alongside. Now they become the second line of management. So that is how one thing led to another. And then I realized that these girls don't really know that they are the mothers, they don't really know that they are citizens. They don't think of themselves as citizens of the country. Their constitution gives them so many rights, their laws give them so many rights, but they don't implement them because they don't perceive themselves like that. So then we started working on active citizenship education for girls, boys, and the communities. During this last time, we have done 130 meetings of voter education for women, teaching them that, hey, remember you are citizens and what does it mean? So when you vote, vote with your own consciousness, not when what your husband tells you or your family tells you, and hold people accountable, hold your candidate accountable. What are you going to do for us as a woman? Why am I not safe on the street? Why is my daughter not safe? What can you do for me? Right. So this is what I mean by innovation and social innovation. That is the way social innovation happens. That when you follow the real problems of society, when you follow the real problems of the people around you, and you hurt for them in the same way that you hurt about your personal problems, and you see that that it needs to change, and also when you realize that the whole system impacts you. Once again, aham brahmasmi. That if the system does not change, if the system is not a good one, you cannot have a good life because you're related, very intimately related. Now, when this problem is happening in Ukraine, miles away, why are we all having sleepless nights? I know I have. Because it's very worrying that it is a problem that affects all of us. And if we start looking at the planet, at society, at all our brothers and sisters everywhere on the planet, all living beings actually, everything that we do, even when it can be a selfish action, because you have conceived of yourself in such a broad way. And this is not new. This is not an innovative thought. And actually, nothing is an innovative thought. It is all there in our ancient wisdom. We have just forgotten it. वो कहते हैं ना अविद्या, अविद्या is just forgetting. So what is vidya then? Remembering and recognizing. Right. So if we can pay attention to those. Also, I want to call attention to some of our old mantras. The genius mantra, the absolute genius mantra is Mangalam. Right? Bhumi Mangalam, Udaka Mangalam, Agni Mangalam, Vayu Mangalam, Gagana Mangalam, right? That, all of that, and it carries on, right? Surya Mangalam, Chandra Mangalam, Jagata Mangalam, Jiva Mangalam, Deha Mangalam, Mano Mangalam, Atma Mangalam. It has covered everything. that I pray for the well being of everything, for the planet, for myself, for my mind, for my soul, for all living beings, for the sun, for the moon. Just think of what a genius mantra it is. And those are things that we need to remember as we are guided to be social entrepreneurs, to be innovators. What I'm trying to point out is that we live in compartments which we should not. We should be living as whole beings. We must hearken back to our to all the ancient collective wisdom that we have. And because I belong to this culture, I know my own ancient culture. I don't know many others, right? And I'm sure they are very wise too. So much wisdom, there's so much wisdom there. Suddenly, the whole idea of development has become so materialistic. Suddenly, everything is so money driven. And as we are talking about new technologies, that is frightening too. Yasha, I'm very sorry to say that. That unless we can keep our moral compass straight, all these new technologies can lead to devastation. I want to call into to my aid Yuval Noah Harari. I'm sure many of you have read *Sapiens* and his next book, Homo Deus, etc. And he actually cautions us. He says that at the rate at which the world is changing and artificial intelligence is actually beginning to dictate terms, very soon people might be redundant. So we must be careful. We must be careful. And we must be able to guide the path of artificial intelligence and all the new technologies that we are getting so that we can harness them for the betterment of us and our fellow beings and the planet, and not harness them for pure efficiency, for monetary gains. Let me just give you an example. Some years ago now, this is about 10 years ago, in Brookings, there was a panel and they were talking about artificial intelligence and about what it is going to do to jobs in the future and to education. There was this Indian woman, though she lived in California, and she was working with some analytics company. And so they spoke very proudly about, we've developed this new system in which when we used it in a bank, we found that within a week, what it did was our robots could do more efficiently so that what 3,000 people were doing in 1 week now could be done in like an hour or so by just one person. And so just see how much it has improved efficiency. I just looked at her in Baroda. They had tried this out. I said, and madam, I really want to ask you, and what happened to those 3,000 people and their families? She really had no answer to that. So my point was that we can't be so taken up and by the glamour of the new technologies and think of them as inevitable. They are there, and they can do a lot of good for humankind in healthcare, for example. They can bring down diseases. They can bring down margins of error. At the same time, we must not forget who we are and we must not forget our moral compass. It can lead to huge devastation and it can change the face of the world in a way in which there are many people who are redundant, out of jobs, and we can lead to more devastation. So, as to conclude, I have a very simple message. My message is just this, that it is important, I think, for educational institutions to look at education not just as an individual good, not just as linked to livelihoods, but as you are doing, and I'm delighted to hear that, but to look at it as a way in which we can lead to greater social justice, active democratic citizenship, and of course, sustainability. And also to understand sustainable development in a very broad way. Not just in terms of climate change. Of course, it's very important. The planet doesn't exist, then how does anything matter? But at the same time, about human sustainability, the sustainability of human values, of our moral compass. That is a very important thing to put inside there too. So I will end by saying that education, and I'm delighted that your society is taking this up, Education is a very powerful social and individual transformative force, provided education is transformed. I think education needs very great innovative thinking. But once again, let's not translate innovative only into mechanical innovations, only into technological innovations. Let's go deeper than that. And let's look at the kind of moral innovation it needs, the kind of social innovation it needs. Our focus is entirely on social, political, emotional development. And we believe that education is the answer because it shapes mindsets. So once again, I think the question that all of us as educators should be asking, and students too, and leading our students to ask and find answers to, is who am I and how am I related to the universe and others in it? And let's be guided by our own Mahavakya, Aham Brahmasmi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was truly inspiring to hear your story from why you began to why we should begin towards making a social change with social innovation and encouraging us to accept and adopt Aham Brahmasmi as a life's mantra.
Thank you, Saru. And thank you very much for inviting me, and it's been a great pleasure. And good luck for for today and for tomorrow.
Thank you, Roshi ma'am. Thank you for joining us. It is our pleasure and our really we are thankful from the family of VES Institute. We are really blessed. Thanks. Thank you. We'll connect again. Bye.
We shall now move on to a talk by a prominent industry expert, Dr. Roshan Miranda. Dr. Roshan is the founder and director at Bintix Waste Research that provides waste management solutions to individual households in multiple cities across India. He leads the overall operations, innovations, and strategy at Waste Ventures India. He has also worked as a consultant at the Boston Consulting Group. I now request you, sir, to share your vast technical knowledge and experience with all of us here today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Saloni. If you guys, all of you can hear me well, I'll get going. So one of the key things I always talk about whenever we look at social enterprises or innovation in the social sector or developmental sectors is that it's very important to have the impact that we desire that we want to have. I mean, we all come into these sectors for a reason, right? It's because you either want to impact some human form. It could be because you want to work with the bottom of the pyramid, you want to work with farmers, you want to work with waste pickers, and you might have a lot of other social missions that you want to kind of drive. Those are some of the one good example of what impact you want to create. And second impact that a lot of people want to create is also environmental impact. Right, and that is again, we want to avert global warming. We want to make sure that instead of contributing to the warming, we are contributing more towards averting it. All right, those are other reasons why a lot of people do come into the sector. So you all come in with a social mission or environmental mission, and to make sure that sustainable development goals are reached, and we help countries and of course our Mother Earth in averting the catastrophe that we might be getting into. Right, those are all fantastic. Fantastic motivations for all of us to get in. But at the same time, whenever you do a social enterprise, one of the things that always is critical to keep in mind is because unless you are an NGO, or even if you're an NGO for that matter, how do you sustain yourself? Right? How do you continue to kind of drive that mission and make sure that you have capital your capital requirements are met? That's one of the key elements that which kind of drives whatever you do. I mean, how long you can continue to do that. Now, when I started along with a friend of mine, or rather a colleague of mine from BCG, his name was Rob Whiting. He's a white American from Florida who was excited about being in India and doing something in the developing sector. So he decided to come into waste management, and I kind of joined him. We both came to India in 2016, and then we started working on waste management. Fantastic! It was exciting. It was thrilling. We were excited because I was getting to work with waste pickers. We were helping them choose, for example, waste pickers pick a lot of valuable materials. Right? It's one of the reasons why India is one of the top recycling countries in the world. I don't know if you know this, but if there was a ranking of top recycling countries in the world, it would be India would be number one in it, or at least in the top three. Right? It's because these waste pickers continue to continue to kind of pick up the material and then pick up the material um, and then derive their livelihoods from it, right? Because whenever a waste picker picks up a water bottle, or for that matter a Pepsi bottle or a Coke bottle, he sells it at almost 40 rupees per kg today. Right? And also, if a waste picker picks up a shampoo bottle, then they, or any similar bottles, maybe your cream bottle, they sell it at almost 35 rupees per kg today. Right? So that's how they earn their livelihood. And because of that, they do one of the, they do actually make sure that a lot of plastic in India is actually handled by these waste pickers, picked up by them, and it's not ending up in the environment. That's fantastic. So we were getting to work with waste pickers and trying to get them to pick up material that they were not picking up otherwise, right? These include your chips and Maggie packets, right? Or your biscuit wrappers, all your carry bags. Those are all difficult, low-value plastics which they don't pick up. So we were trying to work with them to make them pick it up and build a value chain for it, right? What do we do with that plastic once it's collected? Why is it not being collected? It's because it doesn't have any value. How do we kind of bring that value? Those are all the things that we were thinking about. At the same time, I was getting to work with environmental goals, right? I was trying to, which was very close to me, which was fantastic. So these two things, being able to be in a social sector as well as and impact livelihood, as well as impact the environmental goals that we had, it was just brilliant, a fantastic experience, right? And we were also enabling waste pickers earn around 20 rupees more per day through these efforts, which is a small amount for us, but I think it's a very significant amount because these guys earn around 100 rupees per day. All right, so it was all going well, but then over the time, we realized that the business model we have is fantastic and it's working beautifully well. It impacts, but it needs innovation. Right, and it is something that drove us to that point because there were some frustrations we were getting. All right, and I think that's exactly what I want to kind of share with all of you today. I have a small presentation, if that's okay. I can share my screen and then take you through that. And I think what I want to kind of take you through is how do you think about impact on the one hand, at the same time profitability on the other hand, right? And it's very critical to have both. How do you kind of balance both? All right, and how do you kind of place your business in a place where it has both impact that you desire as well as it gives you the profitability, right? How do you balance both? It's very critical to kind of understand that. That's exactly what I want to kind of take you through. I'm going to share a presentation. Give me 1 second. So this is the journey of our, how we started Bintix and why we started it. It's one of the things that drove us to kind of think a little more innovatively and creatively. It's because of our frustrations in working with the waste management sector. So now, as I was telling you, it's very critical for us to think between balance between impact and profitability, and that's something we always think about. So what I've done is, I'm kind of showing you, a 2x2 matrix, right? On the x-axis is an impact, and on the y-axis is profitability, right? And impact is low on the left hand side, impact is high on the right hand side. Again, profitability is high on the on the y-axis on the higher side, and the lower is the profitability is being lower. Now, why am I kind of talking about these two sectors? I mean, of course, what is also critical apart from impact and profitability is the scalability of the mission, right? How many livelihoods can you impact? That is very critical too. But now that scalability actually depends a lot on the profitability too. If you're profitable, then you can scale your venture to multiple people. More people would want to adopt it, right? And more people would be excited to kind of push your venture from behind. So profitability becomes a very critical factor, right? For anybody to kind of for anybody to kind of think about if they want to be in the social sector, right? Now, what I always say is, let's work on the low impact and kind of high profitability space, right? If you're working in low impact and low profitability space, just stay away from it. It's not worth it. I don't know why you. It's neither a good business nor you're giving anything to any environment or the social causes. So just I would stay away from it. But there are a lot of companies that you kind of heard about. Most of successful business entities today work in this sector. Right? They don't have too much impact, but they do have very good profitability, and that's why they have sustained and they've lived for a long time. But here also, you can think about some kind of an impact, right? If you ever end up in such organizations, or if you end up creating an organization like that, it's absolutely fine, because there are a lot of opportunities for you to kind of bring in the impact thinking there too. For example, gender equal pay, right? How do you kind of make sure that women and men are paid equally? This is possible in any organization, and I think it's something that they should be doing. There are a lot of informal sectors, people who are in the informal, people who are in the informal space, who are trying to kind of get to formal space, but they don't. Because of the cost of the labor, right? ESI, PF being not, those are the things that, if you're starting on your own, I would suggest start thinking about them from the beginning, right? ESI and PF. If there are entrepreneurs in the, amongst the audience, it's something for you to think about. And if you want to be in the social sector, start thinking about it from the beginning, right? Cheap labor is fantastic for profitability, but at the same time, I think that's a minimum you can do for your human labor, right? And think about sustainable initiatives within the organization, right? Using less plastics, maybe doing something for transgenders, and there are many other things that you can do. Just even in the space that you kind of stay. I have seen a lot of organizations kind of create space for disabled folks. Right? That's just brilliant, right? Your organization doesn't need people to be standing, so you can actually let people manage the whole organization even if they're unable to stand. That's okay. That's fantastic. That's amazing initiative, right? So you still have a lot of scope to kind of think about impact, even if you are in a more profit-oriented organization. But that's not the space we are focusing on today, right? In the conference, what we're focusing is on the right hand side, right? Where there's high impact, and then we need to think about profitability, right? Now, if you think about it, there are a lot of organizations which do not have profitability as their focus, but have very high impact. These are all NGOs. There are multiple of them working, amazing impact being created. People are winners of Magsaysay Awards, Nobel Prizes. It's just brilliant to see these people thrive, right? And that is a brilliant space. But not, a lot of times what we have, or at least what I think, is that NGOs, although there are tons of them who have seen scale, many of them remain as a niche, initiatives. Right? You find it really difficult to scale NGO initiatives because there's always need for capital, and that doesn't come easy. Right, and it's difficult, and it doesn't attract talent of all kinds to come in there and then be part of it. People will have to be extremely committed, and people will have to be extremely focused on impact and not on any in other aspects of the lives for them to be kind of thriving in NGO space. And that kind of people are not many, and it's not easy to find them, and it becomes difficult to kind of scale because of talent requirement as well as the capital requirement, right? So that's about low profitability and low impact. But I want you to focus on the next two, right? Something where the profitability is medium. There is profitability. It helps you sustain, and it has very high impact. One of the examples is other enterprise I co-founded, which is VES Ventures India, along with Rob Whiting. This place, and it is ably run by a girl called Sahiti Snigdha today, and an amazing team she leads. So now this enterprise does amazingly well in making sure that they're breaking even, they have a little bit of profit, and they do an amazing work with 6,000 waste pickers and so on. But and it's already in 3 cities, in Hyderabad, in Chennai, in Delhi. But one of the things that was frustrating to me while I was in Waste Ventures India, and I continue to remain on the board, and it's closer to me. But at the same time, we wanted innovation, right? And there is a good example of that innovation in the world, microfinance for that matter, right? I mean, you guys know about Yunus social, Mohammed Yunus, Professor Yunus, amazing personality. There's Ela Bain in India. There are other guys in India too who have done microfinance and who have kind of made a big thing, including Vijay Mahajan. So there is brilliant business sense that was brought in just micro lending, right? This is where people said it doesn't matter even if you're lending to somebody who may not have credit history, or history of paying, or a sustainable salary, right? You can still lend to these people and you can still build business out of it. That's what these guys said, and that's what these guys believed in, and they have built that microfinance into a huge organization now. Today, some of the major banks are also in the microfinance space. Now, what you've done, what these guys have done, is that they took a difficult sector, a development sector, and converted that into not anymore driven by only impact. Right? It's a true business sense. Anybody can get in. Any bank can get into it. Right? Public sector banks are in it. Private banks are in it. Right? It's no more a social sector. It's extremely critical to bring that change, because once you bring that change, it becomes absolutely scalable. You can actually think about everybody and anybody getting that microfinance loans. Right? That is just possible. We were thinking, how do we make that happen in waste management? Right? How do we kind of bring a change? The waste is kind of perceived. One thing we thought was that waste, is stuck in a value battle, right? Some things in the waste, for example, water bottles, shampoo bottles, maybe newspapers, are all very well valued, right? And that's why they never stay in the corner of the street that you may have. What stays in the corner of the street is, mostly these chips packets, biscuit wrappers, chocolate wrappers, and those are the ones which stay in the corner of the street, right? Some things are valued very high, which is why it's picked up, but some things are not valued very high, so it's not picked up at all. So that kind of derives most of the problems in the waste, at least in India and a lot of developing sector. Right now, how do we kind of change that narrative? That's what we're thinking. And what we thought was that, like it was in microfinance, it was very critical to get innovative in this. Very, very critical to think about innovative ideas. How do we change it? What we realized was that we were sitting on a treasure trove of data. Right? Waste is equal to data. So if you take waste from a given household, like it is in this bag now, you can actually understand, hey, what are their breakfast preferences? Right? Do they cook a lot of homemade food, or do they actually go and then buy a lot of Western breakfast like cornflakes and so on, or do they actually buy ready to cook and ready to heat food? You can actually get to know that. You can actually get to know just by looking at the waste. Are people moving from regular consumption to organic consumption? Right? Becoming more and more organic and sensitive to chemicals in the food, and so they are taking up organic. Are people now trying out different kinds of cuisines? Right? Are people trying out paneer now, being a South Indian household? So you can actually get to know a lot about a household consumption just by looking at the waste. Now, what this does, you kind of have to appreciate the idea, is that now, because every waste item which is in the bag is a data point for bin takes, it's extremely critical for us to collect everything. It doesn't matter whether it's a water bottle or a shampoo bottle, or even if it's a chips packet, because chips packet is a data, and we get to know what kind of chips do the households consume. So we have to make sure that we collect it too. We have to make sure that it is, milk packets are collected too. So we pay for all kinds of waste, and we incentivize segregation of waste, right? So that they give us all dry waste that they have in a household, because they get paid for it, right? And this is not possible otherwise if you think about it as a material alone. Because as a material alone, you don't want to pay for something that you don't make money from. You want to pay for, maybe for your pet bottles, maybe for your shampoo bottles, but not for any of these other items that I told about, right? So here we want everything, all kind of dry waste we need, and hence we pay for that waste. It's incentivized segregation, right? Now, what this kind of thinking does, it changes your thinking. The way you think is that now waste has become a data, and now waste management company like Bintex is becoming a huge data center and becoming data analytics company. It's working with consumer goods companies, providing them market analytics, market research data, understanding, for example, a lot of our clients want to understand what is happening in the market, right? Am I the most, what's my position as a competitor in households which consume me? Right? Am I the third biggest brand or the number one base brand, right? And what are the changes that are happening in the market, right? Are there any new players coming in? How are they affecting our market? Right? And then can we do something in the packaging space? Can we make bigger packets, right? And how do we combine products? What are the people consuming who are consuming our product? So it becomes a huge data factory. But waste management remains core to the whole thing, because we have to collect all types of waste for us to make sure that we have an accurate data and representative data, right? So now we have changed waste management into more of data analytics company, and that is the innovation we brought in. And now, of course, this sits on top of the existing value chains, and there's the existing revenue models in the waste management space. We continue to recycle all the material, we make money there. We continue to work in the plastic credits and EPR platforms. We continue to so what you have to appreciate is that existing models do stay, they don't go away, but the data sits on top of it. So anything money you make from data, that becomes kind of your bonus, right? Like any other waste management company, you do leverage all other materials, all other plastic credits, EPR, and everything, make money from it, but data is additional and novel, right? That kind of adds the value. So that's the innovation we have made, and I'll go back to this slide here, and to kind of urge you to think. When you think about impact, it's very critical, and you may, and I would urge you to be on the right hand side of the impact, where the impact is very high. It calls for entrepreneurs to think very, very creatively and kind of innovatively. And it's possible to kind of think beyond the classical thinking, or it's possible to think beyond what is just generally happening and go with the flow, and to think a little more differently, so that you kind of disrupt the sector, right? You kind of bring in different types of thinking, different types of profitability, and hence you've actually converted a given sector that you're working in into completely different sector, which is profitable, which actually brings in a lot of formalization into the sector, and plus helps people who are working in the sector. Today, Bintix works with waste pickers in Bangalore, and waste pickers earn much more than what they could have earned in any other classical models of waste management. And Bintix is building a model where anybody, any waste management entity today in India can work with Bintix, because Bintix wants to be in the data space, and it wants to work with entrepreneurs across India. And we do work with entrepreneurs across Waste Ventures India, Sampurna, SM Innovation, Prithvi Innovation, and Shudla. These are all guys who are doing amazing work in waste management, and they're our partners. So anybody and everybody in the waste management industry becomes our partner. So we enable entrepreneurs who are already in the sector, in the local space, to kind of build something bigger along with Bintix. So I think innovation is key. Coming back to my point, innovation is extremely key. And I urge you to think a little more creatively, innovatively, and that helps everybody and anybody. And big idea need not come today, right? It did not come just because you're sitting there and then you're doing it. You're thinking about what do I do? Actually, big ideas come while you're working with small ideas, right? They build on it. And our experience, and my experience, and the people who worked with me in West Ventures India, who are now leading part of Bintix, all were part of it. We all learned by doing smaller things in West Ventures India. So that's where we are. So it's extremely critical to think innovatively, so that you're profitable, you have impact, high impact. Keep that as your core whenever you think about social enterprises, and then build something really, really nice, something that is exciting for everybody. That's about what I have, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful session and for sharing your unique business model that works towards impacting livelihood and impacting environmental goals with sustainability. And thank you for sharing your brilliant idea of generating data from waste. It has surely got us all thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roshan sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here, and all the best to everybody. And appreciate you making me part of the conference. Thank you so much.
I would now like to introduce and take this opportunity to invite our esteemed personality and our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Kalpana Sankar. Dr. Sankar is the managing trustee at Hand in Hand India. She holds a double doctorate in nuclear sciences and in women's studies and self help groups. She has co founded Hand in Hand India in 2004 and built the organization with its integrated approach to eradicate poverty. With her immense field experience, Dr. Sankar has handled several international missions in South Africa, Afghanistan, and Brazil, to name a few. She is also the managing director of Belstar Microfinance Limited, a leading microfinance company with a pan India presence. Dr. Sankar is the recipient of the Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa Global Award for Women Empowerment under the Individual Champions category. She has also received the Government of India's Nari Shakti Puraskar for her contribution to the empowerment of vulnerable and marginalized women. Dr. Sankar, we are indeed fortunate to have you amongst us here today. I would now like to call you and invite you to deliver the keynote speech.
Hello, Saloni.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Karna has joined, right?
Looks like ma'am.
Wait, wait.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Can I have the presentation, please?
Yes. Rakesh.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I want to especially thank Dr. Nisha Pandey and the VES Business School for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk about social innovation, businesses, and sustainability. I will share based on the experience with Hand in Hand India. Next, please. I also want to welcome the other panelists and all the participants. Hope you find this two-day event very inspiring and you have a lot of takeaways, because we strongly believe that for the world to be just and for poor people to get access to all the services, it is good that we have social ventures, also complementing the big corporates. That way we'll be able to build an equitable society. So basically, Hand in Hand India is a not-for-profit organization, and our goal is is to work for job creation and poverty alleviation. We believe in UNDP's multi deprivation index. So we have developed a 5 pillar approach to tackle poverty. Next, please. And we started working with children. We quickly realized that poverty was a causal factor. So our goal is to focus on the women, and through women we uplift the families and the communities. And we want to ensure that our interventions are sustainable. So we believe in giving them sustainable solutions. So we have a four-prong approach. We not only give them skill training, business coaching, and also access to savings and other government schemes. We also give them business coaching, so that microfinance is provided by our uh, microfinance arm Wellstar, and together both the solutions are able to uplift the poor people. Next. We started our journey with child labor, and even for me it was what to say, the grassroots experience gave me a lot of learnings. I was working for government of Tamil Nadu at the policy level. So when you work at the policy level, you are not really tuned into what is happening at the grassroots. We found many children out of school, not attending school. So we had to understand the situation of those children, and then we worked with the local sarpanch, the local committees, and then the parents of these children. And we had to work with the schools also to receive the children. Through that process, we could actually make nearly 1,100 villages in the country child friendly. By child friendly, we mean that at any point of time, all the children in those villages are going to school, and we actually strive and work with the communities to ensure they at least reach 1,100, they complete class 10, and we ensure that the 1,100 villages where we were working are child friendly till date. And just to give you a feel for what we can do in the social space, generally, when it is a social development sector, people tend to think it is something, it's very limited. We cannot achieve great scale. So generally, even when the vision document, people restricted their potential or their belief. I think when you dream or when you plan the strategy for your organization, you should be able to actually visualize and have the big picture. Because once you have the big picture, you have a good team, then you have government, and you have lot of like-minded individuals supporting your cause. We partnered with NSDC and a lot of corporates to actually develop the skill development vertical, and the training programs have become very standardized because of NSDC sector councils, and we adopted that. And we have a lot of evaluation techniques to ensure that they are either employed or self-employed. And women empowerment and job creation has become the driver of this organization. We mobilized women into groups, and then we gave them a lot of services through which they either create a new enterprise, or if they are having some enterprise, they're able to expand and give jobs to other people in the livelihood. We have formed nearly 2.2 million self-help groups across 18 states in India. Healthcare, we ensure people have access to good government health facilities. So we work with local PHCs, Anganwadis, trying to renovate them with support from corporates, and trying to help the poor and needy with the health care. We want to focus on preventive health care. And environment, it has become the need of the hour, because climate change is affecting all irrespective of whether they are rich or poor, and poor people get affected more. So we started our interventions both in the solid waste management and the natural resource management. We work with farmers and NABARD to ensure water conservation, and also we are helping farmers to improve their technical competency to so that the farmers can have a increase in income. We are also helping them with technology so that they get the inputs based on the technical advancements which are happening in our country. And we have tried to experiment in nearly 450 villages. When we got an opportunity, we tried to combine all the learnings from the different pillars and try to uplift a village along with the local sarpanch and the committee members. Next, please. And this was over a period of time, a lot of students started coming to hand in hand to have an exposure. Even we get students from different colleges within and outside of India. We felt it would be a good idea to have an academy of our own, because we felt that the mentorship is required, especially in the social space, because there are a lot of good models, but it is not written as a case study. Very less is spoken about those successful ventures, and some people are very passionate, but they need inputs on management. Some people are good, having managerial skills, but they need good ideas. So we had the academy focuses on two types of target audiences. Basically, social entrepreneurs who need handholding and support to scale up their enterprises. They are budding social entrepreneurs. They have a good idea. They need either funding or they need somebody to validate the business model. We also work with the poor people at the bottom of the pyramid, our self-help group women. Even after COVID, our team has managed to conduct nearly 45 webinars and Zoom meetings. Now it's a very enriching for us to see our self-help group women operate the smartphone, join in the Zoom call or a webinar. And they're willing to pay, and even they want some input so that they can scale their business. We have to give them new ideas, as many sectors have not opened up after COVID. That is what the academy does. Next, please. So basically, the context I thought for this keynote address, why are we doing these? Why should we focus on the social business or the social sector, and why it is relevant in our country? India, we know that we are having a very the demographic dividend is a very big plus in comparison to other countries like China or Japan for India. So we should leverage on our strengths. We have young people, and in terms of technology, mobile, the penetration is as good as any of the other developed countries. And in terms of infrastructure, government is doing a lot of initiatives to bridge the rich-poor divide. And there is a lot of impetus to entrepreneurship. So we felt these are the good things which are available, and we should leverage on what is available to provide for the poor, so that the rich poor divide, which is still a cause of concern, can be addressed. So that is relevant in today's context. But if you talk about the poor people, because not many of them are interested in going for self-employment, they have limited ideas and scope. Youth are not actually focusing on employable skills, so they need hand-holding and mentorship. And even in some parts of the society, women are advancing. We have a very favorable constitution, but still cultural inhibitions remain. And we are also learning. Financial and digital illiteracy are prevalent, so that we have to give a lot of focus on that, so that poor people can benefit out of the financial and digital environment which is currently available. Because 2 years before, we never expected a vegetable vendor would transact through Google Pay. Today, all those things are happening. So we should train and coach them so that they make use of the technology, but at the same time they do it carefully, and we are not cheated by others. Next. So social innovation, we have done at the organization level. At one stage, we had about 400,000 clients. At that point of time, we decided through the trust, through the NGO setup, there are limitations in scaling up microfinance. So we have a separate setup, a for-profit company called Bellstar Microfinance Limited, which is offering credit at an affordable price whenever poor people need. That is a separate entity by itself. And then when you we have actually set up 3 or 4 social enterprises at the hand in hand level. That was based on the learnings which we got from hand in hand. For waste management also, we felt that there's a lot of impetus given by government. So we have a section 8 company which handles waste. It's called it's Inclusive Development Services. They handle solid waste management and all the waste management activities. Similarly, we have set up a small trust called the Helping Hand Trust. That trust actually helps in marketing of the SAG produce products, because people need a channel. Through one of the CSR partners, we helped in developing an app so that women can transact and benefit out of the digital divide. It came as a boon after COVID when lockdown was prevalent. People used WhatsApp and the app to actually sell their produce and get the returns. And fourth innovation, what we have done is we have set up a e-commerce site for the farmers. So when we find we develop the proof of concept at hand in hand. After 2 or 3 years, when we feel it is sustainable, we hive it off and move it as a separate for-profit entity. This is what we have done. So as I told you, that is at the organization level. At the people level, what are the some of the activities which we have done is getting people together. Poor people get a lot of strength when they are in a group. Individually, they don't speak up. So we have formed network. Each cluster of villages, we have a network. Through the network, they are able to act as agents of social change. If they want street light, if they want some services from the government, they are able to lobby effectively. And some of the CLNs have ensured that all the government, prime ministers, insurance schemes, they are promoting all that so that people are not vulnerable. And if suppose somebody has an accident or something, they ensure that they immediately get that compensation. So these networks are a very big catalyst for poor people. And so through we are also trying to give equal opportunities, because in terms of taking the digital innovation, everything to the rural areas, so that giving them also an opportunity to enjoy the benefits of digitization. In terms of gender, there is a lot of social conditioning in some of the rural areas. So we have our constitution has provided with a reservation at the local body level. So we encourage women to participate in those elections, and also women. It was very heartening. One of my colleagues had actually returned from Rajasthan. She had highlighted how during COVID, the only income which some 45 family had was because of the employment we have given. We were able to manage the entire crisis because of the salaries given by the NGO. So through VES, we have 65% women working in states, some of the states. So this is how we actually try to empower women, and the SAGs through the training and credit, they have their own income generation activity. Then they start getting respect not only from the family members but from the government and the society at large. Access to clean water is also a fundamental necessity for everyone. And poor people, some of them, the drudgery they have in fetching a pot of water. So there also people try to see what is the innovation that we can do, what is the technology aspect we can bring in. So they've tried out solar power based borewell and even recharge pits. So that is making life very easy, and it's removing the drudgery of the poor communities. Then a new innovation they tried in Gujarat was seesaw pump in children play area at government government schools. And then one more thing is like it is not innovation for the sake of innovation. A lot of things are done with passion. We felt especially after COVID, hospitals were overwhelmed, so we have set up help desk. It is really solving the problems of the people who go to the hospital at the nth hour. We are running 4 help desks, 3 in Tamil Nadu and 1 we have set up at Jharkhand. Poor people find it very beneficial. Some of them come alone. Even they need blood in the middle of the night. So our help desk people, it is a very small investment. It is being done with a lot of passion. It is helping the poor people and the hospital services to manage, especially during a crisis like COVID. And we are encouraging poor people. We are actually training them on all the various schemes available with the government, so that they can get the benefits of the social security which the government of India is offering. And as I rightly said, as I said before, like networks or the collectives give a lot of bargaining power to the poor people. So in terms of procurement, or in terms of even advocacy or bargaining for water, even it was all those things where we could not even imagine such a situation 10 years back. Now people in NP, they come together, they're able to negotiate with the government, get water or even roads. So they're able to make petition, and they're invited to NABARD and other KVK and other forums where they participate on along with the officials. That itself is a very big empowerment for those poor people. So we believe this shared value will bring about an equitable society. And we have set up a lot of science labs because we felt not only the rich children but even the poor children should get the best benefits from with what is happening. So we have experimented that with several government schools in terms of smart class labs with latest technology, so that they get an exposure of how life is, and the interested children pursue and take it up as a career. Next. So, what has worked very well, if you ask me, like the group concept in the initial stage, it was like an entry point. So that helped poor people to come together, that gave them a platform for them to network and lobby, and even for procurement, it gave them an edge because of the they came as a group. And using that social mobilization platform to take them to the next level, now we are using the digital framework because we believe in this era, like everybody should so training them importance of more 99.9% have Aadhaar now. People who want to start their business, helping them to get a PAN card and even register with the government portal so that they can get benefits of subsidies, and also training programs. That is some of the initiatives which we are doing, so that they get access to all the government benefits which are available for the specific category of people. And in terms of gender and rights, by bringing them together as a group and also talking to them about their entitlements. First is economic empowerment. Once they have their own business and they start earning income, they start investing in education of the children. We also inculcate that educate and tell them about the importance of educating girl child, and that's how we are trying to we take to them all the government schemes so that women also get entitlements. Next, please. Last but not least, this is one of the key intervention which has helped our communities to climb the ladder in terms of value chains. We have not worked on several sectors. We have focused on 4-5 sectors where we have brought about a meaningful change in the lives of the poor people by because we have understood the various elements in the value chain which can act as levers for increased income. in terms of milk value chain, organic produce, garment. So these three and farmer producer organizations, our team has worked there across the entire value chain, and they've tried to eliminate middlemen through technology so that the benefit can pass on to the people who are producing them, either SHGs or farmers. Especially after COVID, many of them did not have livelihoods. All these interventions went a long way in helping them. Even for community owned infrastructure, be it drinking water, we are training them so that these interventions, they have to take responsibility for these interventions, and it has to be managed well. So we mentor them, and then over a period of time, they run these enterprises. Next, please. I've spoken a lot about the network and how it gives not only social empowerment but also economic empowerment, and they are able to use that and leverage to self-produce among themselves, also to have access to other various facilities offered by the government. They learn from each other. Peer-to-peer learning also happens through these networks, and they get recognition from government and various other uh, key stakeholders because of these initiatives. So to conclude, I would say technology, all of us have a lot of good ideas. The social entrepreneurs are very passionate. Because of that passion only, they want to work in the sector basically. And to leverage or to make it a success, we should, in this current age, there has to be some differentiation factor. Our technology can play a vital role in being the differentiation factor. In addition to technology, I think for scaling up, one has to find out, analyze for each sector. They have to do something which is niche. Only then they can be competitive. And once they learn, we have seen women from Kanchipuram traveling to Gujarat to procure saris, and then so they learn the market very quickly. Only thing, we have to handhold them in the initial stages to give them that sort of exposure. It has been a very fulfilling journey working with the poor people in our country and as well as in other countries, because all they look for is some catalyst, some helping hand who can show them the way, because they're willing to invest their money, their time. But because they do not have a proper formal education or a business degree, they are handicapped. So as business schools, I would request you also to mentor some of the entrepreneurs from the nearby villages, because they need that sort of mentoring support that will help them to scale up their enterprises, and they can in turn provide jobs. I think in our country, job creation is one issue which all of us should try to address. And you see what is happening in other countries. It is nobody only looks at government jobs. They also look at what other revenues are available, and we have to be skillful to actually to be sustainable in, and also not to scale up such enterprises. I think business schools can play a very vital role in acting as mentors to the social entrepreneurs, especially the first generation social entrepreneurs. Next. So it is not enough if we start something. We should ensure sustainability, and we should work with the communities so that they protect whatever has been invested through corporates, through government. They should take responsibility, whether it is an RO, a plant, or it can be a renovated Anganwadi or a school. The local citizens should take the responsibility of maintaining it. I think all the social entrepreneurs should also train and work with the communities, and whatever we have learned, we should actually train more number of people, because only then we have around 6 lakh villages. for the entire good practices to trickle down for the people to benefit. I think we should actually train and empower the local communities. They in turn should actually take care of the local infrastructure, and then I'm sure we can in our time, in our lifetime itself, we can see equitable society within India. Thank you very much for this opportunity. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer.
for delivering the keynote speech on the five-pillar approach to eradicate poverty. The work and the idea and the story is indeed inspiring.
Thank you very much.
I feel privileged to introduce an innovation expert, Mr. Manish Anand. Mr. Anand is the CEO of iHub Divya Sampark Technology Innovation Hub at IIT Roorkee. He is an alumnus of IIT Kanpur. He has also co founded two social ventures in healthcare and education. Prior to his entrepreneurial journey, Mr. Manish served as the head of financial services of Fiat Chrysler Automobiles India and Hyundai Capital India. Indeed, a magnificent personality. I now request you, sir, to address the audience and share your knowledge and expertise. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Saloni. Do I have the presentation rights, like sharing rights?
Yes, sir, you may share your
Yes, sir,
screen.
very much.
Okay, okay. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you, organizing team, for inviting me into this conference. Actually, I represent this company called iHub Dib Sampark, located at IIT Roorkee. It's a joint initiative of Department of Science and Technology and IIT Roorkee. So our role is to enable innovation, and of course, social innovation is also an important aspect of this. So today I will talk about our initiative, how we are going to help innovators so that they can in turn help society, right? So this is our tagline. We are trying to catalyze innovation via diversity and flexibility. And just to mention that our funds are not only for IIT Roorkee. As an innovator, as a student, or an entrepreneur, whether you are located in India, you will be able to enjoy our funds. So that funding part also I will explain in the later part of my presentation. So about us, we are a Section 8 company. Started by Government of India to enable innovation ecosystem, and this was a part of national mission called National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System, which was a part of budget announcement in 2019. So at central government level, it is being coordinated by a high-level committee headed by Niti Aayog CEO, and then there are other secretaries like Mighty Secretary, Heavy Industry Secretary, part of this coordination committee. So this is being monitored at a very high level because this program is very urgent. As you know, we are moving towards Industry 4.0 or Society 5.0, where technology is going to play a critical role. So whether we accept it or not, these technologies are coming very fast, and we need to prepare India for that. And of course, this is also going to impact the bottom of the pyramid. So because they are most vulnerable to this technological change. So we need to think how we can protect them and how we can support them. So why we came into existence? That is the basic question, right? So you know that there are many IITs, NITs, technical institutes in India, and we are doing very good in terms of publishing papers, right? But that should not be the ultimate aim. Publishing paper is one thing, but actually converting those ideas into real product that can be used by most of the people in India is the ultimate aim. So if you look at our ranking, we are ranked number 3. But when it comes to innovation, our ranking is almost like 56 or 57. At this stage, it is very important also to define what do I mean by innovation. Is it same as invention? Because sometimes people think that innovation are the same thing. But it's very important to understand this difference. So actually innovation and invention are not the same, right? So turning an idea into solution that addresses a specific challenge and then add value from a customer perspective, that is called innovation, right? So if you look at from economic point of view, this invention and innovation are just opposite, right? In invention, you put a lot of money as an investment, and then as a result, you come up with this knowledge, right? You put money, you did invention, and then knowledge is coming out of that. How to use that knowledge into converting a product, that is important now, because that will bring this money back, right? So that we can further invest in invention and then we can complete this cycle. So here sustainability is very important. We cannot keep on investing only in publishing paper. Ultimately, we need product or services out of that knowledge that we are generating through research. So that is the focus. So that's why government thought that we need a special purpose vehicle kind of an arrangement. So they started this Section 8 company within IITs and NITs to enable these processes. And they have also given a lot of financial and managerial flexibility to implement these ideas. So now there is a philosophical question. At this stage, you might be thinking that we are a researcher, we are a student, why we need to create this wealth, right? Our focus would be to gain knowledge, excel in this academia and research field. Why to go for this wealth creation, right? Whether we should worship Saraswati ji or whether we should worship Lakshmi ji. So that debate is already there. Like many professor or many students you will meet, they will say that no, our job is not to make money. Our job is to learn things and then further disseminate it. So here we are debating. So I'm not saying that everybody should be involved in converting this idea into product. What I'm saying is few people should at least take this challenge of converting idea into products that will bring money back into the system, and we can maintain this sustainability, because we cannot expect government to keep on putting money for just for the purpose of research. We need some return. So your return is important, and we need to think like a businessman in that sense. So even if say 10% professors or researchers or students are thinking in converting these ideas, technological ideas into product, that is fine. So not everybody needs to be an entrepreneur or a businessman. So we need to think from this perspective where we are fitting, right? If we are a good academician, we are a good researcher, that is fine. But we should make an arrangement where all this knowledge generation should ultimately convert into product. Otherwise, what will happen that some outsider will come, they will use our knowledge, convert into product, and they will start selling to us, and then money will flow out of this country. So that is a philosophical question that we need to discuss. Now, when we talk about innovation, we also need to talk about innovation ecosystem, because alone a researcher cannot convert that idea into product. They need support from different entity, different stakeholders of this innovation ecosystem. So as a hub, we are sitting in between, right? We are sitting here, and what we are trying to do is to connect all the stakeholders, be it policymaker, global connects, then industry, future entrepreneurs, startups, institute, research, and everybody, bringing them on a single platform. and to create some venture, whether it is social venture, social impact venture, or pure profit making venture. Right? So you need to bring them all on the same platform. So what has happened so far in India when we talk about the success of many startups, like I have listed few startup at the bottom, Flipkart, Ola, and Urban Company and all. Of course, they are contributing to society, but if you look at the success story, this success story is only coming through the interaction of this startup and the funding agency. There is no role of researcher, policymaker, global connect from industry. And this is true for any venture that is just doing job of a matchmaking, right? But there are many other areas where you need use of technology, and that technological knowledge should come from the institute like IITs, NITs, or triple IITs. So we need to create this innovation ecosystem, then only that conversion will happen. So that is what we are trying to do it. So we are not only connecting them, but we are going one step further. So what we are doing, rather just connecting should not be the enough, because ultimately you need money, you need funding to convert these ideas into products. So we are also providing funding support to those researchers, innovators, and students. So I will talk about in detail, and you can also stop me in between if you have any question, because it's very important to understand what are the opportunities available for you researchers or innovators from our side. Right, as I said, it looks easy that, okay, you have an idea and convert into a product. But this is a very tough journey and a very long journey. So most of the researchers, they stop here. They get some funding, they do research and publish paper. But this entire valley of death, they are not able to cross, right? So you need to translate those knowledge into product, then you need to do beta testing, alpha testing. These are complicated terminologies, but you need to interact with your future customers. What are their needs? And those future customers could be a very high-tech savvy guy sitting in Mumbai, and also a farmer in a village, right? They also may be facing many problems that can be solved by technology. And our previous speaker also, she touched upon slightly like how these technologies are going to be very important when we are thinking of helping them. So can we come up with some technology that will ultimately help those poor guys, help those farmers who are facing a lot of challenges at the ground? So this process is not easy, but again, this is worth trying. This is what I'm trying to present. So our focus is in terms of technology domain very specific, but if you look at it, it covers almost everything, right? So whenever you are thinking about a smart world, smart devices, we are there. So whether it is Internet of Things, smart cars, smart cities, smart homes, smart farming, smart manufacturing. So we are dealing with all those kind of technologies, and we are supporting innovators to pursue their entrepreneurial or innovation related journey. So now coming to the funding part. So as a funding, this is a very huge mission. So if you look at from purchasing power parity measures, government has funded $1.5 billion, right? So this amount to almost like 36,000 crore in Indian rupees in real term. And then we are providing funding support from variety of ways, right? One funding is to researcher or industry for industry or social impact specific product development. We are also supporting PhD fellows by way of these fellowships. And then if you are able to get some industry partner, even we are having some top of funding. So this can go beyond 31,000 per month. Then we also have UG and PG fellowships. These are mainly for engineering students. And there we are giving this 10,000 and 12,000 rupees per month as a fellowship. Then we also, suppose you want to go for entrepreneurial journey. And then we have a very unique program called Entrepreneurs in Residence Fellowship. So those who are thinking of this journey, you may realize that all this idea comes as an impulse, right? Suddenly you think that my friend is starting a company, so I will also start a company. But what we are trying to do is we are saying that hold on, try these ideas, whatever you are thinking for certain period of time. And if you think that you are able to convert your idea into prototype, or at least mentally you are prepared for this big jump, then only jump. Otherwise, you go back to your normal, thing, do a job in a company, and then excel in your life. So this is a kind of a transition between your academic career and an entrepreneurial career, I would say. So once you are successful in this phase, what we are saying that we will also give you a startup funding, and that startup funding can go up to 50 lakhs and beyond also, depending on your idea and the social impact that you are trying to create. So these all these programs are well integrated to each other. So a UG fellow, if he or she is able to convert his idea or her idea into prototype, she can directly jump to this startup funding program and then start creating those ventures. So these are the funding opportunity that we are providing at this hub level. And so far, if you look at, although we started almost like 1 year back, but so far we have already supported projects worth 18 crores, right? So we have funding of almost like 135 crore at this hub, which I am representing. So in this first year, we have already supported ideas worth 18 crore. We are also supporting almost like 14 PhD students. There are 42 UG students that are being supported through this program. And we have funding to support many more. So what I am trying to give you a message that if you are an innovator, if you are a researcher, especially in technology domain and having a very good impact on the society, then you can approach us. Similarly, we are also connecting with many universities, including NITs, and to just sign contract and MOU so that we can do a skill development program, product innovation, especially for that particular area. Like we signed contract with NIT Sikkim, and there we are focusing on developing products for hilly areas because they face specific challenge that is very different from the plain areas. So depending on the location, depending on the interest of the university, we are signing individual contracts to support them. We are also supporting them in terms of incubation facility because technically we are an incubator. So suppose your university is not having that facility, so we can incubate your company, and we have different locations, we have different arrangement across India. So it's not necessarily that you need to come to IIT Roorkee and get incubated. In fact, recently we started an incubation center in Greater Noida. So that option is also available. Similarly, we are talking to many incubators in Mumbai, Goa, Thiruvananthapuram, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai. So in terms of incubation, you will be able to incubate you as per your choice of location. So these are the specific technology, but I will not go into detail because this is more like audience is here mix from social background and also technological background. But emphasis here is, if you look at the healthcare 4.0, so emphasis here is on affordable and accessible healthcare for every Indian, for example. And as you know, there are many people in villages, they do not have access to these healthcare facilities. So can we do from technology perspective so that they will be able to access those healthcare services, not only access, but accessing at an affordable price. So that could be one specific example where we have initiated so many projects. Similarly, we are also supporting MSMEs because they also need to go through this transition because ultimately everything will be digital. So can they compete the threat from China, Brazil, Korea, USA, Germany, and all? So we are preparing them in terms of skills. We are preparing them in terms of converting their factories into industry 4.0 model. Not 100%, but even if they are able to use few technologies, that would be very good for making them efficient and compete in the market. So just quickly, I wanted to go through because I want more time for interaction. If you have a question, in case you feel shy at this stage in interacting with this large presence of audience, I have listed my email ID and also I have listed my mobile phone. So I invite all the researcher, educational institutes, students, and entrepreneur to get connected with us, and we'll be very happy to support you in your innovation journey. So that is all I wanted to talk about. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Over to you, Saloni.
Thank you, sir, for sharing a wonderful idea and encouraging us to accept and adopt an integrated approach of blending academics, research with industry and innovation, and thus making a social change.
I invite student to have a question uh, from Mr. Anand related to funding. I think that is it is the most important and genuine session where people want money and they have idea. There are lots of idea, and but they always think that if they don't have money. So we have sought out this problem of money. Now there is no problem of money, but it is the question of your initiative, innovative idea. And at VESIM, we do lots of program related to social problem and innovative business solution. We call it Sarvodaya. And since last 4 5 years, we have conducted this program of Sarvodaya, where a student has to find out some social problem where generally academicians or a researcher, I feel like, where market and state failed, or maybe they're not able to reach out fully. I'm not telling you they are not trying, but sometimes the problems are so rooted, the schemes are on the papers, and they try to, government try to reach, but somehow because of the structure of society and the mindset, it is not 100% possible to reach till that point where social entrepreneurs or the maybe entrepreneurs or the local change maker can reach. With this context, our Vivekanand Society, all management institute, we used to focus on Yuva for Seva. We are focusing on Yuva for Seva. It is our very flagship program where our institute, we have designed one program, Yuva for Seva, where we sent our student for 21 days, means 3 weeks, to serve, to go to a rural area or maybe NGO. They give training to NGOs people, they give their managerial skill support to the NGO, and they also serve the society, and they try to understand the sensitivity towards society. That is a well designed program which we are doing. So I think there is a little bit more concentrated efforts is required, where we can train our student towards to become more sensitive about the beyond ideation idea, and then how to implement that idea, how to execute that idea, and then make it operationalize the idea. तो हम रुक जाते हैं आइडिएशन तक, एंड आइडिएशन के बाद हम वहां तक जाते हैं, रिपोर्ट सबमिट करते हैं, रिपोर्ट बनाते हैं, एंड देन आफ्टर दैट नेक्स्ट सेमेस्टर. So I urge to all the students that do not stop till the project submission. There are many things, and there are many forums where they can get that opportunity to encash their ideas, their innovative initiative, and get money, funding agencies like you and others. So in that manner, I would like to invite student to ask question if they have question. Yes, student, do you have any question related to funding? No question? Wonderful, fantastic.
So normally they feel shy in asking in public forums. So that's why, if you wish, you can share my email ID and contact details, uh, so that they can ask me on individual basis.
Yeah, in fact, Manishji, what I think and our institute management think, we are creating ecosystem.
True.
So first point is that students feel that how to start and from which point they should start.
Mhm.
So they also start thinking from the last point that how I'm going to start, operation कैसे होगा, इसको
Mhm.
execute कैसे होगा. But what I used to think that first to ideate, first to have a your mindset. Yes, I am going to change. So whatever social innovation or maybe entrepreneurs, what entrepreneurs think, they have passion to change, passion to work. First point is passion. First point that to create change, then they start thinking. और मनी का कोई प्रॉब्लम मुझे अभी तक जो सब मेरी स्टडी से समझ में आता है, there are lots of people who are ready to give fund, but you should have a good idea. So students should think not from the last point that I will end the study and then I will start thinking and then I will go for funding. And we are helping for creating ecosystem
Yeah,
in
yeah,
our college. Yes, yes.
true.
So would be happy to connect again if they don't have any question or anyone anyone from PhD department. If they have any question, they are welcome to ask question.
So normally they do not ask. That is my experience. So they ask on individual basis. So that's why I have listed my email ID and phone number.
So can I ask question?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So generally, management student, yeah, Megha is there. Megha is asking question. Then I will ask my question. Yeah, Megha.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, ma'am. Am
Good
I
morning.
audible?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very audible. Yeah.
All right. So thank you. First of all, thank you so much for an interesting presentation. I am a PhD researcher and I'm in the initial stage now. And my question is not regarding funding as of now. It's just that I'm in the initial phase and I'm going through the different formats or different forms in which a non-profit organization exists in India. So
Mhm.
as you stated in your presentation in the first few slides that it is a registered 8A company as per
Mhm.
Indian law, and
Yes.
you are sourcing your funds from government, but you the IIT Hub do plan to have a self-sustainable model. So I
Yes.
would like to know how you are going to change the platform from funding to being a self-sustainable organization. I mean, how you plan to go about it. I'm actually more keen and I want to get into the details of how a non-profit organization exists on a sustainable basis without donations and charities from outside.
So R is a very unique initiative, and for us, it is little easier to be self-sustainable, right? So self-sustainability comes from two ways. One is whether you are independent of government funding, or you have some activities that can ultimately give you money back, right? So if you carefully look at our activity, what we are doing, we are creating these products also in association with the companies and the researchers, right? So we invest on those activities, and in return, obviously, the IP rights and the commercial right will belong to us, because entirely we are putting our money and also effort. Once this technology mature, then obviously this technology is going to market for a sell, technology transfer, or there could be a company started by this NGO. That is also a possibility, right? So that will bring money back to us, and that is what the main core agenda of our sustainability. So we will create product, that product will have commercial values, we will transfer that technologies to the company or the startup, and in return we will get certain percentage of revenue. Then we are also thinking of technology consultancy business, right? You know, many government agencies or even private agencies like big companies, they always look for some new technological ideas. And many times it is not possible for them to start their own research work, because you need to create a team, and then you need to buy instrument and all, which we are saying that you outsource those R&D activities to us, and we will explore, because being located inside IIT and also have connection with other IITs, we will be able to better manage those activities, and we will charge fee for that, because ultimately we are doing your work. So that is another sustainability model. Third, that we are trying is to educate many youth, right? So this skill development program is not fully funded by us. This is more like on sustainable basis, right? Suppose you want to get trained in new technology like artificial intelligence or IoT, then you need to pay partial. Initially, partial payment should come from your side, and ultimately this will run on a self-sustainable model. And then, of course, like any other NGO, we will also looking for CSR fund and all. So this is what we are planning at this stage. Hope I am able to answer your question.
Yes, sir. So definitely it helps. Just one more question regarding this. So when you start on a sustainable model and selling your products and technology and R&D innovations, does that change your status from a non-profit organization to a profit organization? Because
No.
then the legalities around it, because the tax exemptions and other facility that you enjoy as a non-profit, will it get affected when you start earning
So,
commercially?
so there is a difference between earning and disbursing that earning to your stakeholders, right? So as a non-profit organization, you are allowed to earn profit, but that profit cannot go outside company, because there are no stakeholders in terms of equity holders.
Yes.
So only when you disburse those profits out as a dividend to outsider, then your status will change.
All
So
right.
what is our plan is that we will make profit, and then again we will support another innovator,
All right.
right? This cycle
Got
will continue. And we are very lucky because this is being coordinated by Prime Minister Office and Niti Aayog. So, there are various conditions before you get many exemptions, like for CSR, right? You need to have 3 years of vintage. Before that, you cannot take CSR funding, even if you are an NGO, right?
Yes.
But luckily, we have got all those exemptions. Our existence is just 1 year, but due to intervention of Prime Minister Office and Niti Aayog, now we have all those certificates. In fact, very soon we will be able to get foreign funding, although we are just 1 year old NGO. And thanks to the support at the top level.
All right. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Nisha ji, can I have a question? Professor Kulkarni here.
Why
Yeah,
not? Why
please
not?
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, you said 2, 3 times. I was just thinking, how should I put my question to you? See, it is like this. What I feel that we have these schemes, particularly yours or IITs and regional engineering colleges. I
Mhm.
feel that there is a expectation that all these entrepreneurs or who want to do something need to be technology background.
Yes, yes.
So, and I feel no, we in our class MBA and PhD, many people are non-technology background.
So actually, that is not a limitation, sir. So I got what you want to say.
Yeah.
To create any venture, and that was one of the reason I contacted Professor Nisa to be part of this forum. When you talk about technology development and commercial activities, you need people from different background, not only technology,
Mm,
right? So even if you are a non-technical background,
mm,
you can join hand with a technical guy. There could be two
mm,
or three co-founders, right?
mm,
And then create that venture, then create that project, and we will be able to support, because this social aspect is equally important.
yeah.
Many times your idea will fail if you are not thinking about those social aspect. I remember one innovation from IIT Kanpur. They innovated a pump, like this water pump for African region,
Mm,
right? And there they somehow missed this social aspect. This was a very beautiful product
mm,
where you need to climb at 4 or 5 feet and
mm,
then paddle. really very easy to operate pump, but it failed, because that particular area was dominated by these Muslim communities, right? And there it was not allowed for a woman to climb at that height and expose certain part of body, even if it is small, the foot. So they missed that idea, and nobody was able to adopt that, and nobody was telling also why they are not using that pump. So I personally believe a good team, one from social background, one from technology background, and one from finance background, that will make a very good team.
Right, right. So I will advocate this team spirit. Whoever comes with this excuse, "Okay, I am not a technology engineer and I don't know," so I will ask him immediately to connect one as you suggested, and
So
then
in
take it.
fact, if somebody is alone coming to us from only from technology background, we are very negative.
Oh,
We
acha.
are saying that only technology will not help. You are not just doing research. Ultimately, you need to go to a customer and talk to them. You need
Right.
to understand their psychology, right? Their paying power, whether this fits into social norm or not. So we are very negative if there is only one co-founder is coming to us for funding. We need a team and diverse team.
Right, right. We will encourage this team spirit, sir, whenever we talk this about this in our classes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Now our next speaker is waiting. I invite Saloni. Thank you, Manish sir. Thank you for giving a
Welcome.
really in-depth understanding of funding and uh, innovative ideas. I think entire team of conference organizers and our student will certainly take benefit from your
Yes.
intervention.
We will interact more at your college level and university level if needed.
Right. Thanks. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
I'd like to introduce another esteemed speaker for today, Professor Sandesh R. Professor Sandesh is a professor with the Industrial Center Design Center at IIT Mumbai. Researcher, and his research study is in the area of product design, form studies, systems thinking, craft culture design, and development. I now request you, sir, to acquaint us with the product and process design for social innovation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vesim, for this fabulous session conference that you're organizing. And special thanks to Professor Nisha Pandey for, having me here. Great time I'm going to have here. So am I audible, please?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You're
I'm,
audible. Yeah.
I'm sharing my screen here. So I should share the entire screen or window as I go through this.
Right. Right.
Okay. You must grant permission in order to screen share, I'm told.
Sir, it is there. You can do it.
It says okay, but it doesn't say okay thereafter.
Please select that. Are you sharing the entire screen or what?
Either of it, it is not. It says I need permission further.
No, it is not there. No permission. I mean,
Hmm.
just a minute.
How do I go ahead then? You must. I can't share your screen. It says.
Just a minute.
So, Professor Sandesh, thank you for joining. Am I audible? Am I
Yes,
audible?
yes, you're audible.
Thanks for joining this wonderful conference, and I hope we are getting wonderful ideas from different perspective, the social perspective, technical perspective, and uh, of course from the funding perspective. What Manish ji has talked about, it's not one way of thinking. It's various. We need to have a different stakeholders.
Sir, just check. I have made you co-host.
Okay, you have made me co-host. Share a window.
That's what we are doing.
It still says the same. Can't share your screen. It tells me.
I don't know. I
Shall I
haven't.
log in
Either.
again? Shall I do that? Maybe that might work.
Yes.
While we can still continue talking about this session, I'll just log in again. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Maybe you can mail me. I can share from your
Yeah,
side.
yeah, I could do that also. I guess I'm audible now.
Yes, sir. And you could present even.
I'm doing it now. So I think we are good now, right? Audio as well as visual.
Correct.
Great. So I'll start away without further ado. So today in this session, I'm going to talk about product design, production, and livelihood, the components that can lead to social innovation or to socially or to or what we are talking about today. The social innovation and how we can make an enterprise out of it or a producer group out of it. So we are talking within the within this livelihood livelihood economy. I'm going to talk about the product design and production role, right? So as we see, IITB is great in a lot of science and technology. However, IITB also looks at the craft needs, communities, design innovation for livelihood, and so on and so forth, right? So I'm going to run you through very briefly to various such initiatives and how we could see by the end of it, these could be linked to social innovation components through, say, partnership with, say, with finance, with, say, business management and all of that, for which we are having other partners out here. So as we see, we are various verticals that we work in terms of the design intervention. I'm going to talk today about the design and technology interventions, and then we are going to see how some of these have already gone into say production and say building the local economies, and some of them are waiting on the wings. Okay, so while we did all this years, for many years I've been into this at NID in Ahmedabad and then at IDC IT Bombay here. We looked at product design as our sole sole objective, design as a tool to enrich the value chain. Then we also, being a technologically advanced organization like IITB, we looked at product design and technology, to bring the solutions. But then we failed in all at lot of times in these areas, because as rightly said, it is not just the design and technology, it requires a lot more than that. And then we realize that if we look at it from the livelihood prism, then yes, if we ensure that livelihood is the product that is delivered by the end of it, yes, it has a great potential to get absorbed by the people and by the local economy. And then further down, we also looked at livelihood all married to, say, cultural capital or social capital under the social entrepreneurship, as well as social entrepreneurship. That is where we link it to people, which is what so Manish was saying about the African project, in which the cultural capital was probably not really harnessed the cultural issues, the social issues, and now how to bring in, and along with these, when we brought in the social entrepreneurship, the people's ability to absorb this as a mainstream livelihood was greatly increased. Within the livelihood domain, we look at the political economy, the cultural capital, the decent work frameworks. So these, academically speaking, all these are the components which really help you fine tune your approach. However, these by themselves are not going to make it a commercially successful model. I think the requirement over here is to look at these, the academic components, which play down later on with for the success or the lack of it in a project, as well as the technical competence, the finance, the business model, the investors, and all of that. So I think the multiple components which contribute to a successful, say, a social business model or social innovation. I'll very briefly tell about very much right here in Mumbai. We think we are living in a big metropolitan. Yes, we are right in that. But within this, we have traditional groups, traditional, say, tribal communities, hamlets. A very small case study I'll show on that, how we went about it. So we tried to study the region. There are padas, they are called, these are indigenous tribal hamlets. We tried to study the nature of the enterprise, what kind of products they make, what kind of support they have. Now, it is very important to look at the cultural capital of the place, the political capital of the place, in order to understand what kind of future we are going to have with them or not. Okay, so after studying, these are the three components that came out, the livelihood component, the design component, and a technology component, that we thought we have the competence to partner with. So based on that, we got the people into IIT Bombay, and these were the women and the men from the group. We taught them design, technology in the bamboo craft in this context, uses of jigs, molds, coloring, using making new products, modern products which have more sellability. And then we came out with these kind of products, small. We did not make the supras and the tokris and the baskets which they make and sell for themselves, but we got them into something called, the what we call low skill and high value. Something that use of low skill, lesser skill, more technology, and high value outcome. So this is what something that we came out with them, and these were the inputs. And it is so beautiful to see them adopt to these like anything. Probably they were waiting for this kind of interventions to happen from at institutional levels. So now this is the range that we got. This is a small, very small structure that we hired and started using, because if you want to work with clusters, you have to be one amongst them, and you cannot go and create another civil another constructed center over there. So we started with what we had. Now later on, we invested in what they could do with themselves around their homes, along the trees, along the chopals, and this is how it started. And this is how our investment was in the kind of design, in the quality of design and its scalability, and then how we package it, how we give it finishing, how we market it. Now then we brought up a small concept of how it can be sold. If it is just sold just like that, then it's going to have just a material cost. Now if you're going to bring an idea around it, then this is what we built capacity, and then we trained them to supply these to a lot of organizations which started to doing it. Now then I'll tell you why I'm showing this. I'm showing you this because we could not achieve success over here. That is the important part. We could not achieve final success over here because the location of the place was not politically very comfortable for everybody, because it is within which it is on the eco-sensitive zone of the Sanjay Gandhi National Park. So forest people, forest department might not want to have a lot of commercial activities over there. The civic body might not want to have a lot of activities over there, while it is the need of the people. However, despite a lot of problems, we were able to induce the capacity in them and have them make products over there, which eventually are being made. And I mean, not the kind of success we would have achieved, but it is on a smaller scale. Now with this, I'm showing you something from the tribe, from what we did in Tripura years back. And we looked at how we could work with the women of the place with small equipment and machinery, and produce high-end products just using a locally available material called bamboo. The investment was in design and technology. You can see these are the modern features of knockdown furniture, compactness and stuff, and all of that. So this is a small range I'm running you through, how these could be easily transported. So this range. Now, having done that, this another thing is how technology wise, if you see the bottom left corner, these are boxes made out of bamboo coil. And for them to be standardized, you need some kind of interventions of industrial nature, and for which we build jigs, Using these, you can produce more and standardize these while also have your craft signature on them, because these are all handmade. So, and then we used our engineering sense, how to send the designs, the dimensions of it, and get it to be produced. So what I'm trying to bring across here is the capacity building at the local level is very, very essential, and that takes time before it can be viewed as a platform for, say, social before it can be used as a platform for building a business model around it. First of all, we need to bring communities to come together and start working. Thereafter, bringing the concepts of not beyond livelihood, the profitability, the sharing of resources, the sharing of profits, and all of that. Another case study I'm showing you is Dhenkanal in Orissa. It is now you must have heard of Dokra craft, which is again a traditional craft. It is based on lost wax method. We did the intervention, studied the place, got amongst the people, tried to know what they can do, what they cannot, and what we can partner with them. So what we realized we could partner with them is new designs which will distinguish their current repertoire from traditional art forms to new ones which will have better appealing to better urban taste, and better buyers. The traditional ones have a kind of a saturation. Everybody makes those are all of this work is hard work, but the traditional ones do not have the capacity to earn more than they what currently do, because there are many players. Now what design and technology could bring is a distinguishing factor between a new range of products, now for which we did the required R&D at our level, and we rolled out this range, which was very kind of positively taken by the urban buyers, because they got something new and they were willing to pay a lot more for this range than their traditional range of products. So this is how it went by. Now again, I'm running you through what design and technology could do with a waste material called coconut shell. With coconut shell, we could bring it together with design, with bamboo and wood, and roll out and develop a range of products which we are using for livelihood. Right? I'm showing you various phases of our interventions. So for which also we have to make required tools. Now this looks awesome, doesn't it? Now for us to make it scalable, uh, you know, scalability and profitability is what we are looking at, going by our first speaker today. Our second speaker, Mr. Roshan said, right? If we have going to have scalability and profitability, the material is low cost, and if we can make it a big, I think it would be a game changer. Now these are the possibilities. I'll run you through more of these, how we develop this. That is my student Nirmal, and how we work to make lamps out of bamboo, which would also have design and technology led product development, and which will also find new niche in the market. If we are going to get more people do this, we are going to get more production, and then more people are going to buy it. Okay, now this is again a very small case study in which we did not do any design intervention. We only did assessment of a situation. In Orissa, you have a lot of hill broom, which is grown, and the kind of brooms that they used to make was 4.5 kilo brooms, very huge, very large, and they were not selling much in urban markets. We just tried to study it. We brought over few of those, and we brought in Mumbai, and we tried to study it in with domestic helps, and at our own homes ourselves, and in certain households. People said, we can't hold this broom, it is too heavy, it is too long. Our people, the urban people, are not strong enough to hold such kind of long and heavy brooms, which is why at the production level out there in the field, it was not going to urban centers. It was only being purchased by local traders for rural selling. So therefore, after doing that, we studied it over here in local markets. We took up a small pace, and we packaged it at 350 grams, and that was the ideal weight for it. Then we worked with Vasai plastic manufacturers to get a plastic handle for it. I know a lot of us are going to squirm, saying plastic ke saath isko kyun kar diya, but that is what sells. We have to understand that livelihood is a dire requirement also, and if we can bring in plastic and put it into use over there, and then when the broom goes off, you can use the plastic again, or it can go into plastic recycling. So there are very complicated issues, complex issues that we have to navigate in this whole context. And this was telling, and we got orders, and we trained the group to produce these and get orders, and we handed it over. So then talk about the activities that we are doing at IDC IT Bombay in terms of training skilled groups into production. These are our work in Maharashtra, in Gadchiroli. Gadchiroli is a west extreme left-wing affected district, one of those, and in which interventions like these gave alternative opportunities for people. Again, I would say this is not yet a social business over there, but capacity has been built over there in order for few of them to take it up, become traders, become businessmen over there, and build the local economy. So this is the kind of products they're able to make by the end of our trainings. And these products are not made to be displayed. These are meant to be sold. By the end of it, people are willing to buy. The local economy is willing to absorb it. The outsiders are willing to come and procure these also. So based on all these, we put together our experiences in creating a curriculum for a 1 year entrepreneurship in bamboo, entrepreneurship in bamboo and design, So for which these were the components. We gotten various kind of skills into it: design, finishes, technical, case studies, and computer skills, and all of that. Well, the components of the curriculum remained not just limited to bamboo, because we wanted those people to start working with bamboo, and probably work with other sectors later on, depending on what they like. So we had other components of transferable skills: entrepreneurship, design, creativity, technology, and bamboo. And then we did a training of trainers, so that they will be our our torchbearers in terms of training the whole lot of people out there. And these are the kind of trainings the trainers got, and these they could train further down. And I'll just run you. This was the only in 2021, 2021, 22, the first batch of 1 year entrepreneurship course has been launched based on our experiences and design of the curriculum. And these are the kind of books in Marathi that we could create for that group of people. Around 30 youth in Gadchiroli are currently undergoing this program at Gondwana University. We build then I'll run you through what we are doing for also the rural economy. This is Ambadi, and there is based and to harvest this from the petals and to make it usable, there's a lot of drudgery based work. People hands get scaled. So what we did, we came up with small equipment, small implements which people could use sitting in their homes. And but for this we studied their sitting postures, their comfort, the discomfort. And the one you see or right is a small thing which has probably is used by the in the farm economy out there to in order to increase productivity. Yeah. Now, in the same agro sector, this is the clay things that you see at the bottom are a clay fired component which is used in irrigation, subsoil irrigation. And again, it used to be made one by one by the hand. So what we introduced is a small machine, small gadget over here, which can produce 4 at a time without drudgery, and that again contributes to creating a better livelihood to the whole community out there. This is how it looks like. This is the actual one. This is also the actual one, actually painted and used. Then we work in for the furniture segment. There was a requirement in the furniture segment in Sankheda Craft for a combined machine which could be used by small manufacturers, the small producers, because they cannot have a lathe separate, a drilling separate, separate stations. Also, we developed this workstation to combine three activities which can be used, which can be done in phases. So for lathe, for lathing, for using the lathe for turning the wood, for drilling, and for cutting. And these are separate operations which they could do over a day. And by reconfiguring the machine, they could do all these operations on the single one. So if you see now, right now, this is, as I said, this is not yet implemented completely. We are at the pilot stage. Everybody is welcome to come and test it and see if that can be useful to a certain sector that you are working in. So this is how, with the same machine, you could do wood turning. You could use as a bench cutter and as well as a bench drill. So then we have also worked in the honey harvesting sector in okay. And after due studies, lot of studies went to studying the apiary based bees and the wild bees. These are two separate. So we came up with two separate bee dresses, honey harvesting dresses, or suits we may call, and these are also ready for, say, scaling up and for implementation. While the agency which we worked for, the technology transfer has been done for it, but however it would be remaining only with the agency, and if everybody others would like to look into it, we would be happy to do a technology transfer here. In the whole range of activities, what we have been looking at over here is, to do a skill transfer, to do technology transfer, creating skilled cadre of youth, to stop migration from urban to from rural to urban, and to have local economy built. And we would be happy to, as as Manish has also said, it's not just a technology that is going to help. You need to have a business idea, business acumen, a market understanding. In fact, I would urge Manish to also include technology, design, technology and design and business also. So I think design also really plays a pivotal role in understanding people and their needs, and how user friendly your product is, and all of that. So without further ado, I think I crossed my time. If I have, I'm sorry about it. And I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on skilling and capacity building at the community level and impacting livelihoods, focusing on scalability and profitability.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sandesh. Thank you for giving lots of new ideas to start with. Thank you very much.
In order to conclude the inaugural session, I would like to invite Dr. Manish Arora, the organizing secretary. Dr. Manish Arora is an assistant professor of applied arts, visual communication at Banaras Hindu University, with over 27 years of teaching experience. He holds the prestigious Raman Postdoctoral Fellowship for Indian Scholars in USA at Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore. He has published several books and research papers in the national and international journals. His multidisciplinary research includes basic element of graphic communication, innovation in design, cultural communication, communication impact on society, to name a few. I now request you, sir, to deliver the concluding remark. Over to you, sir.
Sir, you are on mute. Not audible, sir. No, no. No, sir, not audible. Still not audible. Sir, can you please re-log in? I guess it might solve your problem because you are not audible at all.
Right now I am audible.
Yeah, now audible but echoing.
Okay, I am connected with the moment. I'll leave this device. And apologize from faculty of Visual Art, Banana University. For this today, social innovation, social business, and sustainable development with a special focus on new age technology in association with Vivekanand Educational Society Business School, Mumbai, and Department of Applied Art Faculty of Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and iHub, Divya Shampar Technology Incubation Innovation Hub, IIT Roorkee, and NABARD. I am thanking to all of you for this participation and your valuable input provided to this great auspicious gathering. Now I am just concluding the things. Dr. Sandeep Bharadwaj, respected Dean Academic, Vivekanand Business School, Mumbai, is presented his views and relation with social innovation from their institute. He described the things, social innovation importance of the institute at VBS. And then after that, Dr. Nisha Pandey ma'am, the convener of this conference, he talked about the concept note and given thanks to our partner institutions. That's in a Design Innovation Center, Department of Applied Art, Faculty of Visual Art, BHU, NABARD, iHub Roorkee, NISBAT, Ministry of Education Innovation Cell, Institutions Innovation Council, BHU, and MGNC RE. After that, Dr. Sachin Desmukh, Director, VBS, given his remarks about the social innovation aspects in relation with the VBS and other aspects. After that, Dr. Urvasi Sahani, our key chief guest, respected chief guest, given their insights about her personal family journey. And it's a really incredible approach and facing of the different challenges in family. And also he described the women right activities and education related things in his talk. After that, Dr. Roshan Mirinda described the things about NGO and waste management in environment related thing, one of the keynote speaker, and presented their views related with the Bintex waste research material, including the sustainable issues in industries, microfinance system, waste related solutions, and scalability. After that, one of the another respected keynote speaker, Dr. Kalpana Sankar ma'am, provided the things related with the poverty, women related things, children, child labor education, skill development and technology, women empowerment, village uplifting, healthcare related issues in relation with their talk and their organization hand in hand studio. Then Mr. Manish Anand, another key person of this conference, COE and board member of iHub, Professor Manish Anand sir, Divya Sampark Center, IIT Roorkee, for a remarkable talk about the great initiative by Government of India in association with IIT Roorkee, the establishment of iHub, and the financial facility for all of us. Hopefully, I will also try to participate in this initiative because in BHU we are running the Design Innovation Center, and IIT Roorkee is one of the another key partner. And after that, Mr. Manish also give the satisfactory and good answer of the question and answer session. And lastly, Dr. Sandesh R from IDC IIT Bombay. He given his talk about the cultural capital livelihood and so many good products he shown to us related with the RA Colony project and different assignments and prototypes and Dorka craft and rural technology for. Then the overall things presented by our respected guest, keynote speaker and chief guest. On behalf of this conference on the organizing committee, I am thanking to all of you for your valuable, very much and valuable inputs. And hopefully, according to your inputs, we will surely do some new works and new research on that and meet you soon, maybe 1 or 2 years after that, in an upgradation of this workshop or seminar. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Nisha Pandey to address and guide us further.
Thank you, Ms. Saloni, for a wonderful coordination of entire inaugural session. Manish ji for thanks note, wonderful thanks note, and he has included everyone who has spoke since morning. And we should congratulate each other for wonderful time management. It's 12:30 sharp, and we are over. And our very prominent, active director of Grameen, Ms. Lamia, is with us. And yeah, we are waiting for another wonderful session of our panel discussion, where we do have academic uh, partners, industry partners, experts from industry, expert from academics, and we do have a combination of industry academia, where we are going to talk about uh, blended approach, how we can go forward for joint work, joint research, joint product development, or maybe joint funding project, and so many more things in this panel discussion. Um, so even with all what we have discussed since morning, now this is another fantastic, wonderful panel discussion which we are waiting for. Now over to you, Saloni, to take forward our panel discussion. And I hope Professor Saurabh has already joined and all the panelists have joined. Saloni, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. We shall now proceed to our next session, that is panel discussion. Allow me a moment. Today's panel discussion is centric towards sources and opportunities for social innovations. As quoted by Winston Churchill, the pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. The optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty. We are fortunate to have such optimists amongst us as our panelists today. Each of them possesses a rich experience and knowledge to provide us insights on the topic of discussion. I would now take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed panelist, Dr. Satyendra Pandey. Dr. Satyendra Pandey is an assistant professor in the area of OP HR at the Institute of Rural Management, Anand. He has been awarded a PhD from the Xavier Institute of Management. His research has appeared in various journals of great repute, like Knowledge Management, Industrial Marketing Management. He has also been a part of several consulting teams for various departments and ministries like Department of Justice, Government of India, Ministry of Rural Development, UNICEF, to name a few. Dr. Pandey has been awarded Major Action Research Grant by Mahatma Gandhi Council for National Rural Education to study the One District, One Program scheme. Sir, we are indeed privileged to have you amongst us here today. I would now like to introduce another resourceful panelist, Mr. Pranshu Singhal, who is the founder and director of Karo Sambhav, Making Circular Economy Possible, which designs and implements transformative circular and EPR solutions by collaborating with producers and brands. Previously, he has worked as the director, digital learning strategy for Microsoft and as the head of sustainability for Nokia. He has recently been conferred the Social Entrepreneur of the Year 2021 India Award by the Squawk Foundation. He is working rigorously towards bringing about a social change. Mr. Singhal has a master's degree in environmental management and policy from the Institute for Industrial Environmental Economics, Sweden. Sir, we are fortunate to have you as a panelist here today. Another esteemed panelist for today is Dr. Manish Arora, who is the Assistant Professor of Applied Arts, Visual Communication at the Banaras Hindu University with over 27 years of academic experience. He holds the prestigious Raman Post Doctoral Fellowship for Indian Scholars in USA at the Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore. He has published several books and research papers in the national and international journals. His multidisciplinary research includes basic elements of graphic communication, cultural communication, and like. Sir, we are blessed to have you amongst us here today. I would now like to introduce a magnificent personality who is our panelist today, Miss Lamia Morshid. She is the Executive Director of UNIS Center, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Previously, she served for 12 years as the Director Development of Grameen Trust, which sets up microcredit programs around the world. She is a member of the Board of Trustees of YY Foundation, a board member of Grameen Healthcare Services, Grameen Creative Lab, UNO Social Business Grameen Intel, Grameen Trust, as well as the chairman of YY Ventures. She has been a speaker at numerous international conferences of great repute and summits around the world on the subject of microcredit and social business, and regularly serves as a judge for global social business competitions. Ma'am, we are privileged to have you amongst us here today. Another vibrant personality with us here today is Dr. Saurabh Shri, who shall moderate the panel discussion. Dr. Saurabh is the Associate Professor and the Head School of Business at SMVD University, Katra, with a vast academic experience of over 17 years. He has published more than 70 papers in both national and international conferences and journals. He has two books to his credit and has also published with Emerald and Scopus Index journals. He has completed four projects with AICT, UGC, ICSSR, and SMVDSB in the area of competitiveness, training needs assessments, two consultancies on TNA and customer handling, and working upon the construct of Seva, Sadbhav for service delivery. He has also conducted over 10 EDPs, MDPs, and conferences. He has also been active in social development and is currently appointed as Honorary Vice President of India Society of Agricultural Economics, Mumbai. Sir, we are fortunate to have you with us here today. Now, I would like to request Dr. Saurabh to take the panel discussion ahead. Looking forward to an insightful session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saloni. It's indeed a great day today to have the galaxy of the conference that is being organized by the VSM. I would once again like to invite our panel members, Dr. Satyendra Pandeji, Dr. Pranshu Singhal Dr. Manish Arora, and Ms. Lamia Morshidji. Welcome on board for this very meaningful discussion on the topic that Dr. Nisha has very beautifully crafted, is about what could be the source and the opportunities for social innovation. Now, setting up the tone for the discussion, for this panel discussion, we know that if India and the developing worlds and developed worlds like India across, they have to grow, they have to see, and they have to have any opportunity, it comes from the bottom of the pyramid. It comes from the masses that we have who know how to engage with the economic development. Our own system and social system has always been keen enough in terms of creating new ways and mechanisms, adapting new frugal ways to cope up with the dynamic requirements that they had. Whether it was a small toy that a mother would create out of some of the food items, whether it would a small craft chiseled by a small craftsman for the kids to play, whether it was something that we called as a jugaad in the farming cell, in the agricultural or rural society. Everything is a meaningful resource. Everything is a meaningful invention which has which has provided wheel to our growth. The question here is about raw capacities. The question is here is, can we create and integrate and have speed in terms of creating more meaningful ventures which define the value propositions? The question here is, can we develop the expertise into the inventions that have been created that is very much into the core of ourselves? The question here is, what and how can we source the innovations as, and what opportunities they can lead us to? I would invite the panel members, Dr. Satyendra Pandey, Dr. Mr. Pranshu Singhal, Dr. Manish Arora, and Ms. Lamia Morshed. And what we will do, we will have 4 to 5 minutes to each and every panel members to have their views, their experience upon what could be the sources and the future opportunities. And then we will bring it down to the more focused question, what to do and what is the future ahead. So I would invite maybe with the ground level expertise, I will try and keep, we have balanced group of academia and the industry. I will start with the industry, bring in the academia, then industry, and then the academia. So that way, if it is suitable to everybody, if everybody agrees that. Okay, so can we request Ms. Lamia Morshed to start with, if it is okay? Ms. Lamia, please.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you very much, first of all, to Dr. Saurabh to introduce us and to introduce this panel. And I'd also like to thank Professor Nisha Pandey for inviting me to speak at this panel today and for organizing this conference. We are working together, her institution and the Yunus Center, on bringing about this alternative ways of doing business into the curriculum of universities around the world. And we've had quite a lot of interaction over the last 2 years, especially during the pandemic. So I'm very excited to be here. We're talking about social innovation and about bottom-up ventures and how to use. I mean, I agree with what Dr. Saurabh said, that every small little experience is important, and how do we harness the learnings and the creativity of that to create the ventures which have the values that we think are needed in order for us to create the societies that we wish to create. So our work began in 1976 with the establishment of the Grameen Bank program, and that institution has reached billions and billions of dollars in microloans to millions of poor families. But I think the crux of it is that it started with one person, one village, and step by step. Even today, 45 years later, every new venture that we start up in what we call the social business frame, we start with one person and the unleashing the creativity of one individual person. So this is very key to our experience. I think it's very important to focus on this bottom-up aspect of it. So, the Grameen Bank, as all of you know, was just this effort by Professor Yunus to provide a small amount of help to a group of people in a village to support their income-generating projects. It was only $27 to 42 people. That institution today has lent out 34 billion US dollars, of which 31 billion US dollars have been paid back. It's covering every village of Bangladesh. It has a 97% repayment. And please remember that these are loans that are non-collateralized. No person in the village who takes this loan is required to provide any asset or collateral. So that is a very revolutionary thing. What we talk about is creating an institution that suits the need of people, not creating institutions that suit the needs of the institution. And I think that's a key point. And beyond just the loans, it's important to note that these 9 million women who are the borrowers of Grameen Bank collectively have $2.8 billion in savings, their own savings, as a kind of a cushion against vulnerability, against disaster that can happen from outside, which they can't control. So this is a powerhouse, and it's been built entirely through the initiatives of individuals who are taking this money to kickstart their tiny operations in the field to earn a little bit of money. They are focused on social development agenda to educate their children, to not take dowry during marriages, to grow plants and grow plants and vegetables and eat the vegetables, sell the excess to the market. So small activities which now together amount to a huge development wonder. This is created a very strong foundation for rural Bangladesh, because there's now a financial system that suits the needs of those at the bottom. So that's how the whole thing started. But when Grameen Bank, when Professor Yunus and his colleagues were implementing the Grameen Bank approach, they found that lots of people faced other issues as well: lack of access to electricity, lack of access to clean water, lack of access to affordable healthcare, lack of access to education. So in every case, he created an enterprise and organization to provide that service or product to the people right at the bottom. And in each case, the enterprise was designed in a self-sustaining manner, which means that those who are receiving this product or service will pay for it and allow it to cover its costs. But there isn't a single owner of that business that takes profit out of it. So 40 such enterprises were created in Bangladesh. And this is what we call a social business. It's a business in that it covers its costs. It's not a handout. People will pay for the service. People will pay for the product. It will allow the institution, the enterprise, to cover its costs and expand itself, but nobody is taking out any profits. And so this is the start of the idea of social business, which we consider to be a very key element in creating the right kind of economy to spur development of communities like ours, which are still in countries like ours that are still developing and still have large pockets of poverty. The basic thing that Professor Yunus argues is that our entire global economic system is built on selfishness. Why does he say that? That the main motive for business is considered to be self-gain. How can I maximize profit, and how can I benefit most? This has a fundamental flaw, and we think that to balance and business is a big force, but because there is this high priority to maximize profits, social needs, economic and the needs of people are neglected. So we create social business, which is an alternative business, which maximizes social benefit. It has profits, but the profit is only there to enable the engine to further itself and fuel itself, but its entire purpose is to address a social problem. So we at the Yunus Center and all the galaxy of organizations that we work with are working on this idea of creating businesses that meet the needs of people, solve some problem that they're facing, whether it's something like healthcare or education or electricity or any social issue, but do it in a sustainable way, but without any desire to enrich any investor. The investor can get back their principal amount, but nothing more than that. And that's the center of what we are doing. And as I said, there were 40 such institutions in Bangladesh, but there are about as many, 40 through our network around the world, about 40 enterprises that we have directly helped to create, spanning all of these different social needs, addressing different social problems. And many, countless, I would say hundreds of institutions have replicated the microfinance model as well as the social business model. So we are not directly involved in implementing all of them ourselves, but many have taken these ideas, and now I would say that large numbers of businesses around the world have shifted its sole motive from profit maximizing to making sure that there's a balance between profit maximizing and social impact. We focus on social impact alone, but I think that this movement has led to a shift in the thinking, because we have, and right now with this, the current situation with the environment and the climate change, there is global realization that unless we start doing things in a different way, we will not really have a sustainable planet to live on. So this is the way we've been working, and it's a global movement, I would say. And each of these enterprises come out of addressing a very specific local need and start small. And if you're able to create a small prototype that is sustainable, then it becomes just a question of replicating and becoming larger and larger. So I just wanted to mention that. And the other aspect of our work beyond creating these enterprises, and there are so many, is the work that we do with universities to change the thinking around what is business for. It's not only about self-gain and profit maximization. Business can also be for social benefit and solving social problems. And that we are working with nearly 100 universities, 98 to be precise, that have created social business centers to bring in the thinking about social business into the curriculum. And Dr. Pandey's university is one of the partners in the network, a very active one, I must say. So we can change the thinking and present the options to the young people. It's the young people who will get out into the world to solve these problems. We created a world for them that is not really sustainable. We need new thinking, new creative ideas to break through, and we think social business is one tool in that toolbox. And the idea through these university programs is to present to the young people the option of whether they would like to go out and work for a profit maximizing company, or would they like to start their own enterprise? Would they like to work for a regular business, or would they like to work for a social business? So that's the idea of that. And we think it has to start early and with the young people. And this rapidly growing university program is a testament to the fact that people are looking for these solutions. So I'll stop there, and then later on, if you would like to ask specific questions about specific other initiatives, I'll be happy to expand. Thank you.
Sure, Madam Lamia. Again, it was insightful the way you presented and told regarding the work of the UNIS Center. Uh, the takeaway point was, as a source, can we unleash the creativity of the individual? And maybe can we create opportunities by unleashing the creativity of each and every individual? Because again, that could be one of the source for creating or inspiring people for creating new ventures, new ideas. Now, uh, developing the business around the need of people is another point that you had raised, and that too with the sustainability goal into minds, and the innovations that can really create some social impacts. And we remember the social impact of one person, maybe the Padman, the, which we whom we call him, and very popularly we know him also, is one of the examples for the social innovation which has created an impact, which has led to the sustainability, and of course it unleashed the creativity of number of people within the village and rural areas. Now, taking from here, I would like to invite Dr. Manish Arora from FMS BHU. Sir, if you can uh, deliberate and give your insight upon the topic, maybe what could be the what could inspire the young individuals, that because that is where Lamia Morshid had left, that how can we or their center and associations in the universities, they have been inspiring the young people to come up with new ventures, which have the social relevance and which have the social value. So, how can we inspire the young people, young individuals, to go for the social venture, to create the social venture, to have the social innovation? Uh, Maybe have Dr. Manish Arora, please. Dr. Manish. Dr. Manish?
Yes, sir, sir, sir.
Sir.
I'm here. Just a moment. Just a moment. Thank you for this concern and apologize for a little delay in the response. But as per my understanding about the social innovation related things, this is very important and very relevant topic and sector right now, buzzing from the last 4 to 5 years after this new government. And I'm also working on the social design in association with Maryland Institute College of Art and Art History and Design Department of Michigan State University. And I have a great experience and some of the resource person, Nisa ma'am also and Ajanta Sen. And we have identified some of the regional, local, state level problems and solution and through workshop. But for the cross domain thing, in context of the social innovation related thing, cross sector collaboration is the one of the most efficient key indicator to get the set goal, because the social concern that needed to be considered as urgent problem. If you see the UN Sustainable Goal, the 17 Sustainable Goals, and near about more than 200 their concerns about that. So then this type of problem, if we identify through the social innovation, and some of the great initiative by government, like startup activities, just like Dr. Manish Anand sir already described about the iHub, and lots of other government schemes are there. So through this, we also consider about that the cross-sector collaboration for the social innovation related thing. But if we focus on the society relevant things in a grassroots level, it's a very big journey and very deep rooted work is required for that, especially in the micro level also. So in this point, right now, my opinion is that we focus on the, if we focus on the related concern for the society, uh, truly, if we are interested to do truly some new innovation or something good for the livelihood of the, our society people, especially who basically need these things. So this will be the very good thing for all of us. And right now, a very good scenario for the all academicians, all academic institutions, just like Ajit Premji Foundation, Piramal Foundation, Srinagar University, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and lots of other NGOs, very good. They are doing a great and remarkable job for the social innovation related thing. And they are continuously doing from the some of the decades. So if we consider those types of activities and upcoming with the cross-culture sector like that, in relation with the technology, if we inbuild in this social innovation aspects, technological aspects, if we try to inbuild it, it will be very good for all of us. So we will, hopefully, we will provide some solution for the forum or for the upcoming generation.
Thank you, Manish, Dr. Manish. Well, if the students, they have to be made well aware with the concerns which are related to the society, and they have to be uh, given awareness, and create more awareness and more knowledge has to be created with the deep rooted concerns of the society which are there, and maybe some kind of traditional knowledge is also which needs to be exposed to the students, so that they are able to uncover the requirement from the itself. Now, we have got the founder director of Karo Sambhav, Mr. Pranshu Singhal, Mr. Pranshu Singhal, if we have, uh, sir.
Yeah.
Now that is very interesting. Even I would this particular word "karo sambhav" creates in the hope of converting opportunities into the meaningful, impactful gains or impactful ventures. So, because I am working upon a construct which is called Seva, Samabhav, and Sadbhav, because all these three they relate to making something which is possible into a reality. And now, in terms of the social innovation, somewhere the service towards the society becomes one of the core aspects. Moreover, the service which is done with the complete devotion, service which is done with complete devotion of creating something for the society without any kind of profit motive, where the profit motive or profiting is only for the economics perspective of survivability and sustainability, and without differentiating, without creating any difference from one to another. Now, based upon this particular model, when I see or find you as something which says Karo Sambhav, the question here I would raise here before you is that how to Karo Sambhav of unleashing the social innovation with the masses, with the groups, or even the young students who are going to be the future, who are going to carry the society forward. Panshuji.
Thank you, Saurabhji. Thank you for inviting, and really delighted to be on this platform. So let me thoda sa, let me share about what Karo Sambhav is all about, and then go into how we operate, what are the things that can be done in this whole space. So Karo Sambhav is around 5 years old organization. We were set up to drive circular economy in India, and with a viewpoint. I mean, I've been prior to Karo Sambhav, I was with Microsoft and Nokia working on a whole range of sustainability social problems, and in India, there was a regulation which was introduced based on extended producer responsibility as a principle, which very clearly lays down participation of large-scale brands and corporations in cleaning up the products that they have put in the market in the past. So, if anyone has sold electronics in the market or electrical products, they are supposed to collect back these products at the end of their life. Or if someone is putting plastics packaging on the market, they are supposed to collect it back. Or if someone is putting mattresses on the market, they are supposed to collect these mattresses. Well, the rules on mattresses are not yet out, but I'm just sharing the broad policy principle. So essentially, if we look around ourselves, our economy is half created. I mean, we all create, from elements to products, and there is no work on products back to elements. And we find ourselves in this whole mess, where our landfills are running out. We have toxicity present in our water streams. Our soil is highly polluted. We have crazy amount of problems, and we are stuck in a scenario where consumption is growing at a very, very rapid pace. We continue to buy more and more goods. We continue to have more complex products. So instead of simplified products, we are having more and more combinations of new materials, compounds, which are being created. But there is no work or hardly any research on putting it all back in, so we can make mobile phone out of hundreds of metals converted to thousands of compounds. But how do we convert these compounds back to elements? Almost no one is discussing, no one is even talking, which is leading to, very fast depletion of resources at one end. So from an economic point of view, after a point in time, 30, 40 years down the line, we will be essentially left with no materials available for creation of new products. And at the other hand, we will have these large tonnages of waste products of different materials lying all around us, which we don't know what to do with. So where Karo Sambhav comes into being is working on the second half of the economy, the uncreated part. that how do we start doing three things. First, how do we start getting these products back? So agar hum, if we think of ourselves as individuals, we know where to go and buy a product from. If I have to buy curtains, if I have to buy a sofa, a chair, a mobile phone, I know where to get it from. But the moment I have to dispose it or I have to get it recycled, I don't know what to do with it. There are no solutions. There are no collection systems. Municipalities globally, not just in India, have failed to develop those systems because these are very complex. Municipalities can only work on simplistic systems of collection. And in most emerging markets, there is even market failure, not really market failure, government failure to address basic collection systems. So today we don't know what to do with these products. So the first body of work that Karosambhav is working on is how do we create these large scale collection systems that if you and me tomorrow want to dispose anything, we know, okay, if I go and give it there, there is a definite end to it. We know where it will go, we know where it will be channelized, and we are trusting that space. Today, what do we do in most cases, in most emerging markets, is we hand it over to Kawadiwala, and then we assume it just disappears. We don't know what happens, but the assumption is, a very large corporate like an Apple and Dell and, the best of the best brands are required to create a product, but for unraveling it back to elements, Kawadi wala kar lega. Uske liye suddenly, the whole technology is not needed, the setup is not needed. Our assumption is Kawadi wala ko bech diya, to ho gaya iska kaam, without really understanding where it goes, what happens to it. So the first part we work on is how do we collect? In collect, we trust that if a person is participating in our programs or this ecosystem, then they know ki, okay, this channel, once it has gone, I will know at some point in time what has happened to my product. The second part is how do you do recycling of these elements? So today, if you pick up any product, I'm literally saying any product, only part of it is recyclable. A lot of people do claim that, like, it can be recycled, but does it really get recycled? Theoretically, yes, it may get recycled, but on a practical format, are you seeing its recycling happening? The answer is a big no. For majority of the compounds today, we don't know how to recycle them. So a very large body of ecosystem needs to be created where recycling, where research on recycling, propagating those technologies at very low cost need to happen so that we have a great ecosystem across the country where even low cost plants are participating and creating solutions. And then the third part, which is the most important part, how do we take out the materials which come out of recycling back to reutilization by the same company? So how do we close the loop? And this is the most poor today. If I look at our country, I would say globally we are struggling on these things. So what Karosambhav is doing is fundamentally creating systems, and these systems are in terms of working together with large brands, to manufacturers, to government bodies, to municipal corporations, to Kawadiwala, to waste pickers, and to student communities, to technologists, because we require, this is essentially an economic creation, a different sort of economic creation. And our approach has been to, when I talk of collective system, the approach has been, first of all, we are talking of at least 5 to 7 million people in this country who are picking waste in one form or the other. And their livelihood is essentially dependent on picking up this waste and managing it. Now, how do we create a better opportunity for them? How do we ensure their participation in a circular economy? So that's the first body of work that Karosambhav started. But what is also essentially emerging is there is a limit to that participation. They can only do so much if we do not redefine our systems and ways of working. So how do we work at a larger collection system? And thousands of opportunities exist. I mean, this is a whole space where you can talk of endless jobs. If we were to be regulating it well, if we were to create drivers for brands to ensure that any product that they put on the market needs to go back to its elemental form at the end of its life. So, you talk of recycling. I see a whole space, and we can talk it bottoms up, top down, sideways. So in any which way we progress, I see huge opportunities. In the last 4 years, we have started working on 4 sectors. We started with electronic waste. So we created systems for collection of electronic waste. Still are doing it. We are a small, tiny drop in the whole ocean of things that needs to be addressed. Then we started doing plastics packaging and we are working with some of the largest corporations. Then we have very recently started doing glass. So glass, a lot of glass was not going circular. It was being going. A lot of glass ends up being non-circular in nature. So can we make it truly circular? And then we have started batteries of all chemistries. So we have started with lead acid, then lithium ion, and we are very soon going to start with alkaline batteries, which we all tend to throw. We don't know what to do with it. Similarly, we are starting mattresses and then tires. So all I'm saying is, if you just, for everyone in this room, if you have to think of creative opportunities, just think of any product and iska kya hoga at the end of its life. And the answer lies there. There is a whole value chain yet to be created. No one is creating it. So pick up anything and start working. And I'm happy to support in any which way. The way we have always looked at systems is that these are large ecosystems that need to be created. This is not an individual player play. Where Karosama is coming and acting is, can we create a broad framework under which these operations will happen? So what kind of systems, processes, standards, ways of working, so how do we give all this a industry status? आज तो ये it's more of a कबाड़ी वाला thought. मतलब even honestly think about yourself. How do we think of waste? We think अच्छा कबाड़ी वाला आएगा, landfill होगा कुछ, but no one has really industry level answer framework to this. So giving it that framework is super critical, and that is the direction we are taking. And I see hundreds of thousands of millions of opportunities here. And honestly, I also share one thing. We have tried a whole range of models, especially in the past, have also funded when I was at Nokia and Microsoft, not-for-profit organizations to set up systems. Where I'm finding is a sweet space where, if the organization is not for profit, it does not necessarily scale up. I mean, at least I have found in all cases that I've studied globally limitations to that model. Yes, there are some fantastic options, like what Lamia ji was talking about, So there are some exceptional models. But if I look at, are we looking at them at scale happening across the world as a common model? The answer is no. So even if profiteering is there, but there is a very clear social and environmental impact which is measurable, measured, then I don't see any harm in that opportunity being practiced. And that is what at least we are promoting, because we can't change the world, we can't change behavior of people. Yes, people want to have a revenue stream which will allow them to grow, which will allow them to prosper. So yes, do that, but are you generating great social impact? Are you generating, and can we allow that opportunity to be created? That's the space where we are. Thank you, Saurabh.
Thank you, Prashantji. And in fact, you created a window of opportunity. And if I say that window of opportunity is through observation of, again, when we say Panchabhuta Tattva, they go back into their own eternity. And this is where we have to see the cycle of the existence in completeness. We have to see that how are we creating the enabling systems, and is there the possibility and opportunity of innovating at each and every stage of, right from the inception to again getting back to the recycling and restarting the product into new way, new size. Now, a very thought-provoking work that you have put in front of the audience, in front of the panel, and very aptly put in the right connect to for the next speaker, next panelist, Professor Satyendra Pandey, because you talked about getting back to the elements, and our element is into our rural society. Professor Satyendra Pandey, he comes from the Indian Rural Management Institute, and Anand, and he has a vast experience regarding the ventures, social ventures, with respect to the rural areas. Now, Professor Anand, if you can take this discussion forward, maybe we can connect that one of the one of the base of the social innovation comes in from the concept of rural innovation. So what could be the catalyst and enabling factors which can inspire, which can lead to the rural innovation, and which can take up this whole venture, this whole science forward? So, Dr. Satyendra Pandey, if we can have your views into it.
Yeah, uh, thank you, Professor Saurabh. And it indeed was very interesting listening to Mr. Pranshu Singhal on the kind of work that he's doing, and also his views on the ideas of scale up and other such things. There are few remarkable things which are happening when we are talking about rural innovation, rural social innovation rather. There are multiple trigger events which I see as kind of starting point for your rural social innovation. Where do these trigger points come from? What are these trigger events? Now, if I were to put it, these trigger events come from the fact that there are limited opportunities of livelihood. Because there are limited and fewer opportunities of livelihood, even though we have something like MGNREGS, which ensures 100 days of employment in rural areas and such things. But then limited livelihood opportunities is one which act as a trigger event. The second thing which acts as a trigger event when we are talking about rural areas is the overall agriculture output or the agriculture produce. When we are talking about Indian agriculture, it is plagued with multiple things which we know of, such as problems relating to inputs, problem relating to productivity, problems relating to market linkages, problem linking to your business scale up. Now, agriculture productivity, that's the second trigger that I would say. I'll come to each one of these subsequently. So the third trigger, which I see is coming from your women coming in your self-help groups, the collective action that we call for. So collective action and cooperation, women coming together, this is the third factor which triggers social innovation or rural social innovation as we refer to it commonly as. Now, going back to the first point that I talked about livelihood. The trigger from livelihood comes from the fact that, well, when people have limited opportunities for livelihood, they try and engage in finding certain solutions to the existing problems. With limited scope for livelihood activities, limited access to livelihood, it acts as a strong trigger because that is where the innovation is likely to come from. Now, these innovations are going to be in generating employment. These innovations are going to be in terms of generating things which can lead to higher agricultural productivity. These things, when we are talking about livelihood opportunities, these are also going to lead to collective action and cooperation. So these three are most important trigger if I were to think about when it comes to rural social innovation. Now, farmers coming together and forming a farmer producer company, that's also an innovation. When they try and scale up through a technology, when they try and scale up to set linkages with the market, that's an innovation that is happening. The entire theory around technology adoption model, which keeps on talking and depending upon relying back to your things like theory of planned behavior, social cognitive theory, all of these are going to be explaining you certain determinants of adoption of technology. While farmer who has been producing something in their field for decades or generations together, them adopting technology and trying to scale it up and trying to reach to the markets which were earlier inaccessible. These are the most beautiful examples of innovation which are happening in rural areas. So those are the triggers: your livelihood opportunities, your agriculture productivity, and your collective action and cooperation, wherein they are coming together in smaller groups. If I were to talk about the scaling route, where does this scale up actually happens? So uh, if if I were to think about your increase in or scale up or scaling route for social innovations, uh, the impact is going to be realized when we are growing to match the needs of the community or the level of needs. If we are able to go up to that level, then of course the scale up as desired has happened. So there are primarily four scaling routes that I can think of. The first scaling route comes from influence and advice. There are certain models that we are familiar with. They are models of campaigning and advocacy. They are activities such as engaging with the policymakers, wherein influence and advice work as a strong trigger for scaling up. The second trigger or second scaling route can be identified in building a network delivery. Can there be federations and membership models that we can think of? One of the most interesting models that when we were to think about collective action and people federating and coming together and doing something which is meaningful and going back to the roots is your Amul model, wherein we have people who are organizing themselves in small dairy cooperative societies, wherein the dairy cooperative societies together lead to a milk union which is there at the district level, wherein all the districts coming together and forming a federation, milk unions coming together and forming a federation. That's what Amul model is. So building a delivery network or building a network through federation and membership model is something which is a short route for scale up. Uh, that's second way. That is the second way of doing it. And the third is formation of strategic partnerships. Now, social innovations, what they are looking for, or what actually is required for realizing the true potential and getting to certain kind of scale, I can think of as getting into strategic alliances. These strategic alliances can be done through your corporates. These strategic alliances can be done through certain kind of agencies, multilateral agencies, which can help them in kind of realizing the next level of growth or pushing them to the next orbit. So if we were to think about a scale up route, formation of strategic partnerships and strategic alliances become an important variable that needs to be explored. Without that, if we were to think about, okay, these social innovations are going to be market dependent, they are going to be their success, their scale is going to be determined by the market itself and market alone, that is definitely not going to work, because they do not have enough support coming from through strategic alliances or partnership from other such models which have already scaled up. So is there a possibility of integrating the social innovations with already scaled up model? So for instance, if we were to think about agribusiness firms, can they think of coming together and helping these farmer producer organizations or farmer producer companies so that they come up through formation of strategic alliance, which can lead to something, a meaningful, more meaningful outcome and a scale up for these FPCs. Now, the fourth route that I can that is there in the literature as well is a scaling route of growing an organization to deliver. How does it manifest itself? This can get manifested through your setting up of new branches, setting up and exploring where the need exists at other places. Now, where is the need for such innovation to be replicated? So these are the four approaches that one can think of. Social innovations would largely be triggered by these three things which I spelled out right in the very beginning. Something that has to come from agriculture, dependency on livelihood and sources of livelihood, and collective action. The four scaling route that I spelled out just now are the ones through which we can think of scaling up, wherein the most important and the crucial one would be getting into strategic alliances with already scaled up model in for-profit sector or otherwise, which can lead to certain kind of innovation to go and cover the length and breadth of the country and otherwise as well. Yeah, so over to you, Professor Saurabh.
Yeah, Professor Pandey, again, a very insightful discussion, insightful deliberation that you had made, wherein you talked about the limited opportunities of livelihood, agricultural produce and their management, and the rural women collective actions. These could be some of the triggers for the innovation. And again, uh, the structural innovation is something that we need to look into. Can we create new structures which can bring in the new models, new products, processes for the innovation? Now, I would like to invite all four panel members on board. If I can have Dr. Manish also. Manish ji and Pranshu ji is already there. Now, sir, what we understood from the deliberations made by all four panelists, that somewhere the creativity of the individuals observing the things right into the completion. Moreover, getting into having the concern for the society, and and also the struggle with the limited opportunities are some of the various sources or some of the real opportunities for the young people to learn and create the process and the structural systems, which can be the route to innovation. Moreover, in the current world, there are few things that we need to understand and deliberate upon, and I would like the observation from all four of you. The process of the innovation, particularly in the social innovation, it goes from creating and generating idea to having meaningful interventions, and the challenge is having innovative implementation mechanism to create the impact, because having a social impact is the key for any kind of social innovation. Now, the idea, intervention, implementation, and impact, how they trigger the innovations, how do they trigger the social innovation? And after that, maybe I will like to have your few moments upon a very specific response, that how come we can have the opportunities and source of converting traditional knowledge and capabilities as the source and opportunity for social innovation. So, starting with first part, maybe we can have 2 minutes each for each and every panel members, wherein how idea, intervention, implementation, and impact can be the triggers for the social innovation. We can start with Manish ji, and then maybe anyone who wants to come into, they can come into the discussion. Yeah, Manish ji.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very relevant topic you raised for this, all of us. And for this, as per my understanding and thinking, uh, if we work on the grassroots level, especially in the education domain and especially for the students, then we will think and rebuild the overall scenario. And one thing we always remember, that innovation and entrepreneurship startup is not a bread of butter of everyone. If we can find out near about 100 or 1,000 people, then 5 or 10 may be converted and 1 or 2 are succeed for that. So for this purpose, if we consider or focus on the student-related innovation activities, improvement for that, and Government of India are doing lots of things for this also. So then we will surely reach to the goal you already told about that. And for focus on the innovation is hopefully the societal related major issues, because it's in a social innovation, and innovation is always a social issues related things. So as per my understanding, in academia, if we work on that on a serious note, it's already started by the Government of India, Ministry of Education, Institution Innovation Council, Innovation Cell, establishment of lots of Institution Innovation Council and innovation centers, and Atal Innovation Center and school level also. Then we will go ahead for that. That is my observation.
Okay. Now, Lavyaji, maybe you are managing 40 centers and more than 40 centers across the world. Maybe, and you said that the unleashing the creativity is one of the core mission, core value of your organization or of your system. Now, herein, how do you unleash the idea and convert it with your interventions? What are the steps that you take in terms of unleashing the ideas, and how do you intervene and implement them to create a social impact?
It's a very big question. I was actually just looking at a news in the Guardian, which said just a few days ago, which said that Europe's biggest banks have provided $24 billion to oil and gas firms despite net zero pledges. So this is the three or four of the biggest banks in the world, and how they have continued to invest vast amounts of money into technologies that are destroying the planet. So this is the kind of thing we're up against. And while it's important about the individuals and while it's important about creativity, we actually need a new framework to unleash all of that, because it's not going to, I mean, everyone might want to be an entrepreneur doing good for society, but unless we have the institutions to support, if we don't have the funds and resources to support, if we don't have the educational framework to support, we will not have the outcomes we want, because we are contending with much bigger powers and much bigger forces than what we possess as individuals. At the same time, I gave you the example of Grameen Bank as an institution that depended entirely on local resources and local money to build this multi-billion-dollar bank of poor people. We did not take, for more than 25 years, that bank has not taken any outside money. It's local money in the villages that have gone to work to support initiatives of poor people at the bottom. The money has come back, and it's powered the growth in this institution that up to date has, as I said, disbursed more than $34 billion and created $3 billion in savings for these. So it's not that there isn't money, for the purpose that we want, but you need to have the frameworks, institutions, and the legal structures to unleash that. So I think that's very important, because I think, unleashing individual creativity is, of course, important, but unless we have structures to support it, we can't. So that's where this issue of creating alternative funds, like we have funds for social business. If a young person has a great idea, but if he goes to the bank and presents that business plan saying that I will have no profits for the investor, he's going to be kicked out, So we have to, even after 45 years of showing that the microfinance borrower is 100% credit worthy, he will still be kicked out. That's happening with the children of our 9 million borrowers. They come to a bank and they say that we would like to borrow and we will pay back. They will be thrown out unless they can provide a sustain, something that shows profits, some assets to present, and so on. So we need that. So we, for example, in Grameen have created this equity fund. It's a fund. It's called the Nobeen Equity Fund. It's to support the ventures of the young children coming out of Grameen families, and they invest. They put in some of their money. The fund puts in some of that money. They create their own venture. It's a for-profit business at the bottom, but it's engaging them into employment. They're hiring other people, and they're creating wealth at the bottom of society. After a few years, they return that equity that they receive from our fund to us and become the full owner of the business. So this started a few years ago, and we've created 75,000 businesses at the bottom of the rural pyramid. And the money has come back. It's self-sustaining. It's no drain on society. It's completely self-sustaining. To date, $100 million have been invested to these funds,
That's the
to these
impact.
projects. So the point I'm trying to say is that we need alternative structures. We need alternative legal
Frameworks.
frameworks. We need alternative institutions, and we need these new options presented at the education institutions, so people know that the only logic and the only way forward is not the profit-making business, the personal profit-making business.
Satyen Pandeyji, now in terms of the rural economy, if I talk about, because we have got one example from uh, Ms. Lamia and another from Mr. Pranshu. Now, if I take insight into the rural economy, maybe you took the example of FPOs, but then though there is a structure and the framework that Lamia ji talked about, yet there is not much of the innovation that we could see into the FPO systems or segments. So, what could be the constraint? How to unleash that? And then I will come to Pranshu in terms of getting the response.
Right. See, there are few constraints, but at the same time, there are few enablers which have come in the form of creation of 10,000 FPO scheme, the centrally funded scheme that we saw coming up last year. There are multiple constraints, multiple things which act as impediment in the way of FPOs or farmer producer companies. One of the biggest is their lack of market linkages, lack of market connectivity and market linkages. That's the biggest problem. Now, when we are thinking about scale up, and see, farmers for ages, they would know that how to produce. They would definitely not know how to sell other than them selling to the local traders. So you cannot anticipate that farmers would be in a position to not just produce, they will be in a position to grade, they will be in a position to process, do the quality checks and so on and so forth, and also sell it to the to perhaps to the retailers or somebody in the forward linkage who can supply it to the end customers. So that is where the constraint is coming from. Them not having adequate capacities. So you can think of few. See, there in case of FPOs, there's this whole island of mediocrity. There's this whole ocean of rather mediocrity when you have few islands of excellence. So few FPOs doing very well, and then they are getting celebrated and so on and so forth. But then there is whole sea of mediocrity in just the FPOs.
That means we need to have new innovative frameworks that Lamia talked about. That some new innovative frameworks are required in order to answer the issue. Pranshuji, if you can come in with your own experience, where I would take forward the point raised by Ms. Lamia Murshid, that what exactly do we require? Are we talking of new framework, or are we looking forward to unleashing the potential of individuals? How to go for it? How to have the ideas generated and they intervened and implemented for the impact? Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Sure. So I'll share a few things that have worked for us. So one of the things that has worked well for us is, even if we are able to make an opportunity work financially for an individual, however the small the money, we would like to continue with that. So instead of figuring out that the revenue streams have to be large, EBITDA has to be very high. I mean, whatever it is for now, if you're able to generate some revenue, and it essentially has to be not a loss-making effort. A tiniest bit of money or even a break-even point is good to go. So that is the very first thing. Second is the idea of not trying to make it too large on day one. Take a tiny step, find early stage success. Even if it is difficult to call it a success, the fact that it has been done and because there is no precedence to the kind of work that we are in, so even that is good enough. So many times, for example, I have found a lot of struggle when people want to make it big on the day one. That we want to solve this problem. This is large, and yes, we can all recycle battery on day one. But sorry, it has not been done before. So don't try to make it too large on day one. Even if you are able to collect it, that's great success on day one. Uh, a third thing is again, and I find myself challenged by this all the time. Don't look for perfection. At times we try to in our modeling we try to perfect the model a bit too much, because the world is chaotic. There are unknown elements. Reality, it is more important to learn on the go than model it all out on day one and then land, because that perfect model is never perfect. So at least what has worked for us is especially this, don't look for perfection, just try, learn on the go, because especially in the world that I am, at least we are trying to do, there are just too many uncertainties. There is no prior framework, standard way of working. So the ability to do, like, when I was talking, you brought this point up of observing, doing keen observation of what is happening with the introduction of the model, and picking it and evolving it almost on a daily basis, has led to at least success for us in whichever sector we have started.
Okay, that's great. Maybe taking it from here, we had narrowed it down that yes, we require the unique model, new observations, and new frameworks to create the opportunities, to source in the opportunities. Now, herein, what I could see that we keep on struggling between the technology and traditional knowledge and capabilities as the source of the social innovation. We have got an example of Miss Lamia, where the traditional knowledge being enabled with a new framework and model was unleashed into the potential of the business and earning opportunity. Then we have got Pranju Singalji, who had converted the technology as one of the source and linked it with the SDG requirements and created the opportunities. uh, Professor Pandey had talked about the agricultural setup, converting their knowledge systems and creating those triggers into the opportunities. And Manish ji talked about how to enable all these people and create the opportunity for the young students to learn and grow together. Now, uh, do you think that traditional knowledge and capabilities is one of the focus areas which should be uh, triggered again, which should be focused again in terms of creating the innovation opportunities for the social innovation, for the social purpose? If the traditional knowledge is something which should be relooked into and which should be focused upon, which should be emphasized upon, uh, maybe any one of you can come in if you would like.
Yeah, uh, I may.
Yeah, Professor Pandey. Yeah, please.
Yes. There are multiple things in traditional knowledge, and we must not discount while we are looking forward. There's also this importance of looking in the rear view mirror whenever we are looking forward. Whenever we are driving on a four-lane expressway, the importance of looking at the rear view mirror should never be discounted. So when we are talking about the knowledge system, the traditional knowledge systems, this can be very important trigger for social innovations. See, where I'm coming from is when we are looking at the rural innovations, the rural systems, and we are talking about agriculture and so on and so forth. There's a lot of opportunity out there because the overuse of things like pesticides and fertilizers is something which is a recent phenomena, which is just about 2 to 3 decades, which has happened just about 2 to 3 decades. Now, if we were to look at how the agriculture produced or the practices were followed, say about 100 years back or more than that, most of these produce were organic in nature, which which not just kind of gave tremendous productivity, but also at the same time the quality of agriculture produce was far superior than what we are getting today. uh, uh, the the agriculture produce which was produced using some of the very traditional method of your your things which were coming from plant waste, which were coming from animal waste, and all of these things were contributing to great productivity in the farmland. Now, since we have moved on to something like this, wherein pesticides and your fertilizers are used not just in abundance, but there is overuse of it. This has led to not just degradation of soil quality and other things, but also the kind of produce that we are getting from farm is mostly we are also consuming a lot of fertilizers and pesticides when we are eating produce from the farm. Now, that is where, if we go back to the traditional knowledge, it will help us in understanding the fact that, well, that is where an innovation is possible, wherein a lot of things which were done, say, 100 years back or more than that, can now be practiced and scaled up, and trying to kind of, through advocacy and other means, we can try and link it up to the market. There's huge potential. There's a huge driver that can be thought in over there.
Actually, you are very much into the technology sector in a way. So, do you think that what are the opportunities maybe for social innovation with the traditional knowledge and systems and capabilities? You talked about engaging the rack pickers and updating them, but can there be something more insight into it?
Um, this one is a difficult one for me, honestly, because the historical society or the traditional practices never forced us to think in a very unsustainable way. So the creation is really, the what we have done is the mess that we have created is in this whole last 100 years. So before that, these. So I think from a philosophical way, yes, there is a lot
Maybe
of.
maybe the practice that the you talked about to make consumers aware regarding the responsible consumption, so and disposal. So probably some the traditional knowledge in terms of the systems and thinkings that comes in, or the
Yeah.
responsible consumption could be one of the ways that would create more opportunity in your sector.
Yeah. So Saurabhji, I think where it goes more is more on the philosophical side, that this is how, the way of being is, and anything which has which is born needs to
Yeah.
uh,
Okay,
needs
I will take this
to.
question to Lamia. You probably Lamia has more examples and more insights for this.
Would you repeat the question, please?
I said that what could be, can traditional knowledge and capabilities could be one of the sources for the opportunities of social innovation.
So, this whole drive to become uh, independent of donor funding, which drove professor units to try to become self-sufficient, was from the understanding that people at the rural areas actually know how to uh, find solutions for themselves, and the appropriate ones. They don't have access to resources, but whatever little resource they have, they know how to make it go very far, that they're excellent managers of the scarce resources they have. And in fact, a top-down approach of trying to teach new types of things are often without understanding the context and very wrong-headed in many ways. So this was very much about allowing people to use their own knowledge and traditional knowledge to do things for themselves, but link them to resources. At the same time, there's the example of our village phone program that started in 1998, when we were able to bring cell phones into the villages of Bangladesh, and it became both a tool for income generation for what we called village phone ladies. They had the phone in their hand. There was no land phones anywhere, and they became like a pay phone where people would come pay them to connect to their children in other countries, expat workers, and into the cities, and how that brought market information, cut out the middleman, prepared for disaster. People could get information about when storms were coming and so on. And so we're saying that how if you have a technology that's neutral, can help them build their own livelihoods in the way they think is appropriate. So there's a role for that, but we are very wary still about bringing technologies from the top to introduce that are not always appropriate for the local communities. So there's very strong strand for us to think that traditional solutions do work, and that if you link it to technology and you link it to resources, they can be scaled up and create a wider circle, virtual cycles of good for the community. So I think that's very true, and we should not ignore the things that have been learned over generations and that have worked for them. I mean, after all, they've survived all this time. They're extremely efficient managers of scarce resources. We must make use of that knowledge and that experience that they have to have survived this long. So that I think that's what I think.
Uh, that's nice. Maybe we take one or two questions. We have 5 to 10 minutes left, so maybe Revati was raising her hand. Revati Wazirani, Miss Revati Wazirani, if you would like to ask some questions.
No, sir. Sorry, sir. It was by mistake.
Okay, okay. So still the forum asks for if anybody has any questions. Okay, so
Maybe may I ask?
please, Dr. Nisha, please.
You know what you were talking about, Sadbhavana and three construct. Saurabh sir, I really want to know a little bit more about these three construct and how you are trying to weave these three construct to make social business and social innovation in academic perspective, and that can go to the perspective for the for making it really work in the field. Because all what I understood from the work of Professor Yunus, or all social and business person and those who are promoting, these three words are the core which you are doing on that. If we understand these three words, I think we can create a new word to think about. So, can you elaborate these three things?
Thank you, Dr. Nisha. Thank you. See, basically, this is one thing that these three terms, this model was derived conceptually out of one of the training need assessment program that I was doing for 3,000 employees at SMVD, Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine Board. And I would find that there were certain structural issues, but employees, they may be dejected or not satisfied with the organization, but they were very much devoted into their duties. So it was a unique experience wherein the employee would simply curse the organization where he was working, but then he would do his service saying Jai Mata Di and serve the people. And this was again a very unique experience. So there was some kind of linkage which was missing. So we proposed a kind of training need assessment exercise after a preliminary study, and the organization was gracious enough to grant us and allow us. And we proposed around 11,000 man hours of training for the employees, and over the 3 years there was a remarkable improvement in terms of the restructuring of the organization. There was an improvement in terms of the employee satisfaction that we measured. There was an improvement in terms of the grievances that they handled. So there were certain markable improvements which we made. So this model basically talks about, and very much it was after studying few of the papers and models of Grameen Bank also, which is the unique initiative and pioneers into this field. Seva is the service construct. Now, the service is something that we are doing towards the society. Even when we are selling a product, like Pranshuji is making one particular, he's giving this particular product of recycling or bringing back to the element of electronic waste and plastic, glass or batteries. So again, this is towards the feeling, towards the emotion of giving back to the society. And for that, we are committing all our resources, committing all our energy towards the service of the society, service of the people, service of the nation. So this particular construct, until unless the individuals, whether he is a social entrepreneur or he is an employee or whether he's an interventionist or the administrator, if he or she does not has the seva element, the core concept of social intervention, social entrepreneurship will never come. Second dimension is related to samabhav. We call it samabhav. Samabhav is the equality of behavior. You cannot differentiate, you cannot create a distinction among people. You cannot classify. The service that you have committed yourself to is to be given to each and every individual who qualifies. I very particularly and reasonably kept this term of qualifying for getting the service, who qualifies for the service that you have designed. So you cannot create any distinction. And third element that comes in is the sadbhav. Sadbhav is the behavior of an individual. If I see 99% of, and many people will agree, 100% of the problems that arise around us are because of our own behavior. Sadbhav is your behavior which is undifferentiated, lawful, justified, and mindful towards others. If I relate all these three things and create a dharma of an organization, we will lead to samriddhi, that is called the prosperity. And that is what the goal of a social enterprise is. If all these three things, and now I am putting it, third thing is the technology also. The understanding of the technology, because technology is something which gives in the speed to the, or a scale to your operation, scale to what you're thinking. So any individual who is looking for the service will create opportunities, will think. It will be a trigger point, whether it is the farmer in the field, the agricultural person in the field, whether it is the rag picker into the field, whether it is the person who is working upon a loom, anybody, whoever they are, they can be, they will be committed to create new ways, new means. They will be creating new ideas. Thank you, Nishaji, for asking this question. And I hope that I answered it in the
Yeah,
way that you wanted.
sort of. Actually, you have set the platform for the next conference. Maybe you have set the stage where we can discuss. And since Ms. Lamia is there, and we always keep on talking about what should be our next area of discussion. So that is my second point. Maybe for this is the concluding session of this international conference of today's. Uh, I want from all of you few key takeaway where we can start discussing in our next forum, and that can be what I found is two many important things are very important things are the what you are talking about seva, sadbhavana, sambhav, and samruddhi with the help of technology. This is one thing. Second thing which is very prominently emerging from this discussion is our traditional knowledge, which we have to support, have to pamper, which we have to work together, because which we in India we have talked about, we have discussed about many things like saris from bamboo, saris from banana trees, and turmeric, which is a very much medicinal plant, and turmeric for the medicines, for the skin treatment. But we always think about that there is some kind of foreign technology will come, will treat our skin, and will make some other product. So two, 3 points I would like to take from a panelist, where we can focus in our next maybe conference or maybe roundtable. We can discuss. We can keep on discussing. This is the second point. After taking this point, we have Professor Sahai. I have seen that he has joined. I would like to request him to say a few words in this conference after these point which we have discussed, which I am inviting from all of you.
Yeah, I would ask panelists to be very short, because we have already shot beyond the time, and we would like to listen to Professor Sahai. Maybe his point. Maybe we ask Pranshuji to please give the concluding remarks.
So for me, I think Saurabh ji, जो आपके words हैं, I think they form a very strong foundation. And this whole idea of seva being embedded in the idea of entrepreneurship is very powerful. So if one is able to achieve that, and with intent, I mean intent is more critical than what people say. Then I think we have made it. If I look at a lot of times I come across entrepreneurs that there are not enough opportunities. I see endless opportunities around us. If we just become self-aware, if we just start looking at things, with a very open mind and are just aware. Thank you.
Lami.
I just want to say that, we need, again, I'm quoting this figure of how 500 richest people became $1 trillion richer in the pandemic. So Professor Yunus has been calling for building a new civilization. This is not a civilization. And, us acting, we can act, but it's so big now that we basically have to redefine everything. He defines creating, and Nisha ji knows this very well, a world of 3 zeros: zero poverty through zero wealth concentration, zero unemployment through unleashing entrepreneurship of all people, and zero not net carbon emissions, because the way things are going with the emissions, we won't even have a planet to live on to talk about these things. So we have that vision, and that social business is one tool in the toolbox to help create that, educating people through the universities and institutions to alternative ways of doing things, because the current way of doing things is making worse for everybody. And finally, engaging young people into the initiative. It can't be left just to the businesses, corporations, and government, but young people, even as young as 12 to 35, have to be brought into this for mass mobilization to create this new world and this new civilization. We have something called the 30 Clubs Initiative, which Professor Yunus launched, where young people 12 to 35 come in and start becoming aware of these 3 zeros and start seeing how they can get involved in changing and impacting on 3 zeros in their everyday life. So I think we've come to a stage in the world where, everything that we are doing will not have sufficient impact if we don't do it in a very large scale and very quickly. So I just wanted to end with that kind of call to action about envisioning a world where we want, where the world of 3 zeros, where we can all live sustainably, and how each of us can play a part in building that new world. Thank you.
Thank you. Manishi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. As per my thinking, especially focus on the students and children for in the nurture in the innovation sector or innovation related activities, and government policies are already is there, but the implementation plan and willpower is more important to reach anywhere or maybe some type of goal. So society related problems, if we resolve through the education, that is the another some of the milestone. If we all will do for that, then it's a good thing. And one of the key features is that if we focus on our local problems, then things would be normal, and pure social innovation is growing some way. If we think about more beyond our some others problem, that's a problem for innovation also. So if you think about nearby, that's a local problem. If we solve it, and everything is good. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Professor Satin.
Yeah, thank you. I concur very much with Dr. Manish what he was saying. So the policy apparatus is already there. We have the policy apparatus. We have government pushing in for all kind of reforms when we talk about, and specifically if I were to just think about the rural sector, we have all these kind of reforms there. Just one thing which needs to happen is probably on the front of, and which we can definitely borrow from Indian knowledge system as well, is can we think of intent? Can we think of pushing for more of work and not necessarily for short term results? And in long term, definitely it is going to lead to certain kind of impact and rich dividends. But the initial thing that needs to happen is working with intent and without really worrying about the results in immediate and short term rich dividends is something that we need to be focusing on.
Thank you, Dr. Satendra. In fact, if I could conclude the session for today before having a final remarks from Professor Sahai, with the intent of integrating technology and the traditional knowledge, if we can trigger the individual creativity through exposure and training of the young individuals and empower them to create the chain of opportunities, maybe that could be the route for the social innovation. And Professor Sahai has a very nice combination that he talks about, that there is no route for innovation. I would leave Professor Sahai to say so. Fine. But then for the next conference that Dr. Nisha has talked about, and I would put up a small suggestion. Can we link 3S with 3 zeros? So we can still think of and we can create more opportunities for linking the 3S with 3 zeros. Thank you. Professor Sahai, we are keen to listen to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I will just complete your sentence, Saurabh. It is entrepreneurship without innovation has no root.
Sir.
And innovation without entrepreneurship has no fruit.
No fruit, sir.
That was a sentence.
Yes, sir. So I did not want it to encroach into the patent.
It cannot be patented. It can be only copyrighted.
Yeah.
Copyright, sir.
I think this is
And
the
the moment,
tagline.
and the moment you have written something, already copyright is created. Only thing
Yes,
is whether you have registered or not.
Yes.
Like if you buy a property, okay, it's your property is yours, but if you have not registered, somebody else also may claim.
But sir, if you are there, there was no need of me saying so. Sir, please. Sir.
Okay, so I just joined because Nisha had sent me a mail, and then I saw Saurabh is there, and my one research scholar, Riti, would be presenting a paper. So I thought, let me at least listen what is going on. And
Sir,
what
it is
I found
surprise for all
is-
of us. Sir, it is surprise gift for all of us that you have joined.
It is about social innovation, social business, and sustainable development. And in all the three, I work not only within country but internationally also on sustainable development. We have got a society called the International Sustainable Development Research Society, and that's Amsterdam based. I have been the board member there. But coming to social innovation, social business, let me tell you, I am a hardcore corporate man, a person who did business for profit. But only later on I could realize that even corporate business can be a social business. And one of the cases that Riti wrote is about Janjal. She started with a social enterprise providing clean water for drinking. But later on, their economic portfolio also became so big and it is getting bigger. I consider the social business and the corporate business a continuum. At one end, you can have pure social business, at the other end, ruthless profit making business. But no business is, can ever be 100% pure social. I mean, obviously, it has got social objective as the primary objective, but that doesn't mean that it has to stand on its own feet. It's no more an NGO, it is an enterprise. So, enterprise has to sustain itself, and for that, it has to make money. So, I mean, what I have learned all these days is that social business also has to make money. It may not make profit, it makes surplus and it puts back, plows back, and it increases its business. But social business also needs to have economic activity. Likewise, corporate business in today's world cannot exist without social activity, without social innovation. It's not only just allocating some money, 2%, and giving to CSR fund. That really community is not looking at now. And I could share one of my experience as a director. I have been director on many corporate, well, both in private and public sector. So I'm naming the company. I have no hesitation. It was National Aluminium Corporation, which is a Maharatna company of Government of India. And I was made the chairman of the CSR committee. So once I expressed them that I want really to see that, okay, we are spending so many crores, what is happening, how it is benefiting the society, the community. So they said the project, so I said, okay, let's go. So the director, Akshan accompanied me, we went to the village, the school they were funding for education, children education. Once we reached the school, I found there was neither students nor teachers. So I scratched my head. I said, what's happening? He was Mr. Panda. He said, you said we are doing this. So this is what you are seeing with your own eyes. So we tried, we went to the Sarpanch, what's happening to the school and all. There are no children. So we just some children playing, we found, we talked. They said, sir, teacher doesn't come, so why should we go to school? So we tried to find out the teacher. So finally we could, with the help of Sarpanch, get the teacher. A teacher drunk होके पड़ा हुआ था अपने घर पे. So we asked him politely. He said, sir, मुझे 6 महीने से पगार नहीं मिला है तो मैं क्यों जाऊँ high school? So this is how many, I mean, what we say CSR fund and going to some social benefit and society, that's how it gets. I mean, if you don't monitor, if you really do not see the impact of social business also needs to, and more social impact. So if we are talking of social business, but then it needs to be, its impact on the society needs to be seen, not the amount of expenditure, not the amount of money that you have spent on your social objective, but what impact it has made on the society. I could speak on and on, so never give mic to a professor. And you have already gone beyond your time, so I will stop here.
Thank you, sir, for for your expert comment, and this is a really surprise gift for all of us to listen you, even you. What Saurav has taken altogether, a good concept and panel discussion. We had lots of good ideas, and certainly what Saurav has added a 3S and 30. Maybe we will think. I'll talk with Lamia, and we can add another domain in this discussion. So thank you very much. Now I will thanks to everyone for making this session very interesting, live and productive. I will invite now Dr. Kavita to take over for the further and next session. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Saurav. Thank you, Manish ji.
Sir, I have another session, so I may have to leave. So
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Saurav. Thank you. Thank
thank
you.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamia, for
Thank you, all
joining.
the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Now I'll invite Dr. Kavita to take the session forward. Dr. Kavita? Dr.
Yeah.
Kavita, are you there?
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
We will now be breaking out in different rooms. I request Pranjal sir to give the necessary instructions as to how to be diverted, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks. Let me give some time. I'll create the rooms. My team will create the room, and we will shift all participants in their respective rooms.
Yeah, so before that, Dr. Kavita, if you want to share any instruction, because all are there in the common room. So if you have any instruction or your student have any instruction to share with the participant and research scholars and presenters.
Yeah. The only instructions that we have here is that we are running two tracks. Each track has 7 papers. Every participant has been given 20 minutes for the presentation. It would be 15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes would be taken for Q&A. And we expect every participant to share their screen and scroll their slides. At the end of the 13th minute, you would be getting a warning from the students team. And at the end of the 15th minute, the students would be requesting you on the further path forward. So this is how the entire flow has been arranged. So this is going to be our common Google Meet, and from here, with help of Pranjal sir, we would be diverted in the respective breakout rooms.
And again, they have to come back in the common room, right?
No, ma'am. They can. There's no need to come back to the common room, ma'am. We will now then meet again on tomorrow in the valedictory session, ma'am.
Okay. So after a presentation, they can leave. There is no need to join a common platform.
Yes.
And for award of the papers, best paper award, we will declare it tomorrow. So the link will be shared. I think there will be same link.
The link is going to be the same, ma'am.
Same. And the time is 4 to 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So time is 4 to 5 for the valedictory session. In the morning, we do have a student presentation about the hackathon, what they have prepared about. It is a pan-India competition, which the students are going to do. So any confusion or any question from the participant side, we can sort out here only.
Rakesh and Ashay, can you see breakout rooms from your screen? Rakesh, Ashay, are you there? Okay, can't you see? Okay, fine. Okay, one instruction for everyone. What I'm doing, I've created two tracks and now opening the room. But as I open the room, you will be shifted to those rooms, track 1 and track 2, because Google is automatically assigning the room. It is not asking me for volunteering to get into the room. So if you don't belong to that room, you can come out of that room. The leave room option will be there, so you can come out of that room. So you will come to main room. Okay, and then I will shift you to other room, whichever room you want to be. Okay, so just let me first do it. So there are many other participants also. Uh, so there are two tracks, track 1 and track 2. It's created. So I'm opening the room and you may be having your schedule for this both track. So check whether you are in correct track or not. If just a minute, somebody is calling me. I've opened the rooms, and I think you may be getting the message of getting into a particular room, the track 1 and track 2. So please join that room. Kavita ma'am, are you getting the message? Kavita ma'am?
Yes, sir. I am getting the message, sir.
Track 1, track 2
Yes,
is asking
yes.
you.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
join in your respective room.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I
Yeah.
was in the wrong track. I was put in the wrong track, and a lot of participants are in that track too, from track.
Yes, I have also returned back to
So
the
can you
main
please
room.
come out of the leave the track? I'll put you in the room. Okay, you come in.
Can I request the participants from track 2 who I know are in track 1 to come back to the main room too?
Yes. And they can
Sure.
select the correct tracks.
Okay.
So I'm back to the main room now because I was put in the wrong track. So I'm
Yeah,
waiting for my
please
track
come in
one
the
and
main
back.
room. Yeah. You come in the main room.
Sure.
Sir, so as I.
Yeah,
My
please come. I think you are from track 1, no? You are put in track 2 or what?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so come out and you then select the track 1 and get into that.
But we can't see the track one invite. I mean,
Just
I
a
can't
minute.
see it. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So I'll put you.
Sure.
Even I'm not able to see, sir. I'm just seeing you're invited to track 2.
Yes.
Okay. So Sushma ma'am is in track 1.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in track 1.
I am invited to track 1.
Just a minute, sir. I'll do it.
Riti, what, in track 1 or 2?
Track 1, sir.
So how do I get to track 1?
So I think
I am not able to, I'm able to get out but not getting into track 1.
so. Sir is arranging. Professor is arranging for the track 1 invite. Once we are able to see it on our screen, we'll be able to join in, sir. He's arranging the track 1 invite.
Panjas sir, there is track 3 also, no?
No, the only 2 tracks are there.
Only 2 tracks are there. I've written there on the chat window. There are only 2 tracks, track 1 and track 2.
Okay, I'm just reading out the name because there's a long list. Abhishek Jagdale. Okay. Aniket Sabde, Anirudh Bhatt, Anjulata, Ankita, Ashwini. I think these are all. Meena madam, are you there in track 1? Meena madam, Dr. Meena Sharma. Durga.
Durga ma'am is in track 2.
I'm in track 2.
So you are put in track 1, right?
No, track 2. As per the schedule, it was in track 2.
Achha, as per the schedule, you are in track 2, but it is showing me.
Yes, sir. Even I'm in track 1 actually. So all this confusion is there.
You are in track 2, madam?
Yeah, Durga ma'am is in track 2 as per the schedule. I want the track 2 link so that I'll join there.
Just a minute. I'm doing it. Pradeep sir, you want
Track
uh,
two. Track two.
track 2, right?
Yeah.
And sir, I Riti Kulshrestha wants to be in track 1.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sir, you got in correct track? Just let me know.
No, sir. I don't know. I have not received any invitation from track 2.
Okay, okay.
Sir, Renita here. I need to be in track 1, but I'm getting an invite for track 2.
Yeah, 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 ma'am. I'm doing one by one actually. There is a long list and I'm not able to find the names. It's a long list. Miss Palvinder Kaur, are you in track 2 or track 1?
Sir, I'm in track 1. Sir, I was like put in track 2, but I was supposed to be in track 1.
Pranjit sir,
Uh,
let me read out the name. Palvinder madam is in track 1.
Yeah. So can you please come out of that room so I probably can arrange you in track 1?
Sir, I'm not in track 2 room, sir. So I've left the room already, sir. Now I'm in main room.
You are in the main room? Okay, main call. I'm not getting your name and name. Just a minute.
So the display name is Palvinder Kaur ma'am.
That is what, ma'am, I'm actually searching for.
It is there.
No, I'm not. Pallavi Vartak is coming. Rashmi, Preeti, Ranita. Her name is not being displayed.
Sir, is there any ID like 20 DBU 006?
20 DB 006. Yeah, I got it.
Yes, sir. That's my basically official ID. So.
Okay, okay, okay.
Sir, should I rejoin through that ID, sir, my official one?
No. You don't have to join. I'm actually.
Riti, you are in track 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Waiting
Riti
to be
ma'am is
transferred.
in track 1.
Okay.
I'll read out the names so that it's clear. Track 1 is Palvinder ma'am, Riti ma'am,
Hello, Ashay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
When we will be starting the session?
Sir, just give us 10 minutes.
Okay.
Manish Arora sir is there?
He actually wanted to be there for track 2, and his I think student Srishti is also there to present the paper. What she told me actually.
No, no, my question is, there is a technological problem, right?
Yes.
Technical problem. So if Manish sir is there, immediately we can create some other link to join. Immediately we can do that.
Yeah. So can I create another Zoom meet link wherein track 2 people can join?
Maybe
Yes,
no, no, no.
yes, sir. Yeah, I think that's better. It will go fast. Manish sir is there, madam. He is here.
Yeah, Manish sir, if we can create a new Zoom link, if you can do. I told our Professor Ashish to create one new link, Zoom. He is in his office, but if you can do it, Zoom, immediately we can do that. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर. Sir, you're not audible.
But ma'am, one link can be created by Pranjal again, na?
Sir, ma'am, this is Dr. Vivek.
Google,
There is a need I can create a room. Gmail on Google Talk or Zoom. I can do anything. To let me know.
Sir, actually, I'm creating breakout room in Google Meet.
Okay.
I'm creating, but somehow I'm not finding the way because there are many students, I mean, many participants, and somehow these wrong track assignments is happening. So I'm asking them to come out.
Sir,
and
you
so
do
the,
one thing. You create 2 rooms, as most of the students know that in which track they need to present their paper. So they will left from that room and join the other one.
I mean, you mean to say that I create a room? Actually, have you worked in Google Gmeet breakout room earlier? Google Gmeet breakout room. Have you worked earlier, Dr. Vivek?
Yes, sir. I just need to see.
So what I'll do?
You create 2 rooms, and
I create 2 rooms,
and
but
kindly
I need.
tell the participants to leave the room where they are not supposed to present their paper and remain in the other room.
No, I create 2 rooms is okay, but this Gmeet is actually assigning all participants in two different tracks. It is assigning 60 participant in track 1 and 60 participant in track 2. This is what is happening.
So sir, no issue. You just
fine sir ना ये तो fine, it's fine अगर 60-60 divide हो रहे हैं.
मैम हमने जो ट्रैक डिवाइड करके रखे ना तो वो जरूरी थोड़ी कि उसमें वो बंदा है.
Nisha ma'am, kindly tell the participant to leave and join the other track where they are going to supposed to make the presentation.
No, but the problem, sir, is they are not getting the other invites. Somebody is there on a room.
Sir, wait. Sir, wait. Just I'm creating new Zoom link. If Manish sir can do it, otherwise I'm just wait क्योंकि confusion हो जाएगा. Google में invite भेजना पड़ेगा. Deepali Kamle, Deepali, you're there? Yes, and yeah, Deepali, बोलिए.
Ma'am, yes, I'm there. Ma'am, breakout rooms can be created and we need to allot activities में जाके हो रहा है.
So no. We cannot take so many suggestions. If it is what is workable, then talk about that. So just hold on. If Manish sir is there, Manish Arora sir, are you there? Arora sir, Manish sir? Or maybe just find out workable solution immediately. Already we have lost 35 minutes. So I am creating Zoom link. Yeah. Arora sir, are you there? So just hold on. Please bear with us. It is a technology which since morning it is working beautifully, but last moment in the last session, we were so happy that we are on time and.
Ma'am, my technical team is also responding to your team, and hopefully within 2 to 5 minutes we will resolve it.
Okay, okay. So yeah, it happens. Since morning, we were happy that we are doing everything on time and very well. So yes, this time. So please, uh, this is the way how we work and how.
Yeah, Nisha ma'am.
Yeah.
I've created a instant Google Meet link, a separate
Okay.
link.
Okay.
So can I request, and I'm pasting this link over here.
Okay.
In this conference.
Okay.
So can I request track 2 people, track 2 people, Dr. Manish Arora, Dr. Pradeep Mitra, Ruchita, if they can join that link, so track 2 will be separated totally.
Sure,
And
sir.
and this becomes a track 1.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, Shrija here. Even I am there in track 2.
I'll just read out the names of the
Yeah,
presenters who are supposed to shift to track 2. Session chairs, Dr. Manish Arora, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mitra, Dr. Vivek Sharma, and
Nisha ma'am,
presenters.
Rujita, just a minute. Nisha ma'am, can I do it? Can I paste it, this link? I have
Right,
created
right,
a
right.
link.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, fine. So I'm pasting this link. You must have got that link pasted in your chat box. Have you got it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so please join. This is for track 2. I'm writing for track 2.
So basically, whenever an ink is produced.
Hello, sir. Can you please just repeat the names for the track 2?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm repeating the names. Presenters.
The names. Yeah.
Yes. Presenter Professor Pawan Kulkarni, Professor Srijay Shrikant, Dr. Durga Surekha, Professor Dada Abdul Rauf Bhatt, Dr. Rao, Neha Sharma, and the student group of Anushri Mitke, Rakesh Kumar, Anjulata, and Sumit Kadechkar are expected to join the link for track 2.
Rujita, please join track 2.
See, which is the link to be joined, because it's already mentioning for track 2 or track 1, the link that is put up in the chat.
No, so ma'am, the link that is posted in the chat box is for track 2. You're expected to join that link.
Okay.
And this would be the track 1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Nisha ma'am.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So now there is no confusion. This would be the track 1, and the link which is posted would be track 2. And few attendee can shift to track 2. If they wish, they can shift to track 2. Now there is no separate room. This is the track 1 and track 2.
I'll be leaving this meet and joining track 2, Kavita ma'am.
Yes. Please go ahead. Shushma ma'am, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. We need to go to track 1.
This is track 1.
Yeah. Okay, we are in track 1. Anju, please announce all the names for the track 1.
For track 1.
So this is our track. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, Anju, you're audible.
Yeah. So this is track 1. We have session chairs, Dr. Shriji Linden, Dr. Meena Sharma, and our presenters are Ms. Palvinder Kaur, Professor Krishnaveni Raparla, Professor Dipali Kamble, Professor Dr. Alok Kumar Chattopadhyay, Professor Kaivalya Joshi, and Professor Renita Wazirani. Yeah, so shall we start, ma'am?
So my name has not been announced. Anju, can you please just check it? Because I'm in
Yes,
track
ma'am. Even,
1.
yes. You are our third presenter, Professor Riddhi Kulshrestha.
I think second presenter in the schedule.
Second presenter is Professor Krishnaveni Raparla.
Ma'am, you can keep me anytime. I'm free. Today my presentations are over.
So I think if there's a change, then that's not an issue. No problem.
So, ma'am, are you okay with this?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
No problem.
So, Sushma, ma'am, can we start?
Yeah. Please, Anju, please.
Good afternoon to all the prestigious judges, our convener, academicians, and scholars, participants, and my dear audience. I, Anju Thomas, on behalf of Vivekanand Education Society's Business School and Basic 22, am immensely proud and happy to welcome you all to International Conference on Social Innovation, Social Business, and Sustainable Development. Let me take this opportunity to first thank the judges and for giving us their valuable time and lending us their expertise to us. I also sincerely thank our sponsors, NABARD and iHub IIT Roorkee for their support. I would like to introduce our session chairs for the day. Our first session chair is Dr. Shiji Linden. Dr. Shiji Linden is from KJ Somaya Institute of Management. She is a faculty of OB and HRM domain. Her PhD is in leadership from Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, IIT Bombay. Dr. Linden is certified in mixed method research from St. Gallen University, Switzerland. She is a gold medalist and rank holder in graduation and post graduation from the MS University of Baroda. Dr. Linden is an associate certified coach from International Coaching Federation. She has lots of publications in peer reviewed national and international journals. Dr. Linden is an associate editor of journal Business Perspectives and Research and also a reviewer of several leading journals. We welcome you, ma'am. Our next session chair, Dr. Meena Sharma. Dr. Meena Sharma is an educator with 17 years of total experience. She is a postgraduate gold medalist and a PhD holder in banking and finance from MS University of Baroda. She is a passionate teacher and a keen researcher who has published many research papers in various well-known journals and even has authored books. Dr. Sharma has also received awards for outstanding research papers. Currently, she is working with Vivekanand Education Society's Business School as professor and associate dean in finance. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anju.
So, though all the participants have been informed of the rules and regulations, let me quickly take you through them once again. Every presenter will have 15 minutes to present their paper. A reminder would be given at the end of 13 minutes, and then final bell would be rang at the end of 15 minutes. After which, there will be 5 minutes dedicated to question and answer round. Each presenter have to run their own PPTs. Just to add, both the session chairs would be sharing their elaborate insights about all the papers at the end of all the presentations. So let's get started. Our first presenter is Ms. Palvinder Kaur. Ms. Kaur is pursuing her PhD from Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Jammu and Kashmir. I request ma'am to please share the screen and start the presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. But I'm unable to see the icon by which I can share my screen.
Ma'am, so can you see the icon of video, captions, raise hand? There is a
Yes,
present
ma'am.
now option.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
so that's how you have to share the screen. Welcome.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. It is visible.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Palvinder Kaur. I'm from Shri Mata Vaishno Devi University. The title of my paper is Corporate Social Responsibility, Prospective in Social Enterprise and Social Innovation, a bibliometric review. Social innovation is one of the major requirements to meet the challenges and issues faced by society. In current scenario where new avenues of economic and social development are being explored under the guidance of sustainable development goals, it is imperative to understand the phenomena of evolution that leads to social innovation, as well as the role of agencies that promote the innovation at the grassroots level, which creates avenue for social innovations. The interaction between corporate social responsibility, social enterprises, and social innovation needs to be explored more to describe gaps for more inclusive development across the world. This paper explores the integrative role and interaction of social enterprises with corporate social responsibility in enhancing social innovation. With the help of bibliometric citation analysis, this paper explores the publication during 2005 and 2022 related to corporate social responsibility, social entrepreneurship, and social innovation. The structural part of this paper is organized as follows. Section 2 discusses the studies methodology and data source, the current state of the field of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility discussed. Section 3 discusses the descriptive analysis. This is also one of the part of bibliometric analysis. The implementation of bibliometric analysis, including author analysis, affiliation analysis, and keyword analysis, are discussed in section 4. In section 5, the analysis is discussed. Section 6 addresses discussion. Finally, research gap and future research opportunities are discussed in section 7. Methodology and data sources. The process includes a thorough analysis of the literature based on the keyword such as social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility. All conceivable qualities and dimensions related to understanding, increasing knowledge, imagining concepts, education, learning, and training were carefully found and combined into a framework in social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility. To identify and evaluate significant papers, a bibliometric analysis was conducted based on the Scopus database. The research papers, which are all written in English, are included in this study only. Only structured data from the Scopus database is used. Working paper, book chapters, conference articles, unpublished reports, and dissertations are all excluded for this study. In this study, 183 academic publications closely related to social entrepreneurship and corporate social responsibilities were first carefully identified and selected from the data Scopus database, followed by 38 academics publications in the field of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility after reviewing, and cleaning them. Subsequently, based on the 183 and 38 publication in their respective fields, the development part of the field of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility is shown, including the publication trends, publication types, top journals, and co-occurrence network of categories. Furthermore, using overall citation analysis can be used to determine the top 10 publications. Furthermore, based on the publication references, reference co-citation analysis can be used to identify some promising future research prospects in a particular field. VOSPhere software is used for reference co-citation analysis. Finally, the result of the bibliometric analysis are used to identify prospective research gaps and future research possibilities. Eligibility criteria. Directly related to the amount in the subject on social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility. Inclusion criteria were chosen to be more inclusive than exclusive. As a result, some of the research in this field was not solely focused on social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility. Nevertheless, certain characteristics were considered to be significant in assisting in the development of a current research theme. Keyword for search. A substantial majority of keywords emerge from the foundations of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility, as well as the main research question. A review of a few previous studies was also carried out to establish the keyword. Then, to conclude all available research in the disciplines of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility, a final list of keywords was developed. The keyword were chosen to cover research on social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility in tandem. The study's first search phrase were social entrepreneurship or social enterprise or social entrepreneur and corporate social responsibility. Furthermore, the studies searched with social innovation keyword along with the phase uh, were social entrepreneurship or social enterprise or social entrepreneur and corporate social responsibility and social innovation. Two databases were obtained from the study of this paper. The relevance of keyword was assessed in all of the publications, author's keyword, and abstract. Duplicates were checked in the review finding. The descriptive analysis, the current state of the field. This section analyzes the existing state of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility, including publishing trends, types of publication, top journals, and category co-occurrence networks. From 2005 to 2022, Figure 1 and Figure 2 illustrate the number of publications and citation in the field of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility. And Figure 3 and Figure 4 illustrate the number as well as the citation of publication in the field of social entrepreneurship and corporate social responsibility. The global tendency of publication is increasing at an exponential rate. Furthermore, certain intriguing results might be seen based on the number of publications. The number of publications in the field of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility in particular. From 2005 to 2020, there was a minor growth, but from the year 2019 to 2021, saw a significant surge in the number of the publications. The reason for this could be the recent event involving social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility have promoted an increase in the number of academic interest in addressing social issue as the world has witnessed the worth of the COVID-19 pandemic in the year 2022 uh, to date. As a result, a rising number of academics focused on resolving societal issues. Beside, Figure 2 shows the number of citation climbed from 2011 to 2015 before declining in the following year. Similar trend has been reported in the study field of social entrepreneurship and corporate social responsibility. As reflected in the figure 3, the year 2015 and 2021 reported maximum publication in this field, and the graph depicted growing trend of publication. From the figure 4, in the year 2006 received the most citation, following by 2016, which accounted second most citation in the field of social entrepreneurship and corporate social responsibility. The bibliometric analysis. The core authors who have contributed to the field of social entrepreneurship, corporate social responsibility, and social entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurship and social innovation and social corporate social responsibility are featured respectively in their fields in this session. In addition, the core authors collaborative network is examined. Affiliations impact on the field of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility is also examined. Influence of authors. An author analysis based solely on the number of publication not may not be the most effective way to uncover author's contribution. According to Price law in the year of 1965, approximately 75% of the scholars produced only one paper, with 10% of these papers generating half of the total. As a result, it is critical to identify the key authors who not only have strong publication skills but also make significant contribution to the discipline's advancement and development. As a conclusion, Price law in 1965 is discussed, which has been widely used to identify co-writers in a subject. The minimum number of publications published by one scholar is calculated using Price law, and the equation for the threshold number of the publication is as total number of publication is equal to 0.749 under root n maximum number of publication. According to the information gathered, there are approximately more than 200 authors who have published in the topic of social entrepreneurship and corporate social responsibility. Silo C was the most prolific author with 551 citations on their publication in the discipline of social entrepreneurship and corporate social responsibility.
Ma'am, just 2 more minutes to go.
Ma'am, I'm just halfway to. Four additional authors, including S. Ansari, Phillips, Doughty, and L. Kington, rounded up the top five prolific authors in addition to Silos. According to the Table 4, the study domain of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility depicted highly influential authors based on their citation public. The top influential authors who have contributed the most are Phillips W., who accounted maximum citation on their publication are 242, following by Davison with 172 citation. Mirwis reported 80 citation. Jagger in the year of 2014 reported 49 citations. Table 4 lays out the top 10 influential authors for their contribution in the field of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility. Furthermore, authors are evaluated not only on the basis of their global citation but also on the basis of their article, which have a strong beneficial impact on their respective fields as well as other fields.
I think session chair can take call.
Yeah.
Because.
Palvinder, because in the interest of time, I think it is let's take it in a Q&A format.
Okay,
right? Yeah, because I think we'll have to keep to the time, otherwise we won't be able to finish because we have 7 presentations.
But
so
okay, go ahead. Yeah, please.
Yeah. So Palvinder, I understand you are a research scholar. So as a research scholar, the question that I have for you is that with all the bibliometric analysis that you have done, what is it that new that you are now understanding about the field? Apart from who are the authors and how many publications, etc., what are the key themes or what are the areas or the research gaps that you have identified as a result of the analysis?
Yes, ma'am. By the bibliometric analysis provides the emerging requirement for the synthesis of research in the field of social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and corporate social responsibility. The mediating and moderating effect of the variables which can take care of the resource advantage for the social enterprise should be explored. In this regard, the corporate social responsibility and its role is in strengthening the resources of social enterprises wherein they can experiment and innovate for social upliftment. There is a requirement for building up the context wherein the synergetic and comparative effect of social entrepreneurship with corporate social responsibility and their influence on the social innovation and generating positive social outcomes could be explored.
Yes, Palvita. I think you're referring to the paper, but I think let's keep it conversational, right? In the sense that uh, from you have read it out, but then still I'm very keen on knowing from here where are you going now that you have done the bibliometric analysis. You know where the field is, okay, and you have identified the gaps. What is that is coming to you which you're planning to extend it to?
Ma'am, the in-depth case studies is required for understanding the phenomena of social innovation in respect to corporate social responsibility.
Because what happens is bibliometric analysis to a large extent is only giving a descriptive figure of what is happening in the field. Again, it is for the scholar or for the researcher to figure out from here, okay, so if this is where the field is, what do I do next? And I think that's where doctoral students know they the reason that they do bibliometric analysis. So I think it would be a good idea for you to go back to the analysis that you have done and see what is there for you to now, because the figures that you were showing, figure 3 and figure 4, so you said that though there is an increase in publication, there's a decline in the citation. I don't think it's so much of decline in the citation. A citation is always over a period of time, so you would not have citation in 20, if people are publishing in 2021, then it will take some more years to go. And again, it would be a good idea to see what's happening in that area. And also, I did not really get that point of inclusion and exclusion criteria, because that is very, very critical in an analysis like this.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was the inclusion exclusion criteria that you had when you were doing the analysis, when you were deciding from the 183 papers that you picked up?
Yes, ma'am. The first inclusion criteria was all the documents has to be in English format. The second was it has to be a review paper or a research article. So dissertations, working papers are all excluded for this study.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't look at Web of Science?
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, we don't have access to Scooper's database as well as Web of Science. Somehow, I managed to extract from Scooper's database, ma'am.
Okay.
Though
Over to the
we are new scholar over here, so
okay.
we are trying to figure out our ways, ma'am.
Sure. Over to Dr. Meena.
Yeah, hello, Palmin. So you have done.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. You have explored a large volume of data, and that is really good. And where you said you are talking about 200 authors, right? You mentioned.
Yes, ma'am. In the field of corporate social responsibility and social entrepreneurship.
Okay.
But in the field of corporate social responsibility, social entrepreneurship, and social innovation, we only got 38 papers.
38 papers. So
Yes,
what
ma'am.
all the sources you looked for collecting this information?
Ma'am, we only use Cooper's database as I could only access to that through my friend. So
okay, so still you are in a data collection format, or you have started your analysis?
Ma'am, I'm still in the process. I've just completed my coursework, PhD coursework. So
okay.
I just tried with bibliometric review.
So you are still collecting information related to your topic?
Yes, ma'am. My area is defined though. It is social entrepreneurship and corporate social responsibility.
Okay, so what exactly you are expecting, the result you are expecting from this research?
Okay, ma'am. My expectations is like how I can, create a synergy between corporate social responsibility and social enterprises. How social enterprises can be benefited and facilitated by CSR, ma'am.
Okay, so that is only in India you are taking, or it is, I mean, your geographical location is India only?
Ma'am, as of now, we haven't decided it. I've just completed my coursework.
Okay.
So, and after that, I got to know about this conference and I was very excited. So, I wanted to try my luck. So, I started studying about bibliometric analysis, how it is done. So, I ended up writing a papers. So, ma'am.
Yeah, because when you talk about this bibliometric views and this, it naturally talks about your mathematical and statistical tools, whatever methods you are using for your data analysis. So have
Ma'am,
you, yeah.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the only software I used was VES software for
Okay.
this analysis, and rest graphical portion was done through Excel sheet, ma'am, by my
Oh,
own.
Ma'am?
oh, yeah, okay, okay,
Yeah,
Palvinder.
ma'am.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
Palvinder ma'am, you're done with your 20 minutes. So, shall we start with the next presenter?
Thank you
Yes,
so
yes,
much,
Anju,
ma'am.
go ahead. Yeah, okay,
Thank
thank
you
you,
so
Palvinder.
much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Palvinder.
Thank you so much, Palvinder ma'am. So now I would like to introduce our next presenter, Professor Krishnaveni Rapalla. Professor Krishnaveni is MBA in Finance and MPhil from SNDT University. She is pursuing her PhD from VES Institute of Management. She is a research associate assisting Dr. Nisha Pandey in major project of Niti Aayog, Government of India, Aspiration Districts Project. She has worked as a trustee member in Ankur Trust, run by Reliance Industries Limited, Nagodni Complex, Maharashtra, a non-profitable organization. I now request Professor Krishnaveni Rapalla to please share the screen and start the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Vedi Raparla. Is my screen visible?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is visible. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Veni Raparle. Today, I thank each and everyone who has joined this good cause to talk about the social innovations in social entrepreneurship. My topic is capacity building and sustainable development of smart villages, a case study of aspirational districts program. Actually, it's my privilege to assist Dr. Nisha Pandey in the Niti Aayog project, which is doing a very excellent job in bringing out the capacity building and making the villages sustainable and turning them into smart villages. Is my screen moving, ma'am?
No.
Hello? Is my screen moving?
No, no.
No, ma'am, it is not moving. It's stuck.
Okay, is it visible now?
Yeah. Yes.
According to Azita World Social Report 2021, 4 out of the 5 people who face extreme poverty live in rural areas. This is very well known that many rural areas they witness a severe depletion and degradation of natural resources, and this leads to inevitably to the migration of people from rural areas in search of their livelihood. We have seen this in the pandemic period. People are moving in and out, but mostly why the people have moved from to the urban areas was in search of livelihood. The primary cause is based of lack of basic infrastructure, livelihood, healthcare, education. There are many reasons, and there is a glaring disparity in the lifestyle between the rural and urban areas. So our big question comes: who will be left out in the farming sector, and whether rural areas become lucrative enough to stop this exodus from the villages? So my research question is to find out what government of India is doing with respect to that. Basically, government of India is trying to address this goal through SDG goals. Rural development has been defined by World Bank in 1975 is a strategy to improve the environmental, economic, social living conditions of the people in the rural areas. So various governments all over the world have started integrating the rural development opportunities for sustainable development. After the UN development has come out with their sustainable development goals 2030 goals to underdeveloped areas in the field of agriculture, environmental, education, healthcare, local infrastructure. So most of the governments they have shifted their development activities in inclusive for the developmental goals, which are 17 goals. So I have tried to explore this concept with relation to the smart villages. We have to look at the grassroots level where the problem lies. It is whether it is in the urban areas or whether it is in the village areas. So smart approach for smart villages, sustainable and environmentally friendly smart villages is a solution to improve the quality and life of rural areas with the utilization of technology. Earlier, there was not more technology going into the rural areas, but now through the introduction of IoTs, technologies, digitalization, spread of web, we have able to integrate and act as a fulcrum for the integrated development to access the quality education, improving infrastructure, local business opportunities, improving health and wealth and welfare of the people, and bringing in improving the quality of the life of the villager. At present, I am in EDI and I am very much fortunate to be here. I am presenting it from here. Today, I have seen so many developmental activities going, and people are coming from the villages to display their units. Are very much eager to do all those things. So basically, this is done by the capacity building approach and creating a sustainable livelihood approach. Capacity building is defined by enhancing the skills, abilities, instincts, improving the processes, enhancing or maximum utilization of the resources with the help of the organization communities to survive, adopt, and rapidly change to the economies. So it improves the self-sustainability of the people. And vice versa, sustainable livelihood is there, but how to make the process sustainable? We are trying to find move way to the SDG policy framework. It is called localization of SDGs to the UN 2030 phenomena, where carbon neutral economy is to there, linking the micro levels to the micro levels, and importance of the livelihoods institutions. They are very much helping, and they are from the universal prescription to the context based prescriptions. This is moving very fast, and all countries are competing with each other. So after the UN 2015, India has also signed the agreement for the sustainable development goals. Then they have come up their aspirational districts program. This is the aspirational districts program has been developed to address the rising exodus of the migration from the villages to bridge the gap between the urban and the rural. And the first Delta program ranking, this is they have selected 117 most backward districts in our country. These are the districts which they have selected. Some few in Chhattisgarh, Ranchi, Jharkhand, then a few in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. All these they have identified the most backward districts. These are the areas of the left-wing extremist districts. So they are giving extra efforts, extra budget to calculate how to improve their activities, how to bring them from utmost poverty. So there are so many programs. What are the main pillars of this program is converge, collaborate, and compete. So there is convergence of all the governmental programs, governmental activities, and a collaboration between various institutes, and creating a competition atmosphere between the all the people between the districts. There is creating a competition among them. There is a delta ranking program which will tell your village is the first, your village is second. In this way, these rankings are being judged by the Niti Aayog, and they come up with the programs. So there is basically in the five sectors, that is healthcare, nutrition, education, agriculture, water resources, basic infrastructure, skill development, women development, in financial inclusion. These ways they are doing, and with the active collaboration of the district collector, Niti Aayog, NGOs, and fellows are being selected for this program. So basically, this is the various authors have come up. A Porter has written his appraisal on this aspirational district. They have given wonderful analysis. They said you can implement it in other districts also, and this can be taken as a role model in other countries also. In this way, they have given various reviews for this program. So I wanted to analyze how the success stories of this program is being taken up in various ways. So basically, every district has taken up. They have come up with their own good parameter. In few examples, I have taken Chandoli district has taken in Uttar Pradesh. They have taken a smart product for one city, one district, like a program they are doing to try to bring out the goodness of that area. So to promote agro products, the Chandoli district has taken up sustainable agriculture sector to increase the income of the farmers by giving training to 300 farmers to grow black rice. This is a this black rice is not to be used because of the position of that. But later, when they have told the farmers of the medicinal value of that normal rice, it will take 60 rupees per kg or 30 to 40 rupees. But after propagating, after the institutions giving so much of this thing for that, now it is being sold for 200 to 600 rupees per kg, and it is mostly sent to New Zealand, Australia, and many countries because of their medicinal value. It is having high diabetic resistance, means that it can reduce that also. So such much is for Chandoli black rice. And similarly, the other district is Ranchi. It has come up with Annie Smart classes. If anyone has gone to Shark Tank, this Annie Smart classes is being taken by their students, and they have proposed this first Braille Smart class where the child can identify the letters and everything with this laptop, small thing. And this laptop they are trying to propagate to other states or other countries also. This Annie Smart classes is a technological innovation for the visually impaired students, and it is first Braille this thing where they can learn very fast. And there's a portion app has been helped to identify the and monitor track the movements of nutrition in the Ranchi student Jharkhand. Also it tells the digital occupancy, bed occupancy, how much is there. This aspirational districts, what they have done, they are communicating the healthcare, everything is in the parameters. The doctor and the asha workers, if they see this child is malnutrition, they take him immediately to the welfare center where they rehab this to a patient, and they give him extra care such that the family is coming out of the malnutrition, such that all the villages in the Jharkhand, the Chhattisgarh, they are slowly they are coming out of the malnutrition treatment. They are getting malnutrition very fast, and this portion app, it helps to identify that. So every area it is coming out with different parameters where they can excel in that. Similarly, some Kondegam Bastar village in Chhattisgarh, which is a tribal area, and it is a completely Naxal area where the ladies can't go out, and it is very much this thing. They were provided with the basic training to assemble and manufacture LED bulbs at their home, at very nominal rate, which is 70 rupees. They 30-40 it takes, and they sell for 70-80 rupees. The quality of LEDs is also so high, it is giving a competition to the branded products. They are also being trained in various handlooms and bangle making this thing also. Another Yuva BPO, they are putting tremendous effects for youth welfare, this thing, extremist districts, into the bring them into the main development districts. So basically, what I have observed of doing this is the government of India has taken the most backward districts, and they are trying to uplift them. If 100 villages are uplifted, then they can come into that medium cadre, and from that medium cadre they can move very fast in exponential directions. For making the smart villages, I have identified as some indicators. 10 indicators we have proposed in the area already existing are educational, technology, and healthcare. I have added few more indicators for skill enhancement, water and sanitation, and some other financial inclusion. So these are the indicators which we can propose for that. For education, the extension of classroom retention up to 10th class, development of smart schools, teachers enhancement, toilet proposals. People have found that without toilets, the girls are not able to enter that tables, no tables, no chairs. The schools are very backward in the village areas. So infrastructure development will enhance children to go there. Provision of midday meals and all those things. In technology also, they feel they are back to
Ma'am,
urban areas. Yeah.
Just 2 more minutes to go.
Yeah, oh, done. So nutrition, they have seen that nutrition of the adolescent girls are also is very good, and their potable water is being supplied to every region, and in this way they are able to address in agriculture also. Nowadays they are putting the soil testing, and smart technologies are being used in agriculture, and marketplaces are being introduced in every district, and they are giving credit facilities also. And energy, they are using renewable energies as the area is less. If I this thing 10 areas, then these 10 areas will become they can give cleaner energy, and they can contribute to the national grid to become more self-reliant. They are also addressing the water recycling, water harvesting programs, and these training programs for youth in computer application and in agriculture. They are providing employment opportunities also for the women, for which they can aid in rural income generation. So the rural finance is being uplifted by mobile apps, and direct benefit transfer has given a lot of thing to the this thing. So what I have done is ADP is I found that ADP community capacity building is creating sustainable livelihoods and improving the resources and transformation of the SDG in local context. So I have found a framework, local multiplier, promoting local products, then providing training, increasing local wages and spending, building social capital, community improvement will be done, increasing skill enhancement, women empowerment also, and community leadership also. It will improve the local multiplier effect, causing an economy and social capital to improve a lot. So let us all work for the bright future of our villages and make them smarter. Yes, ma'am, this is what my this thing is.
Yeah, ma'am, done with your 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So let's now start with the question and answer round.
Yeah. First of all, wonderful presentation. Time management was superb, and I really like the stories and the way you brought out the different stories. It is only the question is only out of curiosity because you're talking about the smart villages, the aspirational districts, and a lot of success story. And because it's a research conference, I was a little curious to know what was the problem that you began with, because towards the end, though you mentioned about that you have come up with indicators, you have come up with the framework, was that the objective of the project, or it was more to get to know the success stories?
Actually, ma'am, I'm at present assisting Dr. Nisha Pandey in this major project of Niti Aayog. So, in that aspirational districts is the concept. The government has identified 117 backward districts all over India that I have already explained. They have taken 5 parameters, and in those 5 parameters, they want to uplift them. So, taking many and not able to doing them, it is very difficult. So, I have taken the success stories from various areas, and the indicators they have already designed, and they are trying to improve the indicators, and they are showing the competition among them. So how they are able, the villagers are able to, they can judge, are hum log isme, if indicators are good, they are being provided with more budget, and they are able to giving more assistance. And in this all the institutional, every month they are going to have a district collector meeting, and there are fellows, aspirational fellows are being selected all over India, and these fellows are being provided with research
Got it. Again, going back to, because there's a lot of work that you have done to collate the stories, etc. Again, my question is, what was the objective? Objective was to create a framework, or the objective was to identify the indicators, saying that okay, the project is to identify the indicators basis which we can compare, and we can say now this particular village
they
is
have
coming up that
they have already been doing the indicators, and in the smart village indicators there are few more indicators which will bring out more. So sustainability was earlier not included. I have tried to add sustainability and environmental aspects also, and a few more things which I have thought of suggesting few more aspects. Or some indicators have become stagnant, like so they can improve in other areas which if there is something lacking, I have already achieved learning 1 to 2 10 table. If you try to improve only from 11 to 20 table, that means achievement is more. So in that way I try to analyze some more indicators, which parameters which they can enhance their work, which results to smart villages.
over to Dr. Meena.
Yeah, okay. It was really, as Dr. Siji said, it was really a very nice presentation. But again, my question is again same. So you talked about case study of Jhansi, that is Ranchi, Jharkhand, and then you took one district from Uttarakhand. So these randomly you selected the case study, or it is as
Yes,
per
ma'am.
the?
I have randomly taken. There are a lot many. Every district has contributed. Today at EDI, I have presented 3 women entrepreneurs. That is a case study of that. In that the village Adilabad district, they have given. They were very poor tribal people who are living in forest areas. These ladies, they were the ISC of Bengaluru. They have come up with a research that points it up tree. It is used for carbon fixing, and these ladies have been asked to grow the trees and collect the seeds, and they grind oil from that, and that oil is used for carbon fixation. And the Germany company is buying that this thing for $5,000. So you can see the how institutions are working with the grassroots rebels
I'm
to bring
sorry
that.
to intervene, and sorry, Dr. Meena, just
Yeah,
want to
please
make
go
a
ahead.
comment. Another thought that I have is because these stories are so varied, comparison, if at all, because I'm still not very clear on the objective of the study. So, if at all the thing is also to compare, it becomes very difficult, is what I'm seeing. Even like if you have indicators, maybe one village is focusing more on the education and the health, and so you have another village which is on something. So then how do you say that? So will your
Then
framework
yeah,
say
you are
that
very
these are?
correct. Yeah, comparison becomes a little bit difficult when you are taking two different districts or villages from two different states. So
Yes.
this is what, yeah. So
Yeah. So I think overall everything becomes clear if you say this is the objective of this particular project, and then around that, because suppose in the framework you say these are the 5 parameters which is like mandatory. These are like hygiene factors, education, health, and this, and then there are others. So again,
So
if you
already existing are there. I have proposed a few more, and
few
because of that, there will be a local multiplier effect, which will make the national economy more sustainable. That is
all
my.
right, thank you, thank you for
Yeah.
the wonderful
yeah,
presentation.
okay. So I just want to ask you one more thing. See, as you said, Niti Aayog, this have selected 117 districts throughout pan India, and out of this, 30, I think 30 in 30 district they initiated this particular program. So whatever the study, these what the case study you have taken, so this comes in these 30 districts, or it is
Ma'am,
of the.
all these districts are being monitored. 117 districts are being monitored by the PMO and Niti Aayog, and all the districts pan India are being monitored by district collectors and their Prabhat officers and NGOs and Tata Trust, Piramal Foundation, and all those things. So the entire program is being very closely monitored.
So have you been to these places to collect
Because of the
information?
pandemic, we could not go in this next month, March and April, May. There will be some city. At present, we are taking sessions from the fellow aspirational district people, and later we will be going on field visits to study the programs directly and the future prospects of the program.
Okay, okay. Thank you,
And
thank you.
I give the credit to Dr. Nisha Pandey. She is being very driving force for that. She is looking into that.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So done with your 20 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am.
So our next presenter is Professor Riti Kulshrestha. Professor Riti is Research Associate at Birla Institute of Management Technology, Greater Noida, India.
She has submitted her thesis on identity work in social entrepreneurship. Her research interests include social entrepreneurship, identity research, gender studies, ethnicity studies, intersectionality, and entrepreneurship research. I request ma'am to please share the screen and start with the presentation.
Thank you so much. I'll just take a minute. So is this visible?
Yeah.
So thank you so much, and good evening. I think it's still good afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper here. My paper is on a collective social entrepreneurship as the road to sustainable development, the case of Yellow Street's social enterprise. So is this not moving?
I guess ma'am it is stuck.
Okay, okay. Just
make it full screen.
I'll just do that. Is it okay now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Very much okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So now quickly moving on to the background of the study. So my study is, I would just like to inform everyone on how we arrived at this study. So the background is that we looked at social entrepreneurship being a multi-level phenomena. So we talk about social entrepreneurship at three levels. So the macro, the meso, and the micro. So the macro level has the socio-economic drivers of social and environmental awareness, global connectedness, redefining of the role of state, and combination of not-for-profit and civil societies. So this was when we look at the macro level of the social entrepreneurship. When we talk about the meso level of social entrepreneurship, we look at the opportunity. So we look at the opportunity recognition, we look at opportunity creation, we look at allocation of resources, and so on and so forth. When we talk about the micro level of social entrepreneurship, we talk about the motivations and the intentions of the social entrepreneur. So these are the three levels of social entrepreneurship phenomena. Now coming to the fact that there have been a lot of the social enterprises particularly face a lot of challenges in social value creation. So the challenges could be related to their lack of funds, which is almost in all of the cases of social enterprises. So there are always lack of resources. Revenue generation is a problem. Then there is lack of legitimacy. So for now, social enterprises, except for the European countries, there is no particular legitimate body given to social enterprise. So there is a lack of legitimacy, which gives rise to lack of trust, and also there have been institutional voids which the social enterprises are struggling with. So there is a challenge in social value creation. Now, sustainable development is a struggle. So, we all know that the sustainability arrives from the triple bottom approach, and that is the socio-economic and environmental. And now, of course, the human sustainability is also looked into. So, sustainable development is always a struggle. There have been limited attention to voids, boundaries, and institutional vacuums. So, if we look into the past literature, we have found that there has been a lot of focus on the social entrepreneur, there has been some focus on the social enterprises, but there has been very limited attention to the voids and the gaps that are there between the different institutions and the kind of work that they can do together. So the boundaries are very, very clearly defined at the moment, and the cross-boundary studies are not being, that kind of work is not being done as yet, and therefore there is an institutional vacuum. Collective social entrepreneurship is looked as upon as collaborative, so where organizations and enterprises and these different sectors are collaborating together to come up with a joint work. When we talk about the three activities of collective social entrepreneurship, we look at framing, convening, and multivocality. So when we talk about framing, this particularly talks about when you're organizing the idea, when you're looking at the event diagnosis, when you're looking at the coming up with the solution, and then the call for action. So framing is primarily when you are making up and coming up with more formalizing of the idea and the appeal that you will make to people. When you talk about convening, convening talks about when you start gathering people and when you start gathering organizations to come together and participate and collaborate. So that is the convening activity. And when you talk about multivocality, so at the level of multivocality, think it becomes a social movement. So there are a lot of voices which are, kind of collectively calling out for this kind of an effort. So the framing, the convening, and the multivocality activities. These are a part of collective social entrepreneurship. For theoretical anchoring, we have taken up social entrepreneurship, as we can see, and for the purpose of my study, I have taken up the different activities and the processes that enhance social wealth. So this is the definition that we have chosen up for our study for social enterprise, the economic, social and inclusive, and the governance structure. So governance becomes an important part of social enterprise and social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneur is a person who creates social value, who develops business opportunities and exploits business opportunities, who does innovation and who takes responsibility and accountability. Social entrepreneurship leads to sustainable development by the way of value creation, value delivery, and value capture. So these are the theoretical anchors that we have taken up for our study. I'm going a little faster in the paucity of time. So having done a sufficient literature analysis, we found that there was a significant amount of gap even in the literature as recent as 2021. So research needed on how social enterprises are working towards sustainable development. So given the fact that there is so much of challenges in the social value creation and there is so much of institutional voids, in such a situation, how are the social enterprises really working towards sustaining themselves and also working towards sustainable development, not only for themselves but also for the society? So the three research questions that we arrived at by the way of the study was, the first is, how can social entrepreneurs overcome challenges faced in social value creation and ensure their enterprise sustainability? The second research question is, what are the entrepreneurial activities that help the social enterprise in sustainable development? And the third is, how are the collaborative activities of the social enterprise getting translated at all the three levels of social entrepreneurship? So these were our research questions. In order to answer these research questions, this was the study design that we came up with. So the methodology was a qualitative interpretive approach with constructivist paradigm. The case study was Yellow Streets. It's a social enterprise based out of Delhi. The data collection was through semi-structured interviews using narrative inquiry with Yellow Streets founder Yusra Khan. The analysis was thematic analysis. So just to give you a brief idea about Yellow Streets, so Yellow Streets is a social enterprise which uses education as a medium for change. It focuses on the health, well-being and development, gender equality, employability and entrepreneurship. Yellow Streets believes in co-creating, becoming and making them become an agent of change. So Yellow Streets is an exemplary example of co-creation. So not only it is empowering itself and also becoming an agent of change, it is also actually developing a chain of change stories. So it is also enabling and empowering the actors who are working with Yellow Streets to become themselves an agent of change. Yellow Streets transforms lives and effects social change through pause, restart, and reform. So Yellow Streets actually has come up with a very unique idea of pause, restart, and reform. So pause is when they say that when your life really hits the all-time low, you really need to take a pause. So you take a pause and you look at the reality which is there, and you kind of consolidate yourself and you kind of look into what is really happening with you. That is the stage of pause. When you go to the restart stage, so the restart stage, you begin to look at the options that are available with you. So you begin to work upon yourself and you begin to look at other options and opportunities and how you can really come out of this quagmire. And then you move on to the reform stage. So when you really begin to change and transform your life. So Yellow Streets transforms lives through pause, restart, and reform. Talking about Yusra Khan, the social entrepreneur. So she's a Muslim woman. And I've written this particularly because in her case, it was even more difficult to carry out social entrepreneurial work. She's a fellow with School for Social Entrepreneurs India. She was a fellow. She graduated in 2018. She works on life skills, gender and social entrepreneurship, believes in the power of transformative change, and Yellow Streets has been able to transform lives of many children and has also gone so far as to change the social structure as well. So they actually, not only are they associated with the actors who are actively a part of Yellow Streets, but they also go a level beyond, and they also try to have a conversation with their family members, and that is where the social structure comes in place. So I mean, when we talk about yellow streets, they have been really working on these different levels. So they have been gone to the extent of convincing the parents, having a word with them, trying to understand from them what are the problems that their children are facing. And in many of the cases, so I mean, if time permits, I'll narrate some of the stories in which they have been really able to successfully transform the social structure as well. So during the conversation and during the structured, the semi-structured interviews that I had with the social entrepreneur, the challenges that the yellow streets and she was particularly facing were the financial resources, the legitimacy, the technical expertise, and acquisition of competent people in the team, and lack of support from the masses. The last one especially was found in the times of COVID, particularly because she found that the people were lacking empathy, and people were really not bothered and considerate enough to come together and take part in saving humanity. So these were some of the challenges that the social entrepreneur was facing. Doing a thematic analysis, so I have tried to look at the data, and so these are the quotes verbatim of which I have put up as statements, and I have not been able to show the entire process here, but then there is the first order and then there's the theme which came out. So we looked at, and this I would like to iterate here, that it was a back and forth process between the theory and the data. So some of the statements which I have put up here is that they, for the framing part, so they wanted to really, they kind of, they arrived at the fact that they wanted to get into core education. So they would have to set up 3 centers. A lot of structuring has come in, a lot of responsibilities and roles are getting now streamlined. They have been able to contextualize their curriculum. So they have been able to actually develop their curriculum according to the needs and the requirements of the place. The challenges which you can overcome with your stakeholders. So she is trying to come up with the diagnosis of the problem is that how we can create a system where each subsystem can contribute together to a child's life. Everyone should feel accountable, and everybody has the capacity to do something in their capability. So these are some of the statements that I've mentioned here. So this was the idea that she was coming up with. This was where she began organizing her thoughts. This was where she began to diagnose the event, the problem, and the solution and the call for action. So everybody should feel accountable. How we can together bring it onto the collective platform, and keeping in mind that it has to be contextualized. Going on to the convening part, so when the activities started to come together, so she mentions that we could also collaborate with bucket lists. So once she moved forward from the stage of framing, she went on to the stage of convening, where they could collaborate with bucket list, which is another social enterprise. They collaborated and got into hardcore training of the teachers, especially with the underprivileged children. So they got teachers from different 4-5 centers, and that is where the collaboration activities started happening. So they got government school teachers, they got psychologists, professors, parents groups, and employer group. So particularly she makes a mention of an individual called Salman. So he is into a lot of social work related stuff, and that is where he brought in another social enterprise, which is Jan Sahas. So he was associated with Jan Sahas. He also brought in that kind of support for yellow streets. He is active in political networks, so that was another aspect that Salman brought forth. And he was particularly there to help out Yusra in times of COVID, when so everybody was sick and Salman was there to help out, and he would take all the responsibility. So that is where the individual convening as well as the group convening started happening. Coming to multi-vocality, so where the movement became more multi-voiced. So we talked about yes.
Just 2 more minutes.
Sure. I'll quickly wrap up. Yeah. So they talk about inviting a lot of stakeholders from the government, the NGOs, and Pravaha. They talk about Bucklist and Tap India. They talk about UNESCO and Islamic Relief worldwide. So this is the kind of the scale of operations that they began to look into once they moved past from the convening stage to multi-vocality. Talking about the outcomes of adopting this collective social entrepreneurship approach. So I've been very fortunate to get the kind of data that really supports my study. So the challenges are in our own line, in our own statements, and the outcomes are also in our own statements. So talking about the requirement of formal setup and the curriculum and how to inculcate balanced literacy, she talks about in her own words that the abilities after collective social entrepreneurship, their abilities got enhanced. They could develop their own learning style. Because of this kind of training, the groundwork could pick up, ownership was enhanced, team took ownership, and they got the right people. So this is the outcome of adopting CAC. This is the theoretical framework that we have come up with. So how social entrepreneurship through collective effort leads to sustainable development. So as you can see that there is social entrepreneurship at the bottom and there's got three levels, the micro, meso and macro, and how these three levels translate themselves as the three activities, entrepreneurial activities of collective social entrepreneurship, and how two ways they would lead to sustainable development. So social entrepreneurship itself leads to sustainable development, and also it takes a root from the collective social entrepreneurship aspect. So connecting the levels, the activities, CSE, and then sustainable development. These are some of the findings which I have listed here. So, the collective social entrepreneurship offers new organization structures to Yellow Streets, utilizing resources through their activities of framing, convening, and multi-vocality. For each level, I have listed here. So, I don't have time to. I'll just call out from here. So, macro level talks about the campaigns and awareness drives and the global collaborations of the Rugby Federation, the QR Muslim Project, Travel Triangle, DHL. All of these were leading to the macro level, the multi-vocality. So this talked about so macro multivocal was integrated together. I could see that there is an integration of the activities, entrepreneurial activities, and the levels. So macro matched with multivocality, meso matched with convening, and micro matched with framing. So these are some of the answers that I got, and I don't have time, so I'm quickly wrapping it up. These are the answers to my research questions. This is the novelty factor. This is the first time the study has been able to bring it together, integrating this. So as a solution, these are the future challenges that the company is looking into. This is my conclusion and future research. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So let's now start with the question and answer round.
Dr. Meena, you want to go first?
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, Riti, congratulations for finishing everything in 15 minutes. You were racing against time. Yeah,
Very fast. You were very fast, Riti.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations on doing such an extensive work. Just give me one moment.
Sure.
So just wanted to ask, so my questions are basically more to do with the design, because the very interesting research question that you had, I'm just wondering, because it's a single case that you have taken. So how many interviews did you do? Because I'm just curious on that.
So I had around 8 rounds of interviews with her. So they primarily began with, I think I started in 2018. And that is where, so it has been over a period of time, because I actually wanted to see that how she, kind of transitioned from social entrepreneurship to collective social entrepreneurship. So I, over a period of, so it's a kind of, you can say that it's a longitudinal study. So I have over a period of time had around 8 interviews, and so I could see that
8 interviews, but it is only interview with this one person, that is the social entrepreneur.
So for this study, I have not covered the other actors, but I have had the interviews with other multiple actors as well.
Okay, and how old is this enterprise?
So this enterprise was founded in 2018. So that is the time when which is around about 4 years.
Yeah, because in a case study, what becomes very critical is how you choose the case. Why this and not any other social enterprise? So do you have any justification of how did you narrow down on this particular?
So I think, so I mean, how I would say that this was the ideal choice was because only when I could see an enterprise which has tasted both. So an enterprise which has tasted social entrepreneurship and also collective social entrepreneurship, will I be able to see that, okay, so this is what the difference has come out in their lives or in the lives of the social enterprise. So I needed an enterprise which has actually gone through this transition, which was found in the case of Yellow Streets. And that is where, so I've talked about the outcomes of CSE. So since she has been able to implement and see the results in her life, and that is where I could, substantiate my study. I found that 2 things. So one is that I could show the process from social entrepreneurship and to the CSE, and which is now, so they are now sustainably developing themselves. So I wanted to see all the 3 things. So I found that in social enterprise Yellow Streets. And secondly, I also wanted to understand that at all levels, how did they, so how each one was translated into all levels. So I think that it becomes an ideal choice.
Yeah. I think in the interest of time, I'll give it to Dr. Meena, but I would, maybe something that you can think it over. Sure. If you want to extend it to multi-case,
yes,
how would it go about, and will you get the same?
So that is the idea. Yeah, that is the idea. We have started with this. Our plan is the same. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Over to you, Dr.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Riti, the presentation, whatever you made and you talked about. So my question is very simple because I want to understand. You said from micro to macro,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then from social entrepreneurship to collective social
Yes,
entrepreneurship.
ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
the gap between from micro to macro and from social entrepreneurship to collective social entrepreneurship, what exactly you learned and you found during this particular time period, whatever, whenever you were doing this study?
So, I mean, thanks for this question, ma'am. So, I think since you're asking my own personal experience of
Yes.
how I actually, underwent this, the same process of, experiencing the study. So, I think I really found that a social entrepreneur or the enterprise essentially begins with itself, begins with the resources that they have in hand, and people they can trust, and so they are kind of limiting themselves to themselves initially, and they are just so I mean they're the more important is that they establish themselves and they begin to understand the market. So I think the social entrepreneur and the enterprise really begins with itself in the beginning, the individual effort. And I think over a period of time, because of these voids and because of the lack of resources, different resources, not only the financial but the expertise that we have talked about, they eventually start looking at collaborations. So it is not directly in the beginning that they begin to look for collaboration. It's a so they arrive at that. So they begin with individualship and then they arrive at this collective social entrepreneurship. They begin with an individual level of that micro level. So micro level, they are more organizing their ideas, they're more looking at the problem, they're coming up with solution. And then from to macro, they begin to look at it as movement. They begin to involve more voices. They begin to take big support from institutions like Islamic Worldwide Relief and all of those people. So they begin to have give their enterprise a voice, a multi voice. That's how I.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Riti. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Professor Dipali Kamble. Is a passionate researcher and academician. She is pursuing her PhD from VES Institute of Management. She has also co-authored test books for final year students. Her research interest is in the area of social entrepreneurship. I request Professor Dipali Kamble, please share the screen and start with the presentation. Hi, ma'am. You can start with the presentation. Yes. Hi, Dipali,
Yes,
ma'am.
am
Can
I
you
audible?
please unmute? Yeah. Yes, you're audible.
And is my screen visible?
Yeah, ma'am. Please start presenting. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay.
Dipali, make it full screen. Yeah.
Yes, sir, done. So, good afternoon to one and all present here, and good afternoon to all the dignitaries. My presentation title, the research paper which I have worked on for this conference is Understanding Social Enterprise Business Model for Sustainable Development. This study has been made with reference to Handloom Weavers Community of India. So I'm presenting on behalf of my guide, Dr. Nisha Pandey, and I'm the research scholar with VESIN. So this will be the flow of presentation. First, I'll introduce you to the topic and then the research methodology and the suggestions and analysis being done throughout the research work. So first of all, to introduce the reason for taking up this research topic specifically is my research area is into social entrepreneurship, and while doing literature review, I have of course realized this that social enterprise business models is one of the most important element of a social entrepreneurship, because for a social entrepreneur to deal with the social problems requires a platform called a social enterprise. So I started reading more literature on the social enterprise business model. Of course, on the simultaneous other side, we are looking out for the sustainable development. So in this, since my sample, the population which I have selected is handloom weaver, I thought to associate these two different aspects through handloom weavers business model, which is prevailing and existing right now in India. So this is a little introduction to what the research I have done for this particular conference, and of course as a part of my research journey as well. So to give you an overview of the literature review, and I'm so fortunate that Sai sir is here in this session because I have referred to many of his articles, I mean research papers on social enterprises. So first, where social entrepreneurship has been defined, that social entrepreneurship basically involve local practices and local technology, local people. While studying about it, and I was trying to understand which particular sector or which particular population I should be focusing on, I was more reviewing about art and culture, because I have realized this, that today even art and culture is something where it still involved local people, local technology, as well as local practices. So therefore, I reviewed the literature more on social entrepreneurship and social enterprises. Further, it states that social entrepreneurship is more focused on social welfare. So basically, the output, the outcome of the entire social entrepreneurship or even social businesses should lead towards the social welfare and the development. Then I also read some more articles related to social enterprises. So Purdue and Christman's definition towards social enterprises was something which I found to be more relevant for my study. Is about social enterprises are the one who managed, owned, and governed by the people community, where it provides more a sustainable benefit or a sustainable solution to the local problem which they are facing. So, therefore, the social enterprises are also focused on local businesses, local solution. I mean, the problems to the solution to the local problems which they are facing. So therefore the focus completely goes on grassroots problems and what kind of solution can be provided. And again, while reviewing further, there were two important points which I have actually identified here. Is there are some policy frameworks which I also refer to pertaining to the social enterprises, that how does it work globally and how it is being existing in India. That so as a part of the challenges also I tried to study. So in UK, social enterprises are not just a concept, but they are being considered as the important aspect of the government policy. So this was some of the review, some of the points from the review of literature which I have taken forward to. Along with that, along with the review of literature, I was trying to understand the Indian landscape of social enterprise business model, and I referred to the report which been prevailing. So three reports I have read is for 2012, which was being given by Asian Development Bank; 2016, the report generated by British Council; and 2018, the report generated by Bertelsmann Stephens 2018 report on the Indian social enterprise landscape, which indicates that there has been a tremendous change which has happened in India. Past 2 decades, we have India has witnessed a change in the landscape of social enterprises, and there been a significant growth in the existence of social enterprises. So therefore actually the thought comes to my mind then that there shouldn't be any local problems prevailing and existing, and we should be more poverty free, and country should be more free from all those problems, because there have been so many social enterprises being existing in India as on date. I mean as on the report given in 2018. Further, by studying these reports on Indian landscape, few points I was trying to study more from the perspective of what are the policies being prevailing to support these social enterprises, as well as I was trying to study more from the governance as well as legal structure which is being given to the social enterprise business model. So therefore, while reading, so these are some of the statements which I have found being existing, and where it states that social enterprises in India, of course, supports sustainable development goals which we are looking forward to.
Dipali, do not waste your time in so much introduction.
Okay, so therefore these are some of these are some of the policies being existing to support and the legal structure. So I then tried to compare it how it is being existing globally and how it is working in India. So in India, of course, social enterprise is nothing new. It's been already existing for so many years now. But there been one research paper which has actually helped me to understand, of course, is that in India, the central and state governments have not yet given a legal identity to social enterprises, and therefore we try to move ahead to understand this, that what exactly are the typologies and what kind of different structures which are being prevailing. So there being charity, trust, some of the credit unions, cooperative societies, or public or private organizations could be a form. So I tried to study how cooperative societies would work, how public organizations could work, and how charity and trust functions. So basically, cooperatives are being considered to be one of the oldest forms of social enterprises, while charities and trusts like NGOs are being working on grants or funds, and they work at the national and regional levels. Further, while studying more, there is a new, I mean, of course, the innovative business model which is existing called as hybrid organization. So while studying about this typology of the social enterprise business model, I took, of course, so research objective has been taken up. So the gap has been found that there still lack a formalized organization structure in India. We still not have a proper legal framework so that the governance can be established. While talking about a governance, the objective is also to establish the trust within the local communities towards the any societies which is being formed, which could support them from the for giving them the solution to the local problems which they are facing. So therefore, overall, the research objective which has been designed in this study is that are the existing Indian social enterprise business models supports or addresses the governance challenges which this community faces? What framework can be suggested for the social businesses to ensure sustainable growth of local community? And it has been realized that there is a paucity of research in the legal framework, especially for the social businesses and governance challenges. But as what the research, the literatures which was being available based on this, I took a research study. So my research study is being taken up to the handloom weaver community. Now, why handloom weaver community is, first of all, the interest is, my personal interest is more towards art and culture. And while going through art and culture, it is realized that handloom, I mean, this handloom weaving community has been existing in India since 2000 BC, and it has got its traces in the ancient Indian heritage literature. So therefore, why not to focus on handloom weavers and try to understand? So while studying about handloom weaving, there have been three types of organizational structure for this weaving community. It works as individual weavers, it works as master weavers, and it works as cooperative societies there. And then I took my target the sample from Paitan, which is close to Aurangabad district, and Yevle, which is towards Aurangabad, that was Nashik district. So these two were my prominent targeted samples where I went and I made a study too. So when I visited Paitan, my objective was, so this is about the Paitan. I have done a qualitative study of Paitan and Yevle. So Paitan has got more of its traces being found in history, in Mughals literature it is being available, as well as in Peshwais we have seen that Paitan, where the women of these families used to wear Paithani saris, and the men used to wear a stroll which is a silk stroll. So Paitan has got its prominence being mentioned there. But then, are they still formed as a proper social enterprise? Do they have a very formalized legal structure? Was my question. Was my actually, the kind of research study I took it there. While going to Paitan, I actually first stopped to Yevle and I took the study. So basically, I worked on Paitan as well as Yevle. Yevle has no reference in the ancient Indian literature, but Yevle over the years has learned the technique of working on handlooms, and therefore Yevle has become the business trading place for the Paithani saris. So basically, my focus is on to this two talukas where I went. Now, research methodology being taken up is interpretative case study method, where I have contacted this individual weavers and the master weavers as well as a few cooperative societies, and I interviewed them. It is a deductive reasoning approach where what the theoretical study I have made, I tried to apply it to the locations, to the talukas where I went. It is a series of interviews being done, qualitative approach being followed up, and of course focus group technique and in-depth interview being taken up. My my samples were 60 staff members. So basically, when I went to Python, Python has got its master weaver. For a master weaver, there are 60 women who work for him. So I divided this 60 women into a group of 10, where 6 groups were being formed, and I interviewed them about what kind of support being provided, and a various semi unstructured questions I asked them. Then while talking to this woman, they has got their expertise on doing this weaving, and they've been doing for so many years. I met a woman, she is working from last 20 years. But that there what I have realized is this woman still don't have a trust. So by talking to them as part of a master weaver, the owner of this particular emporium, I spoke to him as well, where the gap can be identified. He spoke about so many aspects that they still have no access to market platform. For them, getting the raw material supplies has been a challenge. So this is
Hello,
somewhere
ma'am.
I found that master weavers also find it little challenging because they don't have a very fixed governance existing. I met 10 individual weavers there. This 10 individual weavers being struggling very hard because, of course, if it is a Paitani saris has got a very expensive raw material because silk. So there being no support reached out to this individual weavers where to whom to approach, what kind of structure they are being into, whether they should go to master weaver for any design
Ma'am,
or
just 2 more minutes.
yes, so whether they should go to master weavers or cooperative. So while being into pattern for 2 days, I tried to figure out, are there any cooperative societies. So I got an opportunity to meet Mr. Dhalkar. So Mr. Dhalkar is an awardee for handloom weaver. His father got awarded all India handloom weaving, so he's being awarded by president. And Mr. Dhalkar told me that there have been 6 cooperative societies some 3 years ago, but then now there are no cooperative societies being existing in Python, in spite of having so much of individual weavers or even master weavers. So he himself was in charge of one cooperative societies, but unfortunately it is being realized that there being no support on how to operate and function the cooperative societies was something it was lacking on. While talking and meeting and interviewing to all these handloom weavers into different structures, I found out there have been many challenges, and the basic reason of these challenges is because there is no proper functioning, or there being no proper structure or the hierarchy or proper process flow, which we call about, is not being existing in this particular taluka right now. The cooperative societies, if any manager is being assigned by the government for running up this cooperative societies, they don't know how to make people management, how to do resource management. Precisely, there is no training being given to this managers of the cooperative societies. There hardly being found any NGOs or SSG working there. I was there and I was trying to see the self-help group, but there were no self-help group being existing who can support them. My suggestion, based on the entire study which is being made, I propose to go for 3 different models here. Is cooperative societies need to work hard. There is an opportunity we could form where, as a social entrepreneur, we need to come forward and, establish more of the social enterprises out there through cooperative societies is more where it can work. Third, NGOs and charitable trust could be the important, and public sector spins off. So basically, I read in one of the review of literature where Spears et al. Spear has mentioned this about public sector spin-off, where if any public
Dipali,
organizations not
I
working,
think in the interest of time, we'll take to
yes,
the Q&A. Yeah.
done, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you
So
so much.
again, very interesting study and very well presented. My question to you is because towards when you were talking about the interviews and the findings, it was more to do with the challenges that the community is facing. You know?
Yes, ma'am.
But we began with the research question, so I wanted to understand the two research question that you started with, which is basically about are there Indian existing social enterprise business model to address the governance challenge. Did you get an answer to that? And if yes, what it is? And also similarly for the second research question, as in what is the framework that you are suggesting for the social business?
Okay. Yes, to answer your first question, yes, ma'am, I can. I mean, I felt my observation goes, not felt, my observation goes is there like, I mean, there is no legal structure. We still lack upon any kind of appropriate business model which we can be proposed for the handloom weaving community or for the social enterprises. Second answer could be we should go forward towards hybrid organizations where we can have public private partnership kind of models, or maybe hybrid organization where corporates can also come forward, because what I've observed with Yevle is doing very well, where they have more of political support, they have more of corporate support. I've seen even the master weavers are doing very well there. So it's just few kilometers away at a distance, but Pathan is not doing because they don't have a proper legalized structure. Even Yevle doesn't have any legal structure as far as any organizational working is being concerned.
Sure. I do not have a question. I think Professor Sahai might have a question. I
Yeah.
just want to give one suggestion because it's a scholar. I understand it's your PhD work.
Yes,
it would be great, or any PhD scholar, this is my learning. It would be great if you know how to tie your research question, your interview protocol, your findings, and otherwise sometimes there is this temptation of drifting apart. Research question lies somewhere, and then our interview protocol is talking about something altogether different. So that could be, yeah. Professor Sahai, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepali. You have done a lot of work, but what I'm feeling, there is no focus. You have gone here, there, cooperative. What are you researching on? Your two research questions. Your topic says business model for social. Now, business model, social entrepreneur, any social enterprise by its nature is a hybrid organization. Social enterprise by itself, leave aside other people supporting or joining, or what Riti said, the corporate social enterprises. So, are you focusing, because your title says business model, but I did not find much about business model. You are comparing at the two places. Then, when you say qualitative research, what is your methodology? Did you do a case research? Did you do a phenomenology? Have you done a grounded theory research? What have you done?
So basically, sir, it is case study based. It's more of a case research.
So when you say case study research, then case study protocol, apart from interview, it calls lot of participant observation. It also calls for secondary data about the organization. It also calls for your memos. When you went there, what did you observe? When did you talk? What was their mood? What was their expression? Your memos also need to come in your research. As a qualitative research, the researcher's personality also comes there. Because you have got your own ontology, your own philosophy. That nowhere came in your presentation. So when you will write up and when you will try to submit your paper in some article, in qualitative research, they want also to look at the researcher's persona, the researcher's side. Then there was one contradiction. At one point, You are telling done and interpreting this research, that's fine. Then later you are saying you are doing deduction. So if you are doing a case research, yes, case research can be positivist. Go to Eisenhardt and Yen, there is. But your method, you are telling you are an entrepreneur. So please do not later become deductive.
Yes, sir.
We shall discuss offline. Very interesting research. So me, Dipali, we shall have a lot of time.
You, today we have a third generation student with us. Sahai sir, then Ashish, and CG is the student of Ashish. So, Dipali
Really
is
has
the,
been my student, do you know?
yeah, I know. So we have a third generation. Sahai sir has guided both of us, Ashish and me. And then, yeah, CG, you will wonder that Sahai sir has guided both of us.
Oh, lovely.
At MDI. Then you are with Professor Ashish, and then you are guiding Deepali. So this is the third generation.
That is how research goes on
So
and on.
Deepali, you are lucky.
I'm really so fortunate.
Now, fortunate
In fact,
when you will follow all this.
yes, sir.
Otherwise,
Yes,
there's no
ma'am.
meaning of fortunate. You just follow guidance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So our next presenter is Dr. Alok Kumar Chattopadhyay. Dr. Alok Kumar Chattopadhyay has retired from Maulana Azad College, Kolkata, India, as Associate Professor of Economics in the West Bengal Education Service. I request Sir to kindly share the screen and start with the presentation. Hello, sir. Dr. Alok, sir, are you there? I think sir is not there in the meet.
No, he was there. He was there.
Yeah, he was there, but right now sir is not there. He was there till the third presentation, I guess.
I think some problem with his internet.
Maybe
He was
some with
there.
some network issues.
Maybe we can begin with the next, and when he joins, he can present it. Is that okay?
Just let me ask. Actually, he has joined since 2 o'clock. He is there. Let me call him.
Yeah, sir was there, right.
Yeah. So
Ma'am,
let me
so
let
are
me
you
call
calling,
him.
sir?
Yeah, I will call him. Just to give
Yeah,
me a
fine.
moment. Yeah.
Sure, sure.
Well then, Sizi or Meena, you can talk to Deepali and can give your comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Meena, you want to ask? I think you did not get to.
No. It's okay. My question was similar to what Sahai sir was asking about the model. The same thing I was about to ask. Yeah.
चलो डायरेक्टर से वो नया सर का फोन आया था तो डायरेक्टर कहते हैं जाने से पहले मिल के
ठीक.
Okay, he's joining. Huh? He's joining.
Sure. So I'll once again introduce sir once he joins.
आ जाइए ऋषि.
Anju, take next one. I'm coordinating with him. He has some problem.
Sure, fine, fine. So I'll take the next presenter's name. Our next presenter is Professor Kaivalya Joshi. Professor Joshi is pursuing his PhD from VES Institute of Management. Sir is a marketing professional at Larsen and Toubro Infotech. He regularly conducts sessions at various engineering MBA colleges and at NGO centers. I request Professor Kaivalya Joshi to please share the screen and start with the presentation.
Sure, thanks, Anju. So let me know if my screen is visible. Is it now?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. A very good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Kaivalya Joshi, research scholar at VES at University of Mumbai, and also a marketing professional at Larsen & Toubro Infotech. All right. My topic is, this is not a research paper, this is an article which I have written about metaverse, B2B marketing and sustainability. But this is an area which is upcoming and it's a buzzword right now. That's what tempted me to write this article. Starting with what exactly is metaverse, if you have the literal meaning breaking that word into two, meta would mean virtual or abstract and verse would mean universe. Metaverse would be a virtual world where all the users can interact with each other in their virtual forms, also called as avatars. So, if we trace back this word, it will go back to 1992 when a science fiction novel, Snow Crash, was published by Neil Stephenson. The author in this book talks about the programmer avatars which interact with each other in the 3D virtual space, which definitely is a metaphor for the real world. And if we go back maybe around a decade ago, early in the mid 2000s, internet-based video games started adopting the metaverse concept as a part of a video game where the user himself will be an avatar and he can interact with the other players. The first such game was called as Second Life, and there are many more which follow the suite. So why is this a buzzword right now? So amongst the pandemic, in April 2021, Epic Games announced 1 billion of funding to support its long-term vision on metaverse. Microsoft, in the month of May, laid out its metaverse technical stack, which helps the developers to have a metaverse app development. The biggest announcement was in October 2021, where at its Connect 2021 event, CEO Mark Zuckerberg introduced Meta to the world, which is the new name of Facebook. And the focus of Meta was to bring metaverse to life, help people connect, find communities, and grow businesses. And Facebook will be investing around 10 billion on the metaverse study project for the current year. The idea behind Facebook is that it wants the users to share immersive experiences when people can't be with each other due to some of the other reasons. And this are the key components which form the metaverse universe. Gaming obviously the core of them. Next is non-fungible tokens, where the art can be digitized in a format which can be sold on the metaverse platform. Just checking, am I still audible?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I heard some noises. Thank you. So non-fungible tokens, then is conferences. So where all the events which are happening are one of the aspects of metaverse. Concerts, which are musical events happening. Then would be shopping, social media, blockchain, the underlying technology which is helping for the payment and digital workplace. These are some of the key pillars of this metaverse. So coming to the B2B marketing, what opportunities does it lie for a B2B marketer in the world of metaverse? We have seen there was a significant shift of having all the events, conferences in a virtual format during the pandemic. And with the help of metaverse, using the technologies of AR, VR, the attendees can interact with the providers, with the vendors in a real-time manner. This can be for the live sessions, for services, and for product demos. The entire experience itself would be more real-like than right now, which is more for virtual. The product demos will allow the potential customers and the prospects to understand the complete picture of the products it interact with them directly, virtually get inside the product and understand better. Currently, what happens is usually whenever the sessions happen, they are either recorded as a video format or they are brochures which are given, which might not connect or help the prospect understand the product better. So Metaverse gives an opportunity for the prospect with respect to understanding the product better. And customer experience. Many a times the efforts of marketing team goes into creating an environment whenever there are opportunities for a prospect or a customer when it comes to its place. There are huge costs and marketing activities involved. This can be completely replaced in the metaverse environment where the in-person experience of the service provider of the company can given directly on without the customer or the prospect actually coming to the company. So when coming to sustainability and environment, what impact does metaverse actually have on this? So this is one area where the deep context and study of metaverse is not yet done. Only current few aspects have been known. The positive aspects, if I would talk about, is currently it will eliminate the people to travel for meetings, for work, for conferences, helping reduce time, reduce traffic, carbon emissions because of that, lesser accidents, hence resulting in a lesser global warming. The second important aspect is musical concerts, entertainment industry events. Now there are huge resources which are consumed, be it electricity, water, sanitization. There's a huge amount of waste generation which is non-recyclable, non-reusable. In metaverse, if these events are happening, the larger audiences can attend the same, and there are huge benefits on conservation of these natural resources, hence resulting in a cleaner environment. Coming to the training aspect, there are lower emissions. Having a training done in the metaverse environment for driving, for flying, for military, for simulations, rather than doing it actually on the ground. And one another important aspect is the large gatherings which happen, rallies, be it for political reasons, be it for other reasons, and the leadership events which happen. When they are happening on the metaverse, the outreach is global, it's a larger outreach, and hence also reduces enormous expenses which are there on travel and on security, and also helps in reduction of carbon emissions because of non-usage of charter flights or the usage of various other vehicles, convoy vehicles. So these were some positive aspects. Coming to the negative aspects of metaverse. Now, the main pillars of technology for metaverse are augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, cloud, and data centers. Now, all of these technologies currently have high operational costs. The tremendous consumption of energy is happening with this. And currently, these are restricted, but when a large scale adoption of metals happen, this will definitely lead to increased emissions. With respect to the payments aspect, now all transactions, be it for events, for purchasing, selling, musical concerts, all of these on metaverse happen using cryptocurrency, which has the underlying blockchain technology. And this technology itself, there is a huge debate going on in this industry on the amount of carbon emissions which is happening due to blockchain, and that itself is a cause of concern. And another important piece, which is a negative aspect, is there are privacy regulations of GDPR and CCPA being implemented in Europe and US respectively, and there is no clarity on how safe the data is, how private it is on metaverse. To summarize and to conclude what I have just spoken about, so metaverse is a playground which is both for work and play, but the boundaries may or may not be clearly defined. Marketing for B2C specifically can be done using targeted advertising. It can be for immersive games, it can be done for videos, for musical concerts, for event. Whereas for B2B, it would be more touch and feel, show marketing rather than telling about a particular product or a service. The immersive spaces will allow the customers to interact, experience your product through your virtual stories, live demos, case studies. Now, the internet will not be completely replaced by metaverse. The costs are huge, investment required are huge, and it will not be very much, doesn't seem like it will penetrate in the regional and global market. So that's something which is to be seen. The significance of real life person experiences are important, and that does not seem to disappear. As we have seen, the hybrid corporate events, be it the research conference which we are having right now or for the industry, would be the way ahead. Metaverse can be an expansion of the current world rather than replacement of the real world. And coming to environment, it needs a much detailed study. We have seen that many tech giants like Microsoft and Amazon have pledged for carbon neutrality in a decade's time frame. If that happens, then definitely whatever core pillars of technology have, that will help in reduction and complete nullifying of emissions, which will definitely help the environmental cause. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cavalier.
I just
Yeah, yes, ma'am. We can start with the question and answer now. Yeah, thanks, Anju. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cavalier, and thanks. Right at the beginning, you gave a disclaimer saying this is not a research piece; it's an article. I think that's important to set the context, and I think it was very interesting because this is something that we've been hearing at least since October last year. We've been hearing a lot more about metaverse. I do not have any questions, but I only have a suggestion because you have done a very extensive thing, and it's one of the most relevant things. So whenever we do research, it's not just for theoretical contribution but also for to see who is going to benefit, what's the practical implication, and this seems like something which is so very important. So at the moment what you have done is you have looked at the where like in the practical sense where things are. If you want to continue, I think it's a brilliant piece to look at in the context of research. Maybe the next step could be that now you look into the research piece and go into the literature and see what does the literature say. Because it's so new, you would not have so much of literature, but you can look at what is something which would be close by, or like for example you are talking about the positives and the negatives, whether metaverse is going to be sustainable, not sustainable. So I think if you do something in this area, it's something that will have huge implication for practice. And I think brilliant. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Yeah, Cavalier, CG madam has already given you the suggestion for future, whatever the future scope you have, and you can do research, further research on this metaverse. And again, as this is your research, not a research paper, this is an article on metaverse and B2B marketing you have taken. And when you were talking about advantages and disadvantages, so I was looking at operational cost, the word operational cost, because it is going to be naturally very high, and that it is going to consume energy, high energy level, boundaries are not set. So, and no doubt somewhere I was reading cryptocurrencies are coming in our country, and now it is allowed by the government and they can take advantage of this metaverse. And so how do you think this metaverse, which is going to be in future, in 2021 only it has started, as you said, recently, so how it is going to be helpful for the people of the country?
So if you ask my honest opinion with respect to what I have
Yes.
seen,
Yeah.
not respect to the research papers, but
No,
what
not at all. Yeah, just your opinion. Yeah.
yes, what I have read and seen, I feel this would be more relevant for the B2C marketing context first, because this will help them for targeted advertising. The digital marketing spends, which are huge, companies relying on that, they will benefit a lot with respect to this. B2B marketing, the scope is right now limited, but if this thing situation continues, there can be an expanded metaverse where events like research conferences and major industry events, be it for IT service industries or product players, which can happen. For a common person, it can be for gaming purposes, which is already happening. It can be for music concert even. But the problem over here is the cost itself. So the VR set which is used itself, for example, currently is costing 300 USD, which is almost 35 to 40,000 rupees, which can be only affordable for the upper rich class of the Indian community.
Exactly. Yeah.
With context to India, if there is a subsidization done or some initiatives done by the authorities or the government, then only penetration can happen, because right now 4G itself is not accessible everywhere, and this is something which will consume a huge lot of bandwidth, huge lot of electricity. So it will take some time, I feel, it to implement this in our country in a full-fledged manner.
Okay.
If technology survives.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Cavalier. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Meena ma'am. Thanks, you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. So now I would like to invite the next presenter, Professor Renita Wazirani.
research scholar from Vivekanand Institute of Management. She's here to present a paper on green people, the Himalayan goats patronage. I request Professor Renita Vazirani to please share the screen and start with the presentation.
Just give me a minute.
Sure, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Have you started the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
So, ma'am, are you speaking anything? Because we cannot hear anything.
Just hold on.
Maybe you were on mute.
Yes, ma'am. Audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're
WhatsApp.
audible.
It is not WhatsApp. It is not.
Sorry. I thought I was unmuted. Good afternoon to the dignitaries and the participants. I'm presenting a case study of an organization called Green People. This organization is a very good example of social innovation. It works very closely with nature, and it has developed an ecosystem which not only fulfills the human needs but also preserves and conserves the environment. uh, the perspective of social innovation here is it occurs when there is, of course, a new solution to the existing problem. Is different from charity. There has to be engagement, involvement in the issue, so there should be sustainable social and economic growth coming out of it. It should have a long term impact, and of course, there should be potential for the scale of its operations to increase. When we speak of social innovation, one more thing, it's often considered to be a non profit endeavor. But according to me, if social innovation has to sustain, then it is essential that the organization or initiative thrives. So it's not just about doing good for the society. Um, One such social innovation is by Mr. Rupesh Rai, a social entrepreneur who has revolutionized tourism in the state of Uttarakhand. Tourism, of course, has immense potential in India, but somehow it's observed to be not so environmentally sustainable. Now, if we remember, in June 2013, there was a catastrophe at Kedarnath where there was huge loss of life and property. So this entrepreneur's journey began when he happened to visit that area 3 months after this disaster. Um, he was then the director of marketing at the Taj Group of Hotels. He was on this visit to that area in search of milk from a particular special breed of goat, which is found only in the Himalayan area, to produce an exotic goat cheese. um, the view over there distresses him because the villages appear as ghost villages. People have abandoned the villages. He learns on inquiry that this natural uncertainty has led to people migrating to the cities, and they migrate for small menial and labor jobs. Now, during this visit, he happens to meet retired Colonel Ajay Kotial, and during the meets and the discussion, uh, that's when the idea of creating an organization as Green People was actually conceived. So the initial goal with which he started was to rebuild and revive the villages. A little later, with the efforts that he has put in, it got developed into an integrated rural development model, wherein was included the holistic development of the village, the villagers, the youth were trained for skilled jobs, villages got involved in the tourism process, and as we see, even the agricultural got a boost. Uh, as this Mr. Rupesh Rai began his journey and to increase the scale of operations, one, he felt that it is time to use his professional acquaintances, and gradually he began bringing on board a few professionals he knew. Like among the first was Mr. Mani Mahesh, who was at that time with the Times of India Delhi as the multimedia head for their website. And then, since then, the list of co-founders have increased over time. Capital again was a challenging task. It was all through what he and his co-founders could gather through crowdfunding. Sorry. Now, interestingly, in a way, this financial challenge led them to think of a very novel way of restructuring and rebuilding the area, which was their initial goal. So they began their first destination spot with the Nagar Tibba area, which is the highest point on the lower Himalayan side. People generally go trekking. Now, this was a very famous trekking area. People, especially from Mussoorie, Delhi, they would take this route to trek and go higher up. So this route was not having such good roads. It was in the middle of a forest. So what they decided is they created some tents and some small provisions uh, to treat these tourists. So whoever wished to stay there could stay there. They were offered food and they could pay as they liked. There were no special tariffs, but provided they would help in the ongoing construction work. So this pay as you like concept went viral very soon. um, Many began visiting the spot for this new adventure. Thus, the number of visitors also increased, the footfall increased. This also gradually received media coverage because of the professional group that they had. That also proved helpful to their to increasing their scale of operations. So here was the volunteering form of tourism which was promoted, and they still continue the same. Um, Even when I send them an email, this is what I also got an offer and invite for volunteering in their place. So gradually things started evolving, and through professionals, he also got an idea of this age-old architectural design called Koti Banal, which helps the house structure to sustain many kinds of natural disasters. So that technique was being used now to rebuild the houses. So going ahead, um, his professional acquaintances, since he was from the hotel industry, began visiting the destinations, and they were really impressed with the quality of food, especially the seed quality, the pulses, the millets, because it grows on this high altitude in the farmland. So they began procuring the same for their hotels. At this point of time, they also learned that these millets, since the rage of becoming health conscious superfoods was all growing, they realized that they can capitalize on this. And that is when they decided to market these homegrown pulses and millets, and that's how they gave birth to the brand Bakri Chap. Um, Now, just like most of the villages in India, um, these farmers also here, the founders also realized that here these farmers face the middleman problem. And that was the reason why most of the farmers were leaving their profession
as they were not obviously getting remunerative prices for their produce. So here is where this organization again steps in. They started this Bakri Chap, which is a health-driven FMCG brand. It consists of something around 25 homegrown items. Um, it, of course, provides the farmers with income because there is a ready market that they find for it. There is no middleman. This organization also helps them in different ways as packaging, into recycled boxes, bottles. Um, and today, the scale is 120 farmers directly are involved, 500 farmers are indirectly involved. This takes up around 35 villages in the state of Uttarakhand, which is working on this brand. Uh, Now, these products are procured by upscale hotels, local retail stores. They are even sold on online platforms like the Amazon, Grofers, and of course, the visiting tourist also um, would buy these products. Um, Goat Village uh, is the name given for the organization's chain of retreats and homestays in that state. Now, these homes and retreats are in the places like Nagatubba, Urgam Valley, and many more over there. All the practices out here are sustainable and environment friendly. The plastic is a complete no. Renewable sources of energy are used. The organization has a division called Natural Light, where it generates energy through solar panel, and this energy is used and also distributed. So all the lighting, electrical gadgets, all of them use these renewable sources of energy. The cottages are also constructed with the materials from the same area, locally sourced, and they're decorated by the local artisans. The food also is provided to the tourists. They are cooked with ingredients grown by the local farmers. Recipes too are local. Um, and Going ahead, even the tourists are encouraged to socialize with the farmers where information and knowledge is shared. Tourists can learn about farming techniques and agriculture with hands on experience. That is, if they volunteer. So, this enables the people to connect with the culture and get a first hand experience of the rural environment. The Goat Village also has homestay facilities where this organization partners with owners who have a sizably big house, and then who could and then these this organization tries and creates lodging and boarding facilities for the tourists, and they can be engaged over there during their stay. Now, why is it called the Goat Village here? Uh, because here is where the Himalayan, if we remember, this is how his journey started. He happened to visit that place in order to get the goat's milk of this particular breed of the Himalayan goat. And there is where he finds that this breed of Himalayan goat is going extinct. And that is when he starts patronizing them and taking care of them. Um, Now, somehow, for some reason, because of the harsh terrains, frequent natural calamities, the farmers reduced the breeding of these goats. So here is where Rupesh Rai comes in, and he started working on taking care of these goats. So again, a very nice idea that he came up with was the
Hello,
Bakri
ma'am.
Swayamvar. Yes.
Just 2 more minutes to go.
All right, all right. Here is where he comes up with this Bakri Swayamvar. Now, this is a very, it's kind of a tourist attraction today. At least 3,000 tourists attend this ceremony, and we have, there's proper breeding of it with full vaccinations and everything taking up here. So here we have this dual thing happening there: farming, agro practices, the goat breeding, all of them. Uh, Here, the a timeline where he started with reviving the houses. He went into building the brand of Bakri Chap, where the homegrown articles, products are being produced and sold around the market. The Goat Village for the tourism is taken up. The Mad House to Mud House is what he started recently. It's because we are supposed to be moving out from the mad rush of the urban areas into the rural areas. So the impact of this is the footfalls. Of course, now today it is a very good tourist destination. From 1,200 in the first year, the visitors are now 54,000. Traditional farming practices are revived. Reverse migration has happened. People have stopped going to the urban areas for small jobs because now they find livelihood into their own place. Women and the youth development has taken place. Women had their equal role to play over here. Youth are also skilled. They get training into the five-star hotels and then get into these retreats for jobs. The livestock breeding has happened. Conservation of the heritage rural houses has happened, and of course, a sustainable form of tourism is also initiated. Just to conclude, I think this is a perfect example, a good real life example of the application of triple bottom line principles. People, yes, it engages the community, bringing the urban tourist to the ruralized, hence improving the social capital as well as the lifestyle of the people is increased. Planet, because the agriculture and the livestock breeding is revived here, contributing to the biodiversity. And profit, it has provided the ruralized with sustenance and livelihood. And just as we say, yes, just one line. As earlier also heard in the panel discussion, protect the people and the planet, and the profits are sure to follow. The same principle that Rupesh Rai follows. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So let us now go to the question and answer round. Renita, very interesting case and very well presented. I have just one question because you straight away went into the details of the case. So what was the question that you had in mind, which basically made you to look out for a story like this? What is it that you were trying to answer through this case?
Yes, ma'am. My doctoral study is on sustainable practices. I'm studying the the tourist behavior towards sustainable practices in tourism. So I was trying to check the various dimensions of sustainable practices. That what all does it touch? Does it just touch? In what way does it touch if we are saying about profits, economy to develop, in what way does it touch? So I got here that it's a livelihood. It is promoting the culture that we actually now when we go there to this place, we are seeing the actual heritage over there. So I was just trying to find out the dimensions of sustainable practices.
Yeah. So just one more question. So suggestion here is whenever you begin the presentation, please start from there. That will really help the audience to understand where you're coming from in the sense what was the question. Second is, how did you go about collecting the data? So is this primary data or is it secondary data? And
Ma'am, it is secondary because it was the pandemic when I went on. But yes, I have created this case study, sent it to them for verification. Of course, I wanted to give it for publication, so we have to get the permission. So I sent it to them. It was verified. Editions were done, and that's how I have got this finally drafted. So that's the only verification.
Yeah. Over to you, Dr. Meena.
Yeah, okay. Renita, yeah, as Siji Madam, she has mentioned what exactly was the question you were looking for. The same question comes from my side also. You talked about the organization which is helping in Uttarakhand, especially after the Kedarnath, whatever happened there. So you have collected all the information about the place, what exactly, how this organization is helping people there, and how they are trying to make it like the word sustainable. Okay, naturally it is going to come in this whatever you have presented. But my question is again the same. So what exactly you were expecting while going through this case study? What you were expecting from the outcome you were expecting from this?
Ma'am, as I said, I was trying to look out for the dimensions of sustainable practices because sustainability, as such, when I read it is a huge definition. It gathers so many things. Somewhere it was said it's about the triple bottom line. Somewhere it said where it can go on for a long term process. So since I started off with my review of literature to try and understand each part of it. The part of determinants of tourist behavior was done, so I was just trying to find out here the sustainable practices. What all would be included in that?
So how what are the reasons for selecting this particular organization only? There are many organizations which are working for sustainability. So what exactly is the reason for selecting this particular organization?
Um, no, ma'am. I just was searching for something in tourism, and that's when I got it. And they were the first one to respond when I sent them emails about inquiries. So that's how it continued.
Okay, okay. So there is no particular reason for selecting this organization, right?
No.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Renita. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Renita ma'am. Our next presenter is Dr. Alok Kumar Chattopadhyay. Sir has retired from Maulana Azad College, Kolkata, India, as Associate Professor of Economics in the West Bengal Education Service. I request Sir to kindly share the screen and start the presentation. So please unmute yourself. Alok sir. So there's an option over there. First option, you just need to click on that option. Scroll downside, there's an option, sir. First option.
I think sir is on mute, so you can ask him to unmute himself.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So please click this option. So please click the first option over there. First symbol. So if you're connected from the phone, downside there's a first symbol. Uh, it symbolizes as mic. So you can unmute that.
Can the host unmute?
Yes, I think they can do that.
Just few seconds. I need to check with my team. Sorry for the inconvenience.
मेरे पास ये सारे को, but I cannot do it, no?
No, ma'am,
You
we
might
cannot.
unmute someone else.
Right.
Right.
Alok sir, if you're connected via phone, please see the first option, mic option. There's a mic symbol. You just need to click on that.
You can ask him to write in the chat box whatever he's experiencing. He can write in the chat box.
Share screen पे दिखाओ कि कहाँ होता है वो.
Yes, fine.
अंजू
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
सर को बोलो एक मिनट आलोक सर
Ma'am, वो unmute नहीं
I
कर
think
पा
he has
रहे.
left, ma'am. I think he has left.
Okay.
No, sir is there. So I can see him in the participants
You
list.
can see him? I can't
Yes,
see
yes,
him.
I can.
Alok sir is there. Alok sir, can you listen us? Can you listen me, Alok sir? Write in the chat box what you expect.
It's there,
Sir,
ma'am.
please write in the chat box. There's a chat box option over there. Yes, yes, perfect, sir, perfect. You're
Hello,
unmuted now. Yes, yes, we can hear you, sir.
you can hear me?
Yes, 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 perfectly.
Now, can I proceed
Yes, yes, you can.
for 10 to 15 minutes like that?
Yeah, so the time duration is 15 minutes.
So
15
now
minutes.
you have time, sir. You have time. You can, yeah. You are now. You are the last person. You can,
I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
I know you always do want to listen to me much, but
Certainly, no doubt, sir. You can, you can.
okay. So my paper is Vivekanand to Muhammad Yunus, women's role in sustainable development. Women's role in sustainable development. Sustainability is understandable, but what is sustainability unless an effort is sustained through it makes room for excess cost, because you know what happens is the discounted present value of the uh, total project, present value of the project will be in excess if it is not sustained. The larger the longer the time taken, uh, I mean, also the time taken, longer time is meant for sustainability, and that was the reason why they say to be able to extend employment for a greater number of years to the cadres, at least up to the next election time, the contractors engaged for the spread of asphalt on city streets are perhaps advised to use lesser durable materials in the trade-off between labor and working capital. Here in this case, the trade-off was actually extended between development and underdevelopment. How much less development for how much gain in the hustling? In the elections, less development means, if the uh, contractors are engaged for quick actions, then they will just put up some lesser valued materials to last till the time the people go to the voting areas. Anyway, that is a political part of it. Excess cost for project is a characteristic of the LDCs due to lack of sustainability designed as such. They said that the export quality was exhausted before the locals. The locals didn't get the export quality. Vocal for local, of course, is meant for production only. In respect of the incremental capital output ratio, ICOR, the project cost in the LDCs is higher due to the paucity of the initial capital and infrastructure on the one hand, and wastage of labor and material on the other. Now, the labor abundance is not for blemish, because you can look at Japan and you find that a labor abundant country has turned out to be a developed country much earlier, from 1860 onwards. Now, Swami Vivekananda would point out at the instance of Japan, however, even when advising not to simulate or mirror them, we have to devise our own ways. Now, even you see, Mahatma Gandhi found that we would choose more capital intensities only on ensuring the necessary employment for the people. John Maynard Keynes would not hesitate to advise digging holes only to fill them in time for the sake of employment generation in depression. The LDCs, less developed countries, are victims of perpetual depression. Depression apart, Swami Vivekananda saw clearly that the engagement of women could be more effective and sustainable for that matter. Engagement of women more effective and sustainable. I want to, this is not just for saying, just for the sake of saying something. Actually, Vivekananda found that the American society has developed much because they depended on women for their development. Women are out to the work field much earlier. And that is the reason he praised the American women in particular in their participation and confidence in women could be said to have constituted the prescience in efforts of Professor Yunus in particular, of Professor Yunus of Bangladesh. Later on, other microcredit banking by Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh of India through the Bandhan Bank paved the way for business success through similar uncharted startups. Small business and peasant farming could have the ways for increased productivities in particular situations along sustainability through labor intensities. Family farming as the way of life is in pristine villages included women laborers. Industrialization of agriculture made it succumb to the business cycles, and as such, the tranquil of self-sustenance of villages remained no more. In agriculture in particular, marketing was the mainstay of sustenance. It needed ways to devise defense against crop failure. The ways of sustainability could differ, however, between villages and towns, industry and agriculture. When it came to the villages and in agriculture, women had the better of men for the particular tasks. The point is, at the end of it, man, meaning the human that runs the show of sustainability. In the disease developed countries, sustenance means carrying the future. While in the LDCs, people are impatient with the current interest. When man is prepared and responsible for the course of sustainability and is uh, attained there. It is lack of love for country that makes efforts more bureaucratic and burdensome. We fail in fellow feelings. It is not possible to guard against the pilferage and poisoning of ponds at all areas and in every sector. Instead of policing, we better educate people in love of the country to guard its machines, assets, and village properties. Why I say this is that one of the reasons we fall behind is the destructive effort at our, industrial end. I want to say that we not only do we have to guard against the enemies in our borders, but we have to include the cost of abrupt end of a life of a machine. I mean, when we admit that destruction and construction are antithesis, terrorist apart, women are surely less destructive. One remembers the Ceausescu case in Romania during 1980s, which had the effect of overthrowing the corrupt regime, takes place every now and then in our country without the logical Ceausescu type effect or on conclusion. I'm getting a little bit, uh, worried because the point is I waited so long that I missed my point. Now, anyway, I come straightway to man making, and it is the most important tool for to improve the functioning and sustaining our constructions and infrastructure. Man making, we have to prepare people in values, in love for the country. In our country, we have to devise machines and fence and guard our industrial borders along with the territorial borders, terrorist designs. Also, unsustainable was inequality in the society that does not allow for growth to continue and sustain. Poverty and inequality give rise to jealousy and disharmony, leading to disruption. The country and some of the states fell behind not so much due to backwardness as it was due to the excess of consciousness, leading to in, intra-social, intra-societal killings and violence. The state of West Bengal under the uh, left radicalism 1977 to 2011 could be a case in point, leaving its lingering legacy through the subsequent political sessions. The human development approach, pioneered among others by visionary economist Mohbul Il Haq, has done much to enrich and broaden the literature on development. In particular, it has helped to shift the focus of development attention away from an overreaching concentration on the growth of inanimate objects of convenience, such as commodity production, commodity fetishism, you can say, reflected in gross domestic products, to the quality of richness of human lives and prevent its blossoming. It goes without saying that sustainability and human development go hand in hand. Areas like Sri Lanka, Kerala in India, and Bangladesh, which have been mated with a semblance of reflection of human development, have drawn attention. Thus, hygiene and education are intertwined with infrastructure, capital formation, development. It is all in the man. It is resource utilization, market and savings are two bullocks on the cart of development. In dealing with the latter, that is savings, the role of women could not be emphasized less. This is what development expert Robert Vogel called forgotten half of rural finance. In India, one of the main reasons behind allowing the country suffer lack of savings and capital formation was not the lack of savings per se, but stashing the gold in hoarding in homes and temples. Economics was all about activating the resources. In the monetary sector, training program in saving of the country's hoarding and investment in microfinances could be introduced with a view to development. Education in utilization of savings already existing in our midst. Savings is already there in the temples and in piggy areas. It could be handy. It's now universally acknowledged that the most fundamental instrument of personal finance is piggy bank. They come in handy at time of family exigencies in poor families. The poor in our country are left to borrow at usurious rates. This is a posteriori wisdom. This kind of should be substituted by a priori saving to be able to avoid both the interest and anxiety to arrange money. If and when the people of the unorganized sector are compelled to meet demands for unproductive loans for daughters' marriage, etc., and productive loans out of the farming season, they could be educated to save for many rainy season. Women in the family could be custodian to such savings.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, so just to inform you, you're done with your 15 minutes.
So leave it at that because I'm just reading it. This is very bad. I do not usually read, but I had to sort of wait so much time that I could not organize all these things by now. So please leave me at that and pardon me. I have sent you the paper and you will find it interesting. Thank you.
So no need to apologize. I think we are all learning to deal with this technology, and I think all of us are all of us have some experience of messing up with the technology in the last 2 years. So, sir, you are saying that you had to wait and you could not do the way you wanted to present it, but I think it was very inspiring to hear you. I do not have any
we-
questions. I just wanted to know from.
I will just request you to go through my paper if possible. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please.
Sure.
Alok sir, there is no question from my side also, but there is one thing I would like to share with you. When I was going through the title of your paper, Vivekanand to Muhammad Yunus, Nisha madam was there in my mind. She is working in Vivekananda and she's the part of Yunus Foundation also. So that one thing, and then second thing, women's role in sustainable development. She is only organizing sustainable development conference. So totally it comes to Nisha Pandey madam only.
So I'm symbol of all three.
Yeah. At
And
least
you
for
know-
this title, I agree.
Yeah.
And one
And
more
thi-
thing, sir. One more
Yeah.
thing. You said
Yeah.
women are more effective and sustainable. I totally agree with you. So I'm biased. I'm agreeing with this. So
I'm not biased. I have studied about it.
yeah,
So
sir, whatever
I
the
could not go.
examples and whatever you discussed about the women's role, that is really it is very much true. We all accept this. This is what I feel. I don't know about others, but this is what I feel. Thank you so much, sir. It was really nice, whatever the information and how you have given and you have shared your views. That was really good. Yeah.
Thank you very much. What more to say? Thank you.
Thank you, Alok sir, for
Thank you.
in all these challenges you made it possible to present.
Yeah, because of technical difficulties, I could not be sort of.
So even our young minds, young,
Yeah,
they have problem.
I have that much with me, and my students also said that, sir, we received kind of inspiration from you, which we did not even receive from our parents. I told them that it is nothing new for me because I have within me a source of inspiration. So try to find that within me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So we are done with all the presentations.
Yes, we are done with all the presentations. So with this, we have come to the end of the research paper presentations. I now invite our session chairs to guide us with their expert comments and suggestions on the research work presented by all the participants. I would first invite Dr. Shiji Rendin.
Yeah, thank you, Anju. First of all, Anju, you're doing a brilliant job, coordinating everything, and I could see you stressed in between, but I think you did a very good job. Yeah, I think it was wonderful. Yeah, I think it was wonderful to be here to listen to all the presentations here, and especially, particularly, I'm not from the area of social enterprise and all of that. That's not my research area, but I think it was really wonderful to listen to all the presentations, and especially I think some of the presentations which were from the doctoral students, I think there were a lot of takeaway from me. Particularly, there are only one or two things which I have mentioned earlier also. So one thing that I kept seeing in multiple presentation is basically the wonderful stories, a lot of data collection that has happened, but tying the entire story with the research gap and research question, because ultimately, as doctoral scholars, we would need to, most of you would need to publish your work. And when you go for publication, irrespective of how interesting cases you have, until you connect it to some theory, you connect it to a research problem, it would not be relevant. So therefore, that's my appeal to all of you that, identify the research problem. In some places, in fact, in some presentations, I found very, very interesting research question. But then there is no match between the finding and the question. So again, tying up the entire thing. And also, especially for the scholars, this is that when you're talking about especially qualitative research and when you're talking about case-based research, a lot more focus on the methodology of which is the design, what is your ontology, and like for example, if you're doing just saying I did interview may not be sufficient enough. And with regards to presentation, in some presentations, I think the presentations were very interesting, but then the time spent on literature review was so much that we could not spend so much time understanding your research work. So these are some of my suggestions, but I think overall, I think it was a great learning opportunity for all of us who are here. And it was just not research. I think with Alok sir and with the Kevalya, and no, we got a lot of other perspective also, which is a lot more than research, which is again, I think that was beautiful. That's from my end. Dr. Meena, you can.
Yeah, okay. So it was really nice listening to all the participants, whatever they presented, their papers, case studies, and we. It is not only just listening. There were many learnings for us also, and as already CG Madam C has mentioned the gap. In some of the papers, there was gap between the research problem and then the finding the results. And Kevalya, as he just it was his not a research paper, it was an article, but very nicely he talked about metaverse and B2B marketing and sustainability, how it is going to be the future for this metaverse is going to be the future and how it is going to be helpful. And the case study discussed by Raparella, she discussed about the aspirational district program case study. She talked about the Chandoli and this Ranchi case studies they discussed, and about the government program where what all the areas indicators are there. So it was really very nice listening to you all and about the government policy, government plan for development, what government is doing. That was really good. And yes, Palvinder Kaur, her first paper, it was she made a bibliometric view and she talked about the different research papers she has studied. And naturally, it is the learning stage for her where she has recently she has started with her research work. So no doubt, naturally, Parvinder, you can develop your paper very nicely, whatever the suggestions are given to you accordingly. And all others, they were really good. And even Deepali, she talked about the handloom weavers. And Alok Kumar sir, so nothing to say to Alok Kumar sir. It was good inputs we received from him. And Renita, your green people, the Himalayan goats patronage, that was also good, a good case study. So whatever the suggestions are given to you by the experts, you can implement those suggestions. And thank you all of you. It was really nice listening to you all and learning from you all. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Professor Sizi and Dr. Meera, for Meena for getting and giving your really qualitative and useful comments to all the scholars. My understanding and my observation, because I was simultaneously I was attending both the tracks. One is from my phone and another is in the screen. So overall, my observation is students, researchers are stuck into introduction in both the track, and they feel that how much they need to tell about the introduction of the story, how they came to in this point of deciding objective. So they forgot about coming to the point directly. If I take example of Deepali, she's always interested to share the story, what he asked, she asked, what he said. The student need to learn about, no, we need to skip all this thing. What I asked, what he said is, you need to present in a very systematic ways as academic perspective. So they need to learn. I think they need a good training how to present paper in a short time. So in both the track, I just found same thing. They are still 15 minutes in the introduction. So that is a training, and I think I will invite sometime Sizi to talk about it, how to utilize 15 minutes. Directly come to the point and how you can present your. So although they have done good work, but they are not able to present
The analysis part and their findings and suggestions.
How to divide these 15 minutes. Even when you are defending for a PhD, still you will get only 45 minutes. So in 45 minutes, how much, where you need to focus more and what you need to skip. That is important. I know the schemes are there, lots of work has been done in these schemes, government is doing a lot, but in this 15 minutes, what is important, that is really need to learn how I can focus specifically for the paper presentation, or maybe PhD defense. And methodology is weak for everyone. They have not focused on methodology, which is very, very important. So I always say the focus on methodology, but how much they will follow, it is up to them. So I extend my thanks to all of you for giving us time, making this event really, really.
Thank you so much.
Very, very meaningful, and your contribution is really very, very remarkable. Over to you, Anju.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Nisha ma'am, Meena ma'am, and Shiji ma'am. So, respected dignities, participants, and my dear audience, I feel honored to conclude the research paper presentation of International Conference on Social Innovation, Social Business, and Sustainable Development. We certainly got many insights and learning takeaways. Now it is our turn to convey gratitude to all who have extended their support to make this event successful. We know that organizing this conference itself is a task, and this couldn't have been possible without great preparations, wise working hands, support from every corner, and most importantly, blessings. We would like to extend a sincere thanks to our session chairs who took out time for us from their busy schedules. Thank you so much for being generous with your time. We really appreciate your valuable insights. We would like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, AMBA and iHub IIT Roorkee, for their continued support. I would also like to express my gratitude to our convener, Dr. Nisha Pandey and Dr. Sushma Verma, faculty track supervisor, for their constant advice and guidance. I express my sincere gratitude to all the participants for presenting their research work and being a part of this event. I thank Aditya for all the help with minutes and keeping records. Last but definitely not the least, I thank Bhakti and Kanish, my colleagues and student coordinators, for being a source of constant support to me. I wouldn't have been able to do this without you two. The winners and the prizes would be announced on 26th February during the valedictory session. We request all the participants to join us there. The link for the valedictory session has been already shared. Thank you so much.
Bhakti, even for all this work, Professor Pranjal is there since the beginning.
Yes,
so
yes.
I never forget his contribution for
Even
the
I
entire
would thank
event.
Professor Pranjal sir also.
Right,
Sorry
right.
if I missed out anybody.
No, it's okay. But Professor Pranjal, it's my duty to thanks Professor Pranjal, Professor Sushma, Professor Kavita, and they were working with me since last 2-3 months. And tomorrow we will have actually this is not 2 days program. This is a 5 days program. We started this program from 22nd. So 22nd, 23rd, we had a student presentation about AI, technology, data analytics. Yesterday was basically conference for data analytics, where the paper were focused on data analytics. Today paper were focused on social entrepreneurship, social business, and tomorrow is again the student presentation and then the valedictory session. So this was a 5 days program.
That's a huge task. 5 days.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you,
connecting.
Professor Nisha. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
so
Thank you,
much.
Nisha madam. Thank you, Siji. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
bye-bye. Yeah,
Bye.
bye all of
Do
you.
not forget to join tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.